Chapter 3128. Translator. Audiobook Studio Editor. Audiobook Studio. The arrival of the infant corpse Yixian was confused as to why the demon dragon candle dragon was charging towards him, but he didn't have the time to think about it in detail at this critical moment. However, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying the heaven-sundering bow was. The bow was definitely an extremely lethal weapon. Furthermore, the heaven-sundering bow wasn't a weapon, but a divine ability. It was a supreme divine ability that was passed down from generation to generation in the body of a primordial supreme, being like the primordial yaksha. It was a simple arrow, but all the power in its body, cultivation power, flesh, blood, and even life force were gathered in an instant, condensing into an arrow that was shot out with a rumble. Under such circumstances, it wasn't an exaggeration to call the arrow the heaven-sundering bow. Yixian had seen the primordial yaksha shoot an arrow into the vast firmament of the desolate ancient galaxy, in the inheritance of the heaven-sundering bow. After the arrow was shot, the primordial yaksha immediately withered, which was probably the root cause of its eventual demise. The arrow was shot out, and all the power in its body, including life force, was poured into it. The result of that arrow was that a small part of the desolate ancient galaxy in the inheritance of the inheritance collapsed. Although it didn't really cause the heaven-sundering bow to fall, it did seriously injure an existence that was suspected to be the will of the desolate ancient heavenly Tao. And now the arrow was aimed at Yixian. Although this arrow was different from the one Yixian saw in the inheritance of the inheritance, and the power that the primordial yaksha poured into the arrow wasn't as terrifying, Yixian still felt like he was caged in a cage, and at the same time he felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, the desolate ancient yaksha was a supreme existence at the great desolate realm. Even if this arrow was casually shot out for fun, it would definitely be able to blast Yixian into pieces on the spot. Not a single hair would be left behind. The reason why the other party did this was clearly because they would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. After all, the battle had already developed to such an extent, so it was not surprising that they would have such thoughts. Yixian's arrival was too strange. No matter how one looked at it, he did not seem to fit in at all. The demon dragon candle dragon's eyes had been closed the entire time, but when he arrived, he suddenly opened them again. Furthermore, after using his eyes to temporarily restrict the movements of most of the ancient creatures on the battlefield, he directly charged at Yixian. This was enough to cause some sort of misunderstanding. At the very least, the desolate yaksha was clearly mistaken. It regarded Yixian as a member of the enemy's camp. Due to the strangeness of his arrival, Yixian might have been the key to some kind of conspiracy. Therefore, even a supreme existence like the desolate ancient yaksha did not hesitate to use the heaven-falling bow to point at Yixian from afar. As long as it let go of its right hand, the arrow would instantly pierce Yixian's head. The heaven-falling bow was a terrifying divine ability. Even when used by a weak existence like Yixian, it could cross an infinite distance in an instant and appear in front of its target as if it had teleported, let alone the desolate ancient yaksha. Yixian knew this better than anyone else. The only thing he needed to do now was to stop the desolate ancient yaksha from letting go of the golden arrow in its right hand. With this thought in mind, he did not even pay attention to the terrifying demon dragon that was rapidly charging at him. He was paying attention to that fellow. In such a critical situation, it was definitely not enough to yell at the other party that he was on the same side. Not to mention whether the other party could understand him. If he yelled so loudly that the other party trembled in fear and suddenly let go of the golden arrow in its right hand, it would be too late. It was better to use the most direct way to show his loyalty. As such a thought flashed through his mind, Yixian didn't hesitate at all after he finished howling. He directly activated the small golden bow that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he quickly raised his left arm in the direction of the candle dragon. In the next moment, a golden bow that was exactly the same as the one in the hands of the desolate ancient yaksha appeared in Yixian's left hand, pointing at the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over. Even its aura was the same. Because of the difference in size between the two, the golden bow that was slightly different in size appeared in Yixian's left hand, pointing at the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over. Although Yixian did not fully activate the heaven-falling bow because it was just for show, the golden energy arrow did not appear. However, The huge golden bow and the aura that it gave off were enough to explain the problem. In addition, Yixian raised his left arm and pointed in the direction of the demon dragon candle dragon, which was on the opposite side. Therefore, all the creatures of the desolate ancient era in the distance understood almost instantly. At the same time, they were all stunned. In particular, the desolate ancient yaksha was stunned. At this moment, its entire mind was in a mess. It did not understand how the heaven-falling bow's divine ability, which was only passed down in the bloodline of the desolate ancient yaksha, could appear in the hands of a human ant. Moreover, it was so pure. Other than the fact that its power was not as strong as its own, its aura was not impure at all. It was not inferior to its own at all. That was absolutely impossible. A large amount of flour and water suddenly rushed into the desolate ancient yaksha's head. The former was on the left and the latter was on the right. If it moved its head slightly, it would turn into paste. However, although it was confused, at least it understood Yixian's position and attitude from Yixian's actions. In fact, all the other creatures of the desolate ancient era on the same side, including the golden giant dragon and the other supreme beings, looked at Yixian with enmity in their eyes. On the contrary, countless creatures of the desolate ancient era on the opposing side of the demon dragon and the candle dragon roared angrily in unison. Endless killing intent covered the sky and covered the earth, firmly locking onto Yixian. Yixian even vaguely saw a huge eyeball in the dark void far behind the opposing side. It was very similar to the eye of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient cage connected to the forbidden area of the demon emperor planet, but it was countless times more powerful. Although this eye of the heavenly way was only slightly narrowed, when its gaze fell on Yixian, it had already chilled him to the bone. Even his divine soul was frozen. This was definitely the true incarnation of the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era. It turned out that the biggest boss of the opposing side was really the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era. After realizing this, Yixian's heart turned cold. Although the desolate ancient era was long gone, since the desolate ancient cage still existed, who dared to say that the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era was no longer there? If it was no longer there, then who was the one who created the desolate ancient cage in the forbidden area of the demon emperor planet? In other words, even in reality, Yixian had gotten himself into big trouble. He had casually made the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era join the opposing side. He was definitely tired of living and courting death. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Yixian even felt like dying. At this moment, when the eye of the heavenly way in the distance, which seemed to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way in the desolate ancient era, slightly narrowed its eyes and fixed its gaze on him, Yixian suddenly felt a sudden heat on the left side of his chest. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Screech. Chapter 31-29. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hundreds respond to calls. There was a saying that went, hundreds respond to a call. But at this moment, Yixian learned another saying on his own, which went, hundreds respond to a call. To be more precise, it should be thousands, tens of thousands, and countless responses. The moment the headless baby rushed out of Yixian's left chest, the entire vast land of war in the primordial age exploded as if a drop of ice water had been dropped into a pot of boiling oil. The headless infant corpse still had that strange appearance, but it didn't have a monstrous aura. It was small, about the size of a human baby, but it didn't have a head on its neck. Its eyes were closed, and it was hugging its head in its arms. But although it didn't look powerful, it shocked all the creatures of the primordial age as soon as it appeared, including the demon dragon candle dragon that was charging over, including the primordial yaksha that had just put down its left arm and put away the giant golden bow, including the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao at the back of the enemy camp. The demon dragon candle dragon was obviously scared out of its wits. Its aura froze and shrank instantly, and it retreated hurriedly as if it had encountered a real monster. It was horrified. Like the other 106 supreme-level creatures of the primordial age on the same side, the primordial yaksha's aura suddenly surged. With endless joy, it raised its head and roared fiercely. As for all the creatures of the primordial age on the enemy camp, including the supreme-level creatures of the same level as the golden dragon and the primordial yaksha, they were all horrified and roared furiously. As for the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was formed from the will of the great desolate heavenly Tao at the very back of the enemy camp, it was completely opened at this moment. A gray aura that was like primal chaos surged out and locked onto Yixian and the headless infant corpse. Screech! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The small head in the headless baby's arms opened for the first time at this moment and faced the giant eye of the heavenly Tao at the primordial age. In an instant, it cut off the aura that the giant eye of the heavenly Tao had locked onto Yixian. The gazes of the two beings of the way of the heavens of the untainted land met. Although there was no sound of explosion, at the center of their gazes, the boundless void of the Star River collapsed instantly. Countless creatures of the primordial era, including several supreme beings of the primordial era from the opposing camp, were instantly sucked into the collapsing void of the Star River and turned into nothingness. It was only a single meeting of the eyes, but it was already so powerful. Now Yixian finally confirmed that the headless baby's body was definitely in existence of the same level as the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao. However, he did not know who had cut off its head. At the moment when the headless baby's body and the giant eye of the heavenly Tao, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial age's will of the heavenly Tao, several majestic auras enveloped Yixian. However, they were not hostile at all. Instead, they carried a strong sense of friendliness and even flattery. Yixian immediately identified the origin of these auras. They were the primordial Yaksha, the golden dragon, and several creatures of the primordial age who were relatively close to him. They were all supreme-level existences of the enemy camp. At this instant, the feeling of being caged and alarmed once again arose in his heart, because these auras had clearly come with the intent to protect him. Previously, Yixian had unexpectedly displayed the divine ability of the heavenly fallen Bao. Even now, the desolate ancient Yaksha's mind was still filled with paste, unable to understand what was going on. However, all of this was no longer important. At least compared to the fact that the headless baby's body, which countless creatures of the primordial age had single-handedly protected with their lives, had actually rushed out of Yixian's body. This was enough to make all the experts of the primordial age on the same camp realize the importance of Yixian. Some of the supreme existences had vaguely realized that all of this was mostly related to time and space. Even so, even though Yixian and the headless baby's body that had unexpectedly appeared in front of them, and was strangely beheaded and holding its head came from a certain period of time in the future, at least one thing was certain. That was the headless infant corpse. In the end, it still survived this battle. Moreover, its guardian Yixian was a human ant, so their courage also made them feel gratified. This was the scene of an unprecedented battle in space during the primordial age. The fact that a mere star-grade human ant could display such courage was enough to make these supreme-level supreme existences look at him in a new light. This wasn't the main point either. The main point was that the headless baby's body that they had protected with their lives would live and die because of Yixian's life in the future. When they realized this, all 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age were shocked. The fastest few of them immediately launched a protective barrier around Yixian to ensure his safety in this battle. As for the other supreme-level beings of the primordial age, they roared in anger and shot beams of light towards Yixian one after another. This was an inheritance that belonged to the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age. Perhaps the hundreds of nine-eyed golden eyes in Yixian's hands also contained the same inheritance, but it definitely wasn't as direct and powerful as the one passed down by the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age personally. Rumble. Boom. The 107 beams of light came from the 107 supreme-level beings of the primordial age, excluding the void giant tortoise. All of them, including the primordial Yaksha and the golden divine dragon, entered Yixian's body in a short period of time. They didn't enter his sea of consciousness and were hidden somewhere. In short, although they existed, they couldn't be seen for the time being. After doing all of this, 2 of the 107 primordial sovereigns were left behind to guard Yixian's left and right, protecting his safety. As for the rest, it was as if they'd just been injected with chicken blood as they all charged towards the enemy's camp. Yixian still didn't understand the truth of this battle. However, as he watched up to this point, he at least understood one thing. When this final battle began, the commander of his camp, the headless corpse of the infant, was basically dead. It was hard to say whether he would live or die. It could be said that this battle was initiated by the enemy camp. After the headless corpse was killed, the giant eye of the heavenly way, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, led all the creatures of the primordial age of the enemy camp to carry out the final massacre of all the experts of the primordial age of the enemy camp. As a matter of fact, in history they did succeed. The primordial cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet was the best proof. In that vast pool of corpses, countless experts of the primordial age of the enemy camp were buried, including supreme-level beings such as the primordial Yaksha. Even their flesh, blood, and bones after they died in battle were imprisoned by the enemy camp for eternity. Chapter 3130. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio The bandit leader. This reversal might be meaningless. Even if the battle in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda ended with the final victory of their camp, it wouldn't have the slightest impact on the history that had already become an established fact in reality. However, in all of this, other than Yixian and the headless infant's corpse, everything else, including the primordial supreme-level existences in both camps, the commander of the opposing camp, and the giant eye of the heavenly Tao that was suspected to be formed from the will of the primordial heavenly Tao. Without exception, all of them were ignorant. Therefore, the following battle seemed so real that even Yixian almost fell into a trance, suspecting that he had really returned to the primordial era in a dream. Roar! Screech! Whoosh! A series of earth-shattering roars rang out. After a short truce due to Yixian's sudden arrival, the two camps had started fighting again. The entire vast void of the primordial era, as far as the eye could see, was full of battlefields. This was a real massacre. The only difference was that two supreme masters of the primordial era had withdrawn from the battlefield and were guarding Yixian closely. This kind of treatment made his heart, which had been beating wildly, finally calm down completely. Who else would be able to enjoy such a supreme treatment as this prince is enjoying right now? With two supreme masters of the primordial era by his side, he strolled casually on the battlefield with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he was inspecting his work. Behind him, the two supreme masters of the primordial era followed closely. When some small ants from the opposing camp appeared in front of them, the two guards only needed to release some of their auras to make them explode and die instantly. As for those powerful supreme masters of the opposing camp, they were all held back by a supreme master of the primordial era and had no time to come. In the distance, the giant eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial era was also fighting with the infant corpse of the heavenly way of the primordial era. That area was shrouded in a gray and chaotic aura. Even the supreme masters of the primordial era could not see the scene clearly. But at the very least, the enemy camp's commander was being held back. He definitely had no time to care about Yixian. This made Yixian even bolder. He walked and stopped pointing out and commenting on this and that from time to time. He behaved like a leader. In the end, the two supreme masters of the ancients who followed him on his left and right couldn't stand it anymore. Their eyes were burning with anger. If they hadn't been sober, they would have slapped Yixian to death on the spot. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the battlefield in the distance that was enveloped by endless gray and hazy chaotic chi suddenly exploded with a shocking sound. The entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda shook slightly. The strength of this explosion seemed to have approached the limits of this primordial treasure. Even the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda shook slightly, not to mention the primordial void that was illusory on the 9th floor. Countless stars in the primordial void exploded in an instant. The aftermath of this explosion killed countless primordial creatures. Fortunately, Yixian was protected by the two supreme masters of the ancients. He was unharmed, but his mind was in a daze, as if he had just been struck by lightning. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the endless gray and hazy chaotic chi in that area quietly dispersed, revealing the infant corpse and the giant eye of the heavenly way of the heavenly way. The infant corpse was still the same as before. It was like a piece of meat on a hot knife. It was fearless and filled with hostility. However, the giant eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial era revealed a wisp of wisdom. It subconsciously looked at the end of the shaking primordial void, as if it had seen through the essence of this place. It realized that this place was just an illusion and that everything, including this battle, was meaningless. Screech. At the instant it withdrew its gaze, the giant eye of the heavenly way suddenly shot out an intense gray light. It clearly didn't have a mouth, yet it emitted a vicious howl that was sufficient to tear the sky apart. Subsequently, the giant eye's body instantly collapsed, and the might that spread out directly annihilated countless primordial creatures from the enemy camp. More than half of them, including the 100 supreme masters of the ancients, perished under this earth-shattering vicious howl. Only a few remained. Even the few supreme masters of the ancients from the enemy camp seemed to have realized something from the final vicious howl of the giant eye of the heavenly way. All of them raised their heads and roared with unwillingness, and their figures gradually dimmed down. Obviously, this battle was finally about to end. It was difficult to say who won or lost in the end, because even though the first to retreat was the enemy camp, they had clearly collapsed under the lead of the giant eye of the heavenly way. It was as if they disdained to be treated like an entertainer by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, a precious treasure of the ancients, and wantonly toyed with it as they wished. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the supreme masters of the ancients from the enemy camp had disappeared, and most of the other primordial creatures were gone as well. Only the demon dragon, the candle dragon, was still staring fixedly at Yixian with a pair of bloodshot eyes. It seemed to be extremely unwilling, and was looking for an opportunity to kill him. At this time, even a large number of primordial creatures from the enemy camp had already realized the truth of this primordial starry sky. Their figures had turned illusory and black, and they were about to disappear soon, including the 2 supreme masters of the ancients beside Yixian who had been protecting him all along, as well as the golden dragon and the primordial yaksha. Everything on the 9th level was clearly coming to an end. From the moment the enemy commander voluntarily retreated, Yixian could be considered to have successfully passed the consideration of this level. He had become the first existence in the history of the immortal imperial family, and also the first existence to successfully pass all 9 levels of the test since the first immortal emperor of the dynasty had taken out the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and erected it in the depths of the inner city of the imperial city. In fact, the test of the 9th level was originally almost impossible to pass. The existence of the giant eye of the heavenly way of the enemy camp, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, ensured that everything was possible. But who could have expected that the headless corpse of an infant attached to Yixian's body was actually an existence that could contend with the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age? Moreover, the giant eye of the heavenly way of the enemy camp, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly way of the primordial age, was only an illusion after all. It was an illusion created by the supreme power of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. But the headless corpse of the infant that rushed out of Yixian's body was different. It was real. Just based on this point, it was obvious who was superior. The current outcome was already predestined when Yixian had just stepped into the 9th level. And at this moment, just as the illusion of the entire 9th level was rapidly collapsing, the headless corpse of the infant that had lost its opponent instantly stared at the demonic dragon, the candle dragon, with a fierce glint in its eyes. Its aura was locked on. It was clearly going to capture it alive again. Yixian was dumbfounded. He shuddered and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 3131. Fifth Order Star Order Screech. As if sensing the headless infant corpse's intention to capture it alive, the only demon dragon sovereign in the enemy camp who had yet to dissipate finally panicked. It stretched out its neck and let out a shrill roar, twisting its huge body and turning around to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Kakik? The baby head in the headless infant corpse's arms opened its eyes again and let out an innocent chuckle. Even Yixian, hearing this for the first time, instantly felt a chill run down his spine. It would have been fine if the infant corpse didn't laugh, but as soon as it did, a terrifying aura spread out. Yixian was on the same side, so he only felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't feel the slightest pressure. However, the demon dragon sovereign who had turned around and fled was in a miserable state. As the infant corpse's sinister laughter entered its ears, its body instantly froze. At the same time, the headless infant corpse also arrived in front of the demon dragon sovereign. With a wave of its hand, a gray chaotic light shot out, instantly leaving a mark of the headless corpse lamp on the back of the black dragon's neck. Screech! The black demonic dragon once again let out a mournful cry, but this time it was no longer a sound. After this mournful cry there was no more sound. Compared to refining the weeping soul bloodhorn back then, the process of refining this demonic dragon with the headless infant corpse was much faster and simpler. After all, the weeping soul bloodhorn was a real object, and this demon dragon sovereign was just an energy form imitated by the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. If there were no mistakes, the headless infant corpse only needed to cut off the connection between it and the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. However, although the refining was fast, the power of this demon dragon sovereign was left intact, but it was estimated that it would weaken every time it was used. In the end, all of its energy would be exhausted and it would basically dissipate, unless the headless infant corpse found a way to make it absorb energy to strengthen itself like the weeping soul bloodhorn, and make up for it. All of this was not something Yi Xian could understand at his current level. At this moment, as the corpse lantern mosquito body appeared on its neck, the demon dragon sovereign's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black demon dragon the size of a little finger. If it weren't for the long horns on its head and its 4 limbs, it would be no different from a little black loach. Little Loach flew toward the headless corpse and transformed into a tattoo the size of a pinky finger on the right ankle of the headless corpse. Then it stayed on the ankle of the headless corpse. Immediately after, without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, the headless corpse once again transformed into a gray light. With a whoosh, it flew closer and directly stuck to the left side of Yi Xian's chest, transforming into a headless corpse lamp tattoo. There were no longer any movements. At this time, on the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, apart from Yi Xian, there was not a single primordial creature to be seen. Regardless of whether they were from the same camp or the opposite camp, they all dissipated and turned back into a canopy of green energy. The green energy on the 9th floor was so dense that it was almost squeezing out water. Yi Xian clicked his tongue in amazement at this scene. He suddenly had a better understanding of the wonders of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. This pagoda was definitely a primordial treasure. The pagoda had accumulated a great amount of green energy over countless years. A portion of it should have been replenished by the decomposing corpses of the imperial immortal powerhouses who entered the pagoda. The green mist energy could be divided and combined. When it was divided, it was pure and mysterious green mist energy. When it combined, it could evolve into primordial creatures. Even primordial supreme existences like the golden dragon could evolve. It was truly breathtaking. At this moment, Yi Xian even had a greedy thought. He secretly thought that it would be great if he could take the pagoda for himself. When the time came, he could command the pagoda to evolve into a golden dragon, or a primordial yaksha to rush out of the pagoda to fight the enemy. Although it was a consumption type and would probably be finished in one go, the power it could display before it was finished was definitely enough to sweep away everything. Unfortunately, this was only a thought. Yi Xian also knew that this was impossible. Not to mention anything else, just the immortal imperial family's side. If he were to really make this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda disappear, then the heavens would definitely be turned upside down. As he muttered to himself, 2 small wisps of spiritual energy rushed into Yi Xian's body from the dense green mist that filled the void of the 9th level. Then, a rumbling sound rang out from his body as his cultivation level surged. Before Yi Xian could react, the familiar sound of the devouring system quietly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for leveling up. Current realm. Star level 5. He had finally reached the 5th order star level. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he clenched his fists tightly. The surprise in his heart was indescribable. At least, his initial goal of entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been fulfilled. When he first entered the pagoda, his cultivation level was at the 5th order star level. Now, after passing the 9th level, his cultivation level had reached the 5th order star level. From the 4th to the 5th major realm, his strength had increased by an entire major realm. He had successfully crossed it in less than an hour. Even though Yi Xian had always been used to riding on a rocket to increase his cultivation level, he couldn't help but feel as if he was in a dream. However, all this was obviously not over yet. Just as the system notification sounded out in his mind, The headless corpse tattoo on Yixian's left chest suddenly emitted a scorching sensation without any warning. Yixian clearly felt an obscure yet familiar energy flow into his body through the corpse lamp tattoo. It was as if he was familiar with the path, as if it was attracted by some kind of power, and directly charged towards his sea of consciousness. Could this be? Yixian's heart skipped a beat. Then he was instantly overjoyed. If it was really as he guessed, he had really struck it big this time. At the same time, outside the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, this time Prince Xian obviously took a longer time to enter the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. In the previous 6 levels he didn't spend more than 3 minutes on each level. But now, he had spent more than 5 minutes on the 9th level. During this process, the entire ancient and unadorned immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had been glowing with a green light. This meant that the challenger of the 9th level was still working hard. He had not died yet and had not successfully passed the 9th level. It was also at this time that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, which had been glowing with a green light, suddenly dimmed. Its brilliance was restrained, and it returned to its original state. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Before Long Shersho, Naples, Uncle Kong, and the purplish warbler could react, the 5 princes had already burst out laughing after being stunned for a moment. Haha, it's over, this kid is over. Did you see that? The portal to the 9th level did not appear. He failed to pass the pagoda. Chapter 31-32. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. Seeing light and peace. Just as Yixian had guessed, the obscure energy that surged out from the headless corpse lamp in front of his chest was extracted from the body of the devil dragon sovereign, who had been refined into a little loach and attached to his ankle. Therefore, as soon as this energy entered Yixian's body, it was immediately attracted by the black gold dragon scale in his knowledge sea and automatically went to find it. By the time Yixian reacted, this energy had already drilled into the black gold dragon scale and merged with it. In the next instant, the system's familiar notification sounded in Yixian's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the bloodline dragon scale has leveled up. Current level. Variant growth level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the demon dragon bloodline ability. Seeing light in peace in peace. Current level beginner. As the system's notification sounded, the black gold dragon scale in Yixian's knowledge sea clearly shone brighter. The black gold light intertwined, faintly forming a mysterious rune pattern on the surface of the dragon scale, giving off a simple and complex aura. In addition, there were also some incomparably obscure runes that appeared in Yixian's mind, which he instantly comprehended. This was the Demon Dragon Supreme's strongest bloodline ability, seeing light in peace in peace in peace in peace. Previously, the Demon Dragon Supreme had used this bloodline ability to imprison countless primordial creatures in the blink of an eye. Even the supreme existences of the primordial era had been affected to a certain extent. Yixian never thought that this strongest bloodline ability of the demon dragon would be forcibly extracted by the headless infant corpse from the demon dragon's body, although it might not be complete. After all, this energy demonic dragon was just an imitation of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Although the demonic dragons and other primordial creatures it created could basically display their respective bloodline abilities, they definitely couldn't be the complete essence. Otherwise, wouldn't this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda be able to sweep through the primordial era? Even so, even though he had only obtained 10 or 20% of its essence, it was still impressive for Yixian. Unfortunately, the weakened version of the dark vision of darkness that he had obtained was only at the elementary level. The power that he could unleash would be even weaker. It would be unrealistic for him to unleash the power that the energy demonic dragon had previously displayed within a short period of time. He had to wait until Yixian's cultivation level increased before he could fully display it. At this point, Yixian finally obtained a bloodline ability after entering the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Originally, he also had this opportunity on the 3rd and 6th floors. However, this type of primordial bloodline ability could only be obtained from the bodies of primordial creatures that he had slain. On the 3rd floor, all the primordial creatures fled in all directions when they smelled the demonic dragon's phantom behind him. None of them dared to show themselves. Naturally, the bloodline ability that he was supposed to obtain was gone. On the 6th floor, The primordial creature that Yi Xian had slain released a ray of light that should have contained the bloodline ability of the primordial creature. Although it was only a weakened version with only 20 or 30% of its essence remaining, it was still better than nothing. Unfortunately, when the primordial creature's body exploded, the inheritance ray of light that had rushed out from its body was also blown away. The second opportunity was missed just like that. And now, the headless infant corpse had captured a demon dragon sovereign in its energy form in the style of a bandit leader. The bloodline profundity of seeing darkness and seeing light was clearly the reward for the 9th floor. Although it was only 20 or 30% of its essence, it was still a consolation prize for Yi Xian. The unwillingness in his heart was also appeased. However, just when he thought that everything was over, and that he had successfully passed through the 9th floor, the exit passage should appear soon. Then, he would be able to walk out of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda with his hands behind his back in a pretentious manner. While he was enjoying the complicated gazes of the imperial family members outside the pagoda, the real surprise finally arrived. Didn't they say that after successfully passing through the 9th floor, there would be a passage that would allow this prince to leave like the 3rd and 6th floor? Muttering softly to himself, Yi Xian's shoulders shook. His figure seemed to be wandering in the void of the galaxy as he wandered around, looking for the exit passage of the 9th floor. Like this, nearly a minute passed, but he still found nothing. Not to mention a door, he didn't even see a window. He couldn't even sneak out through a window. F***CK. Could it be that they want to force this prince to stay here? Could it be that the bandit leader had captured a demonic dragon and angered this ancestral dragon pagoda? Is this the rhythm of a rogue? Muttering to himself, Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. Needless to say, this possibility wasn't completely impossible. If that was the case, wouldn't he be completely trapped in the pagoda? Just as he was feeling depressed and thinking of a solution, he could only whisper a few words to the headless infant corpse and persuade it to release the demonic dragon sovereign. In Yi Xian's mind, the familiar notification of the devouring system suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the ultimate trial of the desolate ancient pagoda. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the qualification to accept the desolate ancient pagoda. Do you want to accept it immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the desolate ancient pagoda's master recognition request. Do you want to accept it? Hint. Once accepted, there is a probability that you will obtain the energy of the desolate ancient pagoda in one go, and increase your cultivation level. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his face was full of shock as if he had just been struck by lightning. It turned out that the true name of this immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was actually the desolate ancient pagoda. This name was even more fitting. After all, the pagoda recorded the bloodline ability inheritance of all the desolate ancient creatures. Although only 20 to 30% of their essence was recorded, it was like an encyclopedia of bloodline ability, a dazzling array. From this point of view, it was indeed a pagoda of bloodline ability inheritance of the desolate ancient creatures, and not a private property of the immortal royal family. Since this was the case, Yi Xian didn't have any psychological pressure to accept it. At the very least, this pagoda had been in the hands of the immortal royal family for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It was their own fault for not being able to pass the 9th level and obtain the qualifications to accept the pagoda as its master. Who could they blame? Occupying a latrine but not taking a shit, that was a huge waste of resources. Following this, Yi Xian remembered the last notification of the system. Once accepted, there was a probability that he would obtain the energy of the pagoda. This was a great thing. He had just risen 9 minor levels. Could it be that he was going to continue rising? Chapter 31-33. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Climbing the stairs is so tiring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recognizing him as the owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for regurgitating the energy of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level. 6th order star level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level. 7th order star level. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for leveling up. Current cultivation level. First order star level. Ding. Energy regurgitation complete. Would you like to collect the desolate ancient inheritance tower immediately? As the system's notification rang out in Yixian's mind once again, the green energy in the 9th level of the galaxy void, which was so dense that it was almost dripping water, surged into Yixian's body once again. Immediately after that, the system's notifications of leveling up rang in his mind one after another as if they didn't cost him anything. During this entire process, the rumbling sounds in Yixian's body kept ringing out. His cultivation level kept increasing rapidly. In the end, he advanced by another 5 levels in a short period of time. He had gone from the 5th level of the star level to the first order star level. Yixian had finally stepped into the 6th level of the star level, the nebula level. The energy regurgitation of the first owner of the desolate ancient inheritance tower had finally come to an end. The devouring system in Yixian's body once again gave him a new request, asking if he should collect the tower immediately. Yixian froze for a moment and couldn't help but hesitate. There was no doubt that as soon as he gave a definite answer, the tower would immediately shrink and automatically enter his knowledge sea. It would hover above his knowledge sea like the other treasures in his mind power source core. However, if that happened, the members of the royal family waiting outside the tower would definitely go crazy. Of course, no matter how crazy they were, this treasure tower was definitely an ultimate treasure of the desolate ancient era, so he still had to collect it. However, he had to be careful about how he should collect it. At the very least, Yixian couldn't just collect it directly. If he did, even an idiot would know that he was the one behind it. I'd better wait until I'm a certain distance away from the tower before I give the order to collect it. It's best to take advantage of the dark and windy night to sneak over and settle this matter. Although that still won't wash away the suspicion of robbing this tower, at least on the surface, this prince will have an excuse to quibble about being innocent. That's what I'll do. After making up his mind, Yixian immediately ordered the devouring system. Collect it later. For now, open the door to the 9th level. I'll leave first. Also, after this prince leaves, this pagoda will immediately close. Don't pay attention to anyone who approaches, even if they are immortal emperors. Now this pagoda is this prince's private property. How can it be open to others? The devouring system immediately conveyed Yixian's wishes to the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance. The pagoda had already recognized its master, but it hadn't been collected yet. Everything would be according to Yixian's wishes. Of course, it was impossible for all of its power to be completely open to Yixian right now. It would gradually be open to him as his cultivation continued to increase. Otherwise, with just one word from Yixian, the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance would immediately produce a large number of ancient creatures, including supreme beings of the desolate ancient level. Once this ancient army left the pagoda, wouldn't it directly sweep across the 3 universes? If that was the case, the pagoda's existence would be meaningless. To put it bluntly, it was actually an ultimate treasure that preserved the inheritance of the desolate ancient era. It was an offensive treasure that helped a certain person contend for supremacy. However, since this pagoda had already recognized Yixian as its master, it was completely fine to open the door to the 9th level according to his wishes. With a flash of light, a portal similar to a space door immediately appeared on the surface of a distant star. Yixian understood tacitly. With a shake of his shoulders, he rushed over. Immediately after he stepped out of the space door closed instantly. The entire tower of the desolate ancient inheritance immediately entered a closed state of hibernation according to Yixian's instructions. It was no longer open to anyone, even if he was an immortal emperor. At the same time, outside the tower of the desolate ancient inheritance, before those sarcastic words from the 5 princes had faded away, a portal similar to a spatial door had already appeared outside the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, in front of everyone's eyes. This portal had only appeared twice in the past countless years. Both times it was only a corpse that was sent out. Even so, this could be considered a supreme honor. This was because among the members of the royal family who had chosen to continue to the 7th level, even their corpses couldn't be sent out if they died on the 7th or 8th level. Their corpses and all the treasures on them would be decomposed by the power of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, and turned into misty green energy that accumulated in the pagoda. It was like the nutrients that maintained the normal operation of the pagoda. Of course, in addition to this, the pagoda would also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world. The reason why there was such a vast amount of misty green energy in the pagoda was the result of countless years of accumulation. At this moment, the portal to the 9th level finally appeared for the 3rd time after countless years. However, whether it was a lively Prince Xian or a lifeless corpse that was sent out from it, it affected everyone's hearts. At this moment, even the immortal emperor and imperial preceptor D'Air, who were watching from the peak of the imperial preceptor's hall, couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats. They held their breaths and quietly waited for the moment when the result would be revealed. Only Long Xiang and the other 4 princes were still gloating over the misfortune of others. Sigh, we're going to see 18th brother's corpse soon. This is really a sad day. 18th brother, have a safe journey. Don't pretend in your next life. Do everything within your capabilities. You were just lucky outside and were praised to the heavens. Don't be so complacent. Sigh, my 18th brother, you died so tragically. Without waiting for these fellows to finish howling, Yi Xian had already walked out of the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. He just so happened to hear the 5 princes gloating over his misfortune. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and immediately turned to glare at them. Are you all blind? This prince is alive and well. It's just that I'm a little tired from climbing the stairs for 2 hours. Who said that I'm finished? Even if all of you die, this prince won't die. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened at this moment. It was as if they had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. They looked at Yi Xian in shock. Before the 5 princes could finish their words, they suddenly saw Yi Xian appear. He was alive and kicking, and his spirit was better than theirs. Caught off guard, the 5 of them couldn't catch their breath. Coupled with the unexpected shock, they almost rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 31-34. Number 1 of the imperial family climbed the stairs? That brat really did climb the stairs for an hour. To think that we were like idiots waiting outside to watch him climb the stairs. It's only the 9th floor, but he actually took almost an hour. How slow is that? He did it on purpose, he definitely did it on purpose. What the F***ck? After all this fuss, it was really the clansman tower that was broken. I knew it, with that brat's character. How could he come out of the 9th floor alive? After he went in, he didn't do anything at all. All he did was climb the stairs. You guys go and try to. I've already passed the tower, so I can't go back. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Who cares if it's good or bad? I came out of the 9th floor alive. Seeing that Yi Xian really came out of the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda alive, the 5 princes couldn't accept it. Their minds were in a mess, and they couldn't even think properly. They foolishly believed Yi Xian's pretentious words. They even turned around and ordered the younger generation of the imperial family, who hadn't passed the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, to take advantage of this opportunity to challenge the pagoda as well. After all, even if the pagoda was broken, the fact that Yi Xian was the only imperial family member to come out of the 9th floor alive was undeniable. No matter what, just based on this point alone, he was fully deserving of the title of number 1 of the imperial family. But if there was a large group of people following behind him, and all of them came out of the 9th floor alive, then Yi Xian's limitless glory would naturally be diluted. This was the real reason why the 5 princes instigated the imperial family members behind them to challenge the pagoda. Those fellows obviously didn't have enough brains to use. They actually believed Yi Xian's words as well. For a moment it was as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and formed a group as they charged towards the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. Originally, when they were 30 feet away from the tower, a green light would appear and wrap them up and disappear into the tower. However, at this moment more than 20 people were walking in front of the tower, jumping up and down. They were almost touching the tower, but the expected green light did not appear. After trying for a while, a full minute passed. Yi Xian had already descended from the 9th floor. At this moment he was chatting with Naples, the purplish warbler Long Shersho, and the others with a smile. However, the green light still hadn't appeared. What's the situation? Why can't I go in? It's over. This brat is really a scourge. Our immortal ancestral dragon pagoda has been ruined by him. This brat is lying. How could he break the tower by climbing the stairs? I don't know what he's been doing in there, but after reaping the benefits he actually completely cut off the other clansman's escape route. He's so bad. This matter isn't over yet. We must investigate this matter. This pagoda is the foundation of our immortal imperial clan, yet now it was destroyed by the hands of 18th Elder. This cannot be tolerated. At this time the 5 princes all reacted. When they realized that they had actually believed Yixian's words about climbing the stairs, their faces immediately flushed red with shame and anger. They kept insisting that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was damaged because of Yixian, and that it couldn't be used now. All the blame was placed on Yixian. However, no one paid attention to these words. Throughout history, this was the first time in the entire immortal imperial clan that someone had successfully passed through the 9th floor of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walked out alive. Under such circumstances, it was understandable that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda had some kind of unprecedented change. Although it seemed that the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda couldn't be used now, as long as the pagoda was still here, then everything wasn't a problem. They just needed to understand the situation of the last 3 floors from Yixian. If there was a problem, then they could think of a way to solve it. Moreover, even if there was a change after successfully passing through the 9th floor, it could only be a good thing, not a bad thing. Therefore, the real higher-ups present didn't pay attention to the 5 princes' ill-intentioned clamor. The dozens of imperial clan elders' divine senses that had been circling around the pagoda also retreated one after another and returned to the elder pavilion. They weren't in a hurry. They just needed to find a time to summon Yixian to understand the situation later. Even the immortal emperor and imperial preceptor D'Air, who were at the peak of the imperial preceptor hall in the distance, had disappeared at some point. Apart from the 5 princes, there were only a few imperial uncles and a few members of the imperial clan present. However, Yixian didn't intend to pay attention to any of these guys. At this time he was talking to Long Shersho, Naples, and the purplish warbler. As for Gui Hai Dao and the wretched mosquito butcher, they were standing obediently at the side. Although they didn't say anything, they couldn't suppress the joy on their faces. Even a fool could tell at a glance. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're now the #1 member of the imperial clan in the entire immortal dynasty. Even the 2 freakish prodigies in history paled in comparison to you. I thought you'd come out from the 6th floor. I didn't expect you to have the guts to go to the 7th floor. What's even more unexpected is that you actually came out from the 9th floor so smoothly in such a short time. I almost believed you when you said you were climbing the stairs. I almost lost my brain. At this time, the prefect of the imperial clan court, Long Shersho, had already patted Yixian's shoulder and raised his head to laugh. While he praised Yixian, he didn't forget to take the opportunity to belittle the 5 princes, who were gnashing their teeth at the side. These guys had schemed to use the imperial clan court to deal with Yixian. Long Shersho couldn't pursue this matter because of his status, but that didn't mean he could pretend that it didn't happen. The 5 princes' faces that had just returned to normal immediately turned red after being ridiculed as they looked at each other angrily, but no one dared to say a word. They didn't dare to offend the prefect of the imperial clan court. If they did, they would definitely be punished. Tell me, kid, how much did you get this time? You're the first person in history to come out of the 9th floor alive. If you say you didn't get great benefits, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Seeing that these guys were angry but didn't dare to say anything, and all of them were behaving quite honestly, Long Shersho was an elder after all. He didn't dwell on the previous matter and turned his attention back to Yixian. With a strong sense of curiosity, he directly asked him about his gains. It's nothing much. Apart from the 3 primordial bloodline abilities, I only rose 18 small ranks and 2 large realms. Chapter 31-35. Translator. Nayurbo Studio Editor. Nayurbo Studio Robber. Bandit. Bastard. The 5 princes almost spat out blood when they heard this. 3 types of primordial bloodline abilities, plus 2 large cultivation realms had been raised. They would have had to work hard for at least 100 years to obtain such benefits. Plus, they would have had to cultivate diligently every day for these 100 years. Even then, they might not have been able to reach such a level. Yet, Prince Xian had obtained such shocking benefits in less than an hour. Yet, he was still acting as if he was extremely reluctant and displeased. Comparing one to another was truly infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that this kid had actually said that his cultivation base had not even reached the star grade before this, and that he had only reached the nebula grade after advancing 2 large realms. Furthermore, the cultivation base he was displaying now was really at the nebula grade 1 nebula grade. He was clearly treating everyone like pigs. How infuriating! If one could pass the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda before reaching the star grade, countless people would have passed the 9th level in the history of the immortal royal family. Although one's innate talent was the key to passing the 9th level of the pagoda, one's strength was the foundation. Even if one's innate talent and potential were heaven-defying, one would never be able to pass the 9th level of the pagoda. This guy was clearly pretending to be innocent after getting such a good deal. He was deliberately infuriating them. What a jerk. Don't be so arrogant, old 18th. Didn't you just climb the stairs in the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda? How capable are you to be so arrogant? The pagoda is broken now. If it wasn't, those 30 people might have all come out of the 9th level by now. Just you wait. You don't deserve to be called the number 1 person in the royal family. As soon as the pagoda is repaired, we will immediately send people in to try. That's right. You are not the only one who has passed the 9th level. Old 18th, you are just lucky to be the first one. Swish! Without waiting for the 5 furious princes to finish speaking, Yixian pursed his lips and took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, there was a clear sound of something breaking through the air behind him. Perhaps it was because Yixian had stepped out of the maximum range that the Tower of Desolation could accept, but this time, before Yixian could give the command to the Devouring system, the Tower of Desolation behind him had already shrunk on its own. It turned into a wisp of green light and drilled into Yixian's body, directly entering his sea of consciousness. In the central region of his sea of consciousness, it occupied a corner with the Rai D seal, resonating with each other from afar. Such an unforeseen event instantly caused an uproar. This time, even Long Shersho, Naples, and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. The wretched mosquito slayer's eyes widened, and he muttered in a voice that only he could hear. The Tower of Antiquity's inheritance actually recognized it as its master? Could it be? Without waiting for the wretched mosquito slayer to finish speaking, the imperial uncles and the 5 princes finally regained their senses. Under the panicked cries of the imperial family members, they finally began to question Yixian at the same time. One by one, they questioned sternly and directly surrounded Yixian. Old 18th, what are you doing? Are you robbing us? You are simply a robber, a bandit, a bastard. Yes, you're such a jerk. How dare you rob us in our own home? What's wrong with your head? Hurry up and return the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. You're quite bold, kid. You even dare to rob the entire immortal imperial family's inheritance pagoda in front of everyone. Is there anything you don't dare to do? Old 18th, this is not a joke. Hurry up and take out the ancestral dragon pagoda and put it back where it was. Otherwise, you will be the sinner of the entire imperial family. This is making an enemy out of the entire imperial family. What the F***ck? I've seen bold people, but to this extent I've never heard of such a bold person. This prince has already said, this kid is simply a source of trouble. Once he entered the pagoda, he directly destroyed it. Although he obediently came out, he still destroyed the pagoda in the end. This kind of source of trouble must be chased out of the immortal planet. If one day the Heavenly Emperor city is destroyed by him, then it will be troublesome. Don't say that, just based on the things he did. This is really not an exaggeration. As these people spoke, although the other members of the imperial family did not dare to do anything, the 5 princes and the imperial uncles did not care. They immediately released their cultivation auras, especially the first imperial uncle Long Huai and another imperial uncle. The 2 of them were supreme existences of the 12th stage of the Void Realm. At this moment, their cultivation auras spread out, and their auras directly locked onto Yixian. They looked like they could attack at any moment. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme, and a fight could break out at any moment. Long Shersho's face was also dark, but he did not dare to speak up for Yixian. He turned to look at him and said in a low, muffled voice, "I say, you brat, aren't you a little too bold? You really dare to rob in front of everyone in your own courtyard? Even if you pass the 9th level and know the way to collect the pagoda, can't you secretly sneak back in the middle of the night and rob me? I'm still here. You're clearly making things difficult for me." These words almost made the 5 princes and the imperial uncles vomit blood on the spot. Yi Xian also rolled his eyes when he heard this. He had truly experienced the virtues of the imperial clan court's magistrate this time. In the future, if anyone dared to say that the imperial clan court was strict, honest, and impartial in front of him, Yi Xian would definitely fight with his life. Yes, your highness, we know that you were just messing around just now, but now that you've played around, shouldn't you? Black lines crawled out of Naples' forehead. He raised his hand to wipe them away, while weakly persuading from the side. Why don't we return the pagoda? Otherwise, today's matter really won't end well. Hearing this, Purplish Warbler could only nod her head vigorously, her eyes fixed on Yi Xian. This time she was also scared silly. In the past, she already thought that Yi Xian's courage was big enough. But this time, Yi Xian had successfully refreshed her impression of him. Only Uncle Kong stood outside the encirclement with a cold smile on his face. When the 5 princes and the imperial uncles rushed over to surround Yi Xian, they didn't dare to include him. Looking at his nonchalant expression, it was obvious that he didn't take this matter to heart. However, from time to time, he would glance at Yi Xian's back. Wisps of light would appear and disappear quickly. It was obvious that he was also thunderstruck. I say, aren't you guys being too unreasonable? Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was also feeling a little helpless, pretended to be calm on the surface and rolled his eyes indifferently. Could it be that you guys didn't see what happened just now? This prince was about to turn around and leave, but this stupid pagoda flew into my body on its own. Now that I can't find it anywhere, what if it becomes a stone in my bladder and causes constipation? I don't care, you guys have to think of a way to get it out. What a piece of trash, isn't this King harming me? Who did we offend? This is Chapter 31-36. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations summoned by the Dorm Elder Pavilion. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, as if they were looking at a monster. Including Naples and the Purplish Warbler, only Gue Hai Dao and the wretched Mosquito Slayer remained calm as if nothing had happened. Even Uncle Kong was visibly uneasy. He frowned slightly and seemed to be muttering something to himself. Yi Xian was still so talkative at a time like this when such a serious matter had happened. His mental fortitude was indeed a little unbearable. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? You're making it seem like I'm lying to you. You really can't find it. If you don't believe me, you can search for it yourselves. Yi Xian's sea of consciousness was shielded by spiritual power, so he wasn't afraid of human cultivators searching at all. Therefore, he was completely confident in this matter. It just so happened that they were still present. Letting them search his sea of consciousness would also remove suspicion on him. At least on the surface, it would give him more confidence and an excuse to justify himself. I've already let you search, but you can't find anything. Who can you blame? Seeing that he was serious and didn't seem to be joking, Long Shisho, the prefect of the court of Imperial Clan, immediately had an odd expression on his face. He probed Yi Xian. Stinky brat, you aren't joking? It was a great taboo to allow other people's cultivation power to enter one's body and search wantonly. If they entered one's sea of consciousness and caused a ruckus, it would be a big deal. If he had a crushing advantage in terms of strength, that would be the rhythm of his soul being destroyed in an instant. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this concern at all. He was certain that these guys wouldn't be able to enter his sea of consciousness, even if they used all their strength. Since that was the case, he might as well be generous and let them search as much as they wanted. The more people he tested, the better it would be for Yi Xian. There would be plenty to talk about later. Seeing that he was so confident, the 5 princes and the imperial uncles were also very suspicious. However, they couldn't let go of such a good opportunity in front of them. If they really found the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda in Yi Xian's body, his previous words would be pure sophistry. Once this matter was reported to the Dorm Elder Pavilion, even with Prince Xian's current reputation, he would have to suffer a lot. Therefore, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the imperial uncles immediately revealed expressions of interest. The 5 princes were a little self-aware. They knew that with their own cultivation, they were probably inferior to Yi Xian. They probably wouldn't be able to find anything even if they investigated, so they didn't say a word. Long Shishou glanced at the imperial uncles and then glanced at Yi Xian meaningfully. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he could only shake his head helplessly and smile bitterly. Forget it. You're bold enough to do this, but what else do I not dare to do? But don't worry, I'll tell you this. This is the most dangerous thing. If someone dares to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move on you, I'll kill him on the spot even if I have to give up my position as the magistrate of the imperial clan court. These words were clearly directed at Long Huai and the other 4 imperial uncles. Among the members of the imperial family present, Long Shishou was the strongest in terms of both status and strength in the imperial family. When he said these words in front of everyone, it had a certain degree of deterrence. However, he didn't leave the slightest bit of face for the imperial uncles. The imperial uncles looked at each other. Their faces were frighteningly gloomy, but no one said anything. At this time, it was unwise to go against Long Shishou on this matter. Although I've always been fair and impartial, this matter has already been widely discussed. Just as Long Shishou opened his mouth, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. His face unrestrainedly displayed an expression of disbelief even if this prince was beaten to death. Long Shishou almost choked and glared at him fiercely. Then he cleared his throat and continued. But this is no small matter. So, I suggest that I and one of the imperial uncles, I'll call it Long Huai, the 2 of us just need to use our divine senses to search for old 18. After all, this is not a joke. If something goes wrong, I'll be suspicious and kidnap someone to serve in the imperial clan court. That won't be good. The group of imperial uncles looked at each other, and in the end they all nodded. When it came to cultivation, Long Huai was the strongest among the imperial uncles. Although they were in a competitive relationship, the other imperial uncles still believed in Long Huai when it came to Prince Xian and old 18. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't side with old 18 in this matter. The matter was settled, and none of the members of the imperial family present had any objections. Immediately after, in front of all the members of the royal family, Long Shishou was the first to arrive. He raised his hand and pressed it on Yi Xian's back. His spiritual sense poured in, and after a sweep, he retreated in less than a minute. Then he smiled bitterly. Brat, today's matter is really strange. I can't find anything. There's nothing in your sea of consciousness, let alone in your bladder. Seems that you didn't lie. This matter is probably because of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. If we want to find the cause, we can only ask the old monsters in the Elder Pavilion to do it. In fact, his divine senses didn't enter Yi Xian's sea of consciousness at all. Everything was due to the psychedelic effect of the spiritual imprint, condensed from the level 8 spiritual energy, that the Mad Mosquito Emperor left outside Yi Xian's sea of consciousness as the last line of defense. It made him mistakenly think that he entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Everything he saw was normal. Just this point alone proved that the Mad Mosquito Emperor's strength was absolutely terrifying. Even a supreme existence like Long Shishou, who was at the 12th stage of the Void Realm, was fooled by the spiritual imprint he left behind. Wasn't this enough to prove the problem? Seeing that Long Shishou's attempt was fruitless, the expressions of all the members of the imperial family present changed, and they began to whisper to each other. The way they looked at Yi Xian also became strange. The 5 princes were even more nervous. The imperial uncles looked at each other, and in the end they were still unwilling. The eldest imperial uncle, Long Huai, gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and cupped his hands toward Long Shishou. Governor, it's not that we don't believe you, but this matter is of great importance. All right, there's no need to say more nice things. If you want to try quickly. Long Shishou waved his hand and rudely interrupted Long Huai's words. The latter snorted coldly and also raised his hand to touch Yi Xian's back, and immediately poured his divine senses into it. The result was obvious. His strength was slightly inferior to Long Shishou's, and the latter couldn't find any clues, so it was even more impossible for him to do so. This time, after a full minute and a half, Long Huai withdrew his right hand with a face full of unwillingness. Just as he was about to say something, an incomparably dignified voice suddenly came from the direction of the Elder Pavilion in the distance. It resounded throughout the entire inner city of the immortal imperial city. The elders of the Elder Pavilion summon Old 18. Come quickly without delay. Chapter 31-37. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. Imperial Tyrannosaurus Rex. All the imperial elders in the residential Elder Pavilion were well aware that Yi Xian wasn't the real Old 18. However, they weren't sure if Yi Xian was another imperial bloodline that the immortal emperor had left behind. After all, this was the immortal emperor's private matter. Even as elders in the clan, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask. As a result, the entire Elder Pavilion was divided into two factions when it came to the matter of Yi Xian. One faction believed that they had to investigate thoroughly to see how the immortal imperial bloodline in Yi Xian's body came about. After all, the fact that he had used Old 18's name was already very suspicious. The other faction was extremely confident in the immortal imperial bloodline's inheritance. They believed that the imperial bloodline couldn't be transferred from Old 18 to another person through some other method. In other words, the elders in this faction believed that Yi Xian was the immortal emperor's child. As the ruler of the dynasty, who didn't have some romantic affairs when they were young while training and traveling outside. Perhaps even the immortal emperor himself couldn't tell when Yi Xian had left behind his child. Therefore, in order to protect Prince Xian's reputation, the elders in this faction decided not to pursue this matter. After all, Prince Xian's reputation in the three universes was a kind of wealth for the entire imperial family. It was really unwise to destroy it for their own people. Although the two factions of the Elder Pavilion had different opinions on this matter, the matter was still so big that it wasn't to the point of contention. Under normal circumstances, even if they really wanted to summon Yi Xian, it would most likely take a period of time. However, after he became the first clansman in the entire imperial family's history to clear the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda and walk out alive, the entire residential Elder Pavilion was shaken. The matter of summoning him was immediately put on the agenda. On this matter, the two factions surprisingly agreed to summon Old 18 as soon as possible. After all, even the old monsters in the dorm Elder Pavilion had not passed the 7th level. They also wanted to know what was beyond the 7th level, and how did Yi Xian manage to come out of the 9th level alive? In fact, the dozens of divine senses that had been circling around the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda began to discuss this matter as soon as they returned to the Elder Pavilion. Unfortunately, before they could finish their discussion, another major event occurred outside. Moreover, it was a truly world-shaking event. The disappearance of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda right after he left shook the entire Elder Hall. Therefore, the summons, which could have been delayed for 1 or 2 days, came immediately at this moment. Although there were only a few dozen imperial elders in the Elder Pavilion, even the youngest among them were the uncles of the immortal emperor. The rest were even his ancestors. Moreover, in the immortal imperial family, it did not mean that one could enter the Elder Pavilion as long as one's seniority was high enough. There were also many ancestors in the imperial family who could only be mediocre. Perhaps even a direct descendant of the imperial family did not need to care about their attitude. In order to enter the Elder Pavilion, in addition to seniority, cultivation and contributions to the immortal imperial family were more important. Seniority, cultivation, contributions to the imperial family. 3 major conditions. In fact, among these 3 conditions, seniority was almost ignored. The imperial family members who were qualified to enter the Elder Pavilion basically used the latter 2 as the criteria. However, without exception, those who could enter the Elder Pavilion had to be at least the uncles of the current immortal emperor. Therefore, seniority was included. In the immortal imperial family, the Elder Pavilion's status was extremely high. Although the immortal emperor was usually in charge of the immortal imperial family, when it came to a matter of life and death, the immortal emperor's right to speak was inferior to that of an ordinary elder. For example, this time, Yi Xian unexpectedly passed the 9th level of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, and walked out of the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda alive, as the first person in the history of the imperial family. Then, the entire ancestral dragon pagoda mysteriously flew into his body automatically and disappeared. This was a matter that shocked the imperial family, and caused a lot of discussion in the imperial family. Once the Elder Pavilion intervened, the immortal emperor was not qualified to intervene. No matter what the elder pavilion decided on this matter, the imperial family had to abide by it. No dissenting voices could be heard. Even questioning was not allowed. This was the reason why Uncle Kong immediately frowned gloomily when he heard that the elder pavilion had summoned Yi Xian. As for the other imperial uncles and the 5 princes, after being stunned for a moment, they started to take pleasure in Yi Xian's misfortune. Of course, there was more or less a trace of envy hidden in their eyes and expressions. Although it wasn't a good thing, being summoned by all the elders of the elder pavilion at the same time showed Yi Xian's importance. At the very least, none of them had ever received such an honor, including the first imperial uncle Long Huai. The elder pavilion has its own rules. I can go in by myself normally, but since I've summoned you for official business, I won't allow anyone to accompany you. Although I can still enter with you, and that group of old fellows won't dare to do anything, I'm afraid that this will instead bring unfavorable effects to you. With a gloomy expression, Uncle Kong calmly expressed his opinion as he looked at Yi Xian and said, Go calmly. With me here, that group of old fellows won't dare to do anything to you. Even if there's punishment, it must be justified. Otherwise, I'll flip over the entire elder pavilion, and I won't let this matter rest. Even Yi Xian was shocked by these words. Needless to say, Naples and the purplish warbler on the side were even more shocked. Before this, they had endless wild and fanciful thoughts about Uncle Kong's identity. But after hearing these words, they realized that all their bold guesses were too conservative. An existence that dared to flip over the elder pavilion, how could this be described as domineering? This was simply a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the entire eternal imperial family, they had never heard of such an existence. What was even stranger was that the imperial uncles, the princes, and even the members of the imperial family, including Long Shisho, didn't have any doubts. After hearing Uncle Kong's words, their eyes flickered, and they subconsciously shrank their necks. It seemed that they didn't have the slightest bit of doubt towards Uncle Kong's words. Could it be that this old man really had the ability to flip over the elder pavilion of the eternal imperial family? Thinking of this, even the wretched mosquito butcher couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. There was clearly a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Uncle Kong's words are too serious. The elders only summon me for a chat. It's not that serious. Chapter 31-38. Translator. Nyerbo Studio Editor. Nyerbo Studio. A bunch of cowards. The Dorm Elder Pavilion was the most important place of the immortal royal family. Although there were only a few dozen old monsters inside, they were all terrifying existences. At the very least, the so-called 12th stage of the Void Realm was absolutely not qualified to enter. And it was far from enough. With Yi Xian's current status in the immortal royal family, he was not qualified to know the minimum cultivation requirement to enter the Dorm Elder Pavilion. The Dorm Elder Pavilion looked like an ordinary pavilion from the outside, but after entering, it was very spacious. However, Yi Xian did not see a single person. Not only did he not see the ordinary attendants, but he also did not see the dozens of legendary elders of the royal family. In the empty hall of the pavilion, there were only a few dozen extremely obscure but extremely powerful divine senses wandering around. Occasionally, they would sweep past Yi Xian, but they all stopped and did not rashly enter Yi Xian's body to investigate. As soon as Yi Xian stood still, a few male voices of unknown ages rang out. They reverberated in the spacious hall, and it was impossible to tell where they came from. Whether you are old 18th or not, since you are allowed to enter the Dorm Elder Pavilion, your status as a direct descendant of the royal family has been recognized. You can rest assured about this. Since you are a direct descendant of the royal family, you have a duty to the entire immortal royal family. Let's not talk about the ancestral dragon pagoda for now. Tell us how you passed the 9th floor of the pagoda, especially after the 7th floor, all the way to the 9th floor. Tell us everything big and small one by one. After all, they were elders of the royal family. When talking to a junior like Yi Xian, even if they deliberately paid attention to their tone, they still vaguely revealed a sense of disdain, as if they were looking down on the common people. Yi Xian did not take it seriously, but he did not show it on his face. After pondering for a while, he slowly said the response that he had long thought of in his heart. At the same time, he activated the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness with all his might. The phantom of the demonic dragon appeared behind him, and a pure aura of the immortal royal family was revealed without a doubt. I did not see half a ferocious beast from the first to the third floor. It was a lie to say that I climbed all the way up the stairs, but the truth was that it was much easier. I did not need to climb at all. All the ferocious beasts were fled before I could arrive. Then my strength immediately increased. My cultivation strength realm. And I was immediately wrapped up in a green light and sent me to the next floor. Of the ferocious beasts, I did not even need to climb. Of those ferocious beasts, I did not need to me I did. Is this elder? Actually, the elders had already guessed this point. After all, they'd passed through the first 3 levels and knew that Yixian's bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots. Furthermore, it was a mutated return to its ancestral roots. It was entirely possible to scare away the ordinary primordial beasts on the first to third floors with this mutated aura alone. But what they did not expect was Yixian's next words. Yixian knew that he had passed this level. His tone immediately became indignant. Although this saved us a lot of trouble, it is infuriating that when we reached the third floor, there was supposed to be a bloodline divine ability as a reward, but the ferocious beasts on the third floor fled after hearing the news. We didn't even see a single hair of the so-called bloodline divine ability. That broken tower is so bad. It specializes in bullying honest people. Hearing his words, there were a few faint coughs in the surrounding space of the pavilion. This was a sign that the elders were caught off guard by his words. There was no one in history who dared to speak like this in front of dozens of elders of the clan in the Elder Pavilion. But what Yixian said was the truth. Furthermore, he said it in such a sullen manner. It really made them speechless. Seeing that he seemed to be indignant and wanted to continue talking about this matter, a strange voice finally came from a certain direction. Ahem. Let's stop talking about the first 3 floors. We don't know the specific details. That's the ancestral dragon pagoda's business. Let's talk about the 4th to 6th floors. There is finally land on the 4th to 6th floors. The ferocious beasts on the 3rd floor have their feet firmly planted on the ground. At least they have some backbone. However, there is still a coward on the 4th floor who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. When the demonic dragon phantom behind me roared, it ran away with its tail between its legs and whimpered. The 5th and 6th floors are slightly better, but they are also cowards. The ferocious beast on the 5th floor was not frightened by the demonic dragon phantom, but when I took out the arrow, it also ran away like a dog with its tail between its legs. The ferocious beast on the 6th floor was even more powerful. It was only when I condensed the arrow that it ran away. In short, the first 6 levels were filled with idiots. They were all good for nothings. I didn't even use my full strength, but they were all scared away. That's fine. The key is that the 6th level originally had a bloodline ability as a reward, but after they were scared away, it was ruined. Don't you think that's infuriating? I'm so pissed off. This time, Yixian's words were half true and half false. However, with his current Nebula Rank 1 cultivation, he could easily achieve this if he used the Fallen Sky Bow at full strength. Therefore, he was full of confidence. He opened his mouth without the slightest bit of pressure. When he spoke up to hear, the surroundings were deathly silent since a long time ago. Even the numerous divine senses that swept through the surroundings seemed to have frozen, and they revealed a stiff feeling. It was obvious that the dozens of elders who had yet to show themselves were all stunned by Yixian's words. All the primordial beasts and beings on the first 6 levels were called good-for-nothings by him. If that was the case, then what were the rest of them, who'd only made it through the 6th level and didn't dare to make it to the 7th? Although these words were infuriating, they could not find any fault with them. When Yixian passed the first 6 floors, he did not stop at all. It was almost like he was climbing a flight of stairs. It was obvious that he had not experienced any battles. Wasn't it just as he said? He had scared away those cowards? Bow? What kind of bow is that? How could it be so powerful? Just the arrow alone can scare away the primordial beings on the 6th floor? After a moment of silence, one of the elders finally spoke up and asked the key question. Yixian originally didn't plan to hide this point. He had to reveal some sort of powerful foundation that didn't belong to an existence at his level. Compared to exposing the headless infant corpse and the Thunder Origin Pearl, He would rather expose the heaven-falling bow. Anyway, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn was already exposed. Adding the Fallen Sky bow was not a big deal. At the very least, this was not his true trump card. Actually, it's not a treasure bow, but a kind of divine ability. I accidentally inherited it when I was wandering in the demon domain. That's it. It's a bit powerful, but it's just that it takes a layer of skin off after each use. Chapter 3139. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, what a hoodlum. As soon as the Fallen Sky bow appeared, exclamations came from all around. What? A Desolate Era ability? And to be able to display such power as a Nebula Realm cultivator. Could it be a Supreme Desolate Era bloodline ability? It's even stronger than the Bloodhorn he used to kill Long Kuei. It's at least a Desolate Era bloodline inheritance. What did this kid go through? Did he rob a Desolate Era inheritance secret realm? Such power is enough to scare away the Desolate Era beasts on the 6th floor. This is really... ha ha ha. Interesting. I'm afraid this kid is the only one in the history of the Imperials who can pass through the 6th floor like this. What I'm most concerned about is where this ability came from. Is there a Desolate Era inheritance secret realm in the Demon Dweller Galaxy? As the shocked voices came out, Yixian sneered inwardly. He spread his hands and said innocently, the Bloodhorn and the Fallen Sky bow were both obtained from the Demon Dweller Galaxy's sacred ground, the Demon Dweller Galaxy's forbidden ground. When I was in the Demon Dweller Galaxy, I participated in the Black Mosquito Tribe's new Holy Sun selection. I entered with 9 other people and obtained some good fortune. These 2 abilities are what I obtained. The Bloodhorn seems to have come from a giant blood ape with a single horn, and the Fallen Sky bow seems to have been passed down by some ugly ghost called the Desolate Ancient Yaksha. The Demon Dweller Galaxy's environment is very similar to the 4th to 6th floors. At least the aura is the same. It's simple and ancient. The corpses of the Desolate Era creatures I saw in the tower were all there. Oh, right. When I was on the 9th floor, I saw a giant heaven's eye in the Desolate Era. When I came out of the Demon Dweller Galaxy's forbidden ground, one of the giant corpses seemed to have come back to life. Anyway, the scene was like a heavenly tribulation. There was also a heaven's eye that appeared. It blasted countless black lightning bolts and killed a large number of ferocious beasts. Even the Desolate Era beast that came back to life was killed. Hearing these secrets, gasps could be clearly heard coming from the surrounding space in the distance. After a long silence, some sighs could be heard again. The Demon Dweller Galaxy's Desolate Era cage. Even that person. His eye of the heavenly Tao can be seen in its full power. It seems that the legend about the Demon Dweller. The Demon Dweller Galaxy is indeed. Sigh, this kid's luck is shocking. As a human, he can actually enter the forbidden land of the Demon Dwellers. This matter is really troublesome. If it wasn't for his realm, there wouldn't be any other explanation for this. This old man simply can't believe it. What? You brat, how did you manage to fool the Devil Dwellers for such a long time? Yixian was Yixian? Yixian. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual senses clearly tensed up as they faintly locked onto Yixian's aura once again. It was obvious that if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, he would be suspected of being a spy for the Devil Cultivators. Yixian cursed in his heart, but his face didn't reveal the slightest bit of it. He indifferently took out a demon cultivator's brain core and secretly gave the Devouring system an order to extract the energy from the magic core. Then, he held the demon cultivator's brain core in his hand and displayed it in front of everyone. Hey, this is the demon core, also known as the spirit source core. After all the demon dwellers are killed and their brains are cut open, you will find it inside. I accidentally killed a few demon dweller scouts in the Graveyard Galaxy and cut open their brains to get this thing. I also found that there seemed to be energy inside, so I wondered if I could absorb it like the star source core. After some fiddling, I finally succeeded. I didn't expect that after absorbing those few, something the size of a sesame seed would grow in my brain. It seemed to be quite useful, so I hunted there for a while. After I finished absorbing all of them, I found that I inexplicably had the Demon Dweller Spirit Source Core. This is a good thing. In the Demon Dweller Galaxy, won't there be as many of these demon cores as you want? So I sneaked into the Demon Dweller's Scout Fortress and climbed up step by step. Later, I found an opportunity to kill the leader of the scout fortress Naibuishan. At that time I harvested a lot of demon cores. I still have a lot in my hands. As he spoke, the spirit source core in the demon core had been completely extracted. Yixian absorbed it on the spot, then flipped his hand and grabbed another handful to show in front of everyone. At this point there was no need to say anything more. Not to mention Yixian's demonstration on the spot. The old monsters hiding in the dark all saw it clearly. Even without this, just by seeing him take the demon core like candy and carry a bunch of them on his body, even a fool would know that he was definitely not a demon core. The surroundings once again fell into a deathly silence. This time it was likely that the group of old monsters had been struck by lightning again. The truth behind Prince Xian's infiltration of the demon core and his impressive battle record had always been a huge mystery. Now that the mystery was solved in front of them, they didn't expect it to be so simple. The old monsters all had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With this feeling, sighs of speechlessness could be heard from all around. Soon after, an old monster spoke again. "All right, we've figured out those things. Now let's talk about the main point. What are the scenes on the 7th to 9th levels of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda? Since the Heavenly Dao Giant Eye on the 9th level has appeared, with your strength, how did you pass it? Also, where did the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda go? Don't say that it has nothing to do with you. This matter can't be hidden from us. It would have been better if you didn't mention this. Now that you mention it, I'm filled with anger. That broken pagoda is just a bunch of hooligans. It's blaming me." Yixian's face was full of anger. He continued, "From the 7th level onwards it's a void of stars. At the beginning it was fine. There was only one ferocious beast, which I killed with the blood horn. There were 2 beasts on the 8th level. They were fighting. I tricked one of them, and with the Heaven Falling Bow's sneak attack I killed the other one. The 3rd level was troublesome. Countless ferocious beasts filled the starry sky as far as the eye could see. There were also some existences with extremely powerful auras. It was like a group of bosses bringing their underlings to fight. After passing this level with great difficulty, someone actually spoke in my head. It said something about passing the 9th level and meeting the requirements of the Desolate Ancient Inheritance Pagoda. Should I accept it immediately? Although I didn't understand what was going on, I basically understood that Desolate Ancient Inheritance Pagoda should be the Immortal Ancestral Dragon Pagoda, with a different name. But the problem was that I didn't dare to accept it. If I did, wouldn't you guys fight me to the death? I didn't expect that when I finally came out and was ready to leave, the voice in my head suddenly said something about successfully recognizing me as its master. Then that stupid brain flew into my body with a whoosh. I couldn't find it for a long time. I don't know if it hid in my bladder. It would be troublesome if it turned into a stone. Chapter 3140. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nayerbo Studio. Opportunistic person. Yixian's words caused the huge Dorm Elder Pavilion to fall into a dead silence once again. The Immortal Ancestral Dragon Pagoda was just a name to outsiders. However, in the Immortal Royal Family's secret archives, this pagoda was known as the Pagoda of the Ancients. Only the Immortal Royal Family of each generation and the elders of the Dorm Elder Pavilion had the right to read the secret archives. Therefore, since Yixian could say the words Pagoda of the Ancients, it was enough to prove that what he said was true. Furthermore, the elders had all secretly witnessed the situation at that time. Yixian was indeed about to leave, but before he could take more than 2 steps, the pagoda automatically flew over and entered his body. If Yixian had secretly used his consciousness or spiritual power to control the pagoda, this matter definitely could not have been hidden from the elders of the royal family present. It should be known that the 12th level, the Void Realm, was like an ant in front of them. Yixian, an existence that was even less than an ant, really did not have the right to play such a small trick in front of them. This was where Yixian's shrewdness lay. From beginning to end, everything he said was a mixture of truth and falsehood. However, this group of elders had never been to the 7th level, and Yixian avoided certain key points. He used insignificant facts that these elders were certain of without a doubt to skirt the boundaries and cover up the truth that they had no way of knowing. In this way, everything that Yixian said was really flawless. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. However, the elders were still unwilling to accept this. They believed that the pagoda of the ancients had indeed voluntarily accepted Yixian as its master and entered his body. However, they suspected that he had other opportunities and gains in the pagoda. At the very least, Yixian did not clearly explain how he had successfully passed through the 9th level. As the 9th level was the final level of the pagoda of the ancients, if there was any great opportunity in the pagoda that they had yet to discover, it was most likely to exist on the 9th level. Thus, after another period of silence, one of the elders finally spoke up. The 7th floor. With the power of that bloody horn of yours, it's not impossible for you to sneak past it. As for the 8th level, according to what you said, there's nothing wrong with it. It's barely plausible. It was only because he had never been to the 7th and 8th levels that he could say such words. The terror of the 7th and 8th levels had been deliberately downplayed by Yixian. Otherwise, if they had really experienced it, they definitely wouldn't say such words. Without waiting for Yixian to reply, the elder continued. But what about the 9th floor? According to what you said, the 9th floor is still the primordial starry sky. Furthermore, this is a great battle. It should be a reenactment of the battle that ended the primordial era countless years ago. For a battle of this scale, both sides have mobilized all their forces. Just the supreme beings of the primordial era alone are probably at least 100 on both sides. One side even has the giant eye of the heavenly Tao. Since it's an illusory object derived from the primordial, immortal ancestral dragon pagoda, it should still possess a 10th or 20% of its power. With your cultivation, how can you pass this level? This question was extremely fatal. All the other elders in the elder pavilion focused their attention on it. Yixian sneered inwardly. However, he had already planned this out. He did not appear to be in a hurry as he pursed his lips and began to explain. This level is indeed very difficult. The 2 heavens prides in the history of the imperial family were stopped at this level. With my abilities, I definitely wouldn't be able to pass this level smoothly. But coincidentally, I have my own people in here. As the saying goes, there's an inside man. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time it would be a corpse that came out. Hearing this, the elder pavilion was in an uproar. Inside man? Our own people. What's going on? You're getting more and more ridiculous. This is utter nonsense. No, no, no. Without waiting for the elders to finish speaking, Yixian waved his hand and raised his empty left arm. He grinned and said, Ancestors, have you forgotten about the fallen sky bow that I just displayed? When I arrived at the 9th level, both sides were fighting. On the far left side, there was a huge cyan eye of the heavenly Tao narrowing slightly. On the right side there was nothing. But the generals of both sides. Oh right, they should be the supreme beings of the primordial era you mentioned. Their numbers are about the same. I can tell at a glance. Their auras are so strong. Coincidentally, there was an ugly ghost on the right side. It was humanoid, with 2 wings on its back and horns on its head. Let's not talk about its appearance, for fear that it would scare you, ancestors. But even though it was ugly, I felt like I had seen a relative when I saw it. Why? Because when it raised its left arm, it was holding a giant golden bow that was identical to the skyfall bow I just showed you. It was clearly made of energy as well, but it was many times bigger. Without a doubt, this guy was the original owner of the skyfall bow I obtained. It was most likely that primordial yaksha or whatever. Don't be fooled by its ugly appearance, it was the general of the right side. No, the supreme being of the primordial era. It had a giant golden dragon standing side by side with it. As soon as I appeared, that ugly bastard was raising his arm and pointing at the azure heaven's eye at the back of the left side of the camp. My sudden appearance was like a drop of vinegar in a hot pot, and my peerless and coquettish aura was simply like a firefly in the dark night. All right, let's get down to business. Anyway, at that moment all the people on both sides glared at me. At first, that ugly ghost thought that I was an accomplice of the bastards on the left side. He probably thought that I was up to something. The giant golden bow in his hand that was pointing at the cyan eye suddenly moved and pointed at me. That scared me. He was one of us. If he killed me, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace, right? In a moment of panic, I also raised my left arm and activated the heaven-falling bow's divine ability with all my might. Then it was stunned. At least it knew that we were on the same side. Meanwhile, the other side flew into a rage out of humiliation. A gray dragon charged at me. When my ugly brother saw that the situation wasn't right, he immediately moved his huge golden bow and shot an arrow at him. Although I didn't kill Boren died because of me. This battle achievement is naturally on my head. You know that no matter which level you are on, as long as you kill a big one, you will pass. Therefore, before I came back to myself, all the birdmen, ugly ghosts, divine dragons and so on were gone. A large cluster of misty green light was directed at me, and I made another minor breakthrough. Then the voice in my head appeared and gave me a big fright. Silence! A deathly silence. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the dozens of royal elders in the elder pavilion all understood what had happened. After all this time, this brat had been so lucky all the way here. Especially the last level, he had simply cheated the desolate ancient Yaksha to help him pass through smoothly, and he had the nerve to say that he didn't kill Boren but Boren died because of him. This sentence was usually followed by words of regret and regret, okay? Chapter 3141. Distribution. After a long time, voices came from the main hall of the dorm elder pavilion again, but they all had a strange meaning. That tower is really gone? Don't play any tricks, kid. This tower means a lot to the royal family. We can't let you take it away. That's right. Even if you pass the test to take the tower, this is not allowed. The immortal tower of inheritance is the foundation of the entire immortal royal family. When we entered the tower to train, we all received 1 or 2 ancient bloodline inheritances. It's because of this tower that our immortal royal family has produced so many talents. Hand over the tower, and we'll forget everything that happened before. Be a good 18th. As long as you don't have any disloyalty, the immortal royal family will guarantee you a lifetime of glory. They finally laid all their cards on the table. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. These old guys were really shameless. They just called it the Ancient Tower of Inheritance, and now they're calling it the Immortal Ancestral Dragon Tower. They clearly know that this tower has nothing to do with the immortal royal family, and even Yi Xian knows about this, but they still have the nerve to say such things. This bunch of old fogies, the speed at which they turned hostile was comparable to Hong Do and Lai Feng. I wonder if their facial muscles and nerves have been damaged. Oh right. Speaking of which, it seems that Hong Do Lai Feng hasn't been dealt with yet. Although Yi Xian wasn't a vengeful person, Yi Xian wasn't magnanimous enough to let go of someone who offended him in front of his face. When he had the chance, he would definitely deal with that guy. After a short pause, his thoughts quickly returned. He frowned and spread his hands. With a helpless expression he said, "In any case, I can't find where it is. After all, it's a primordial treasure. Maybe it has some ability to avoid detection. Do you think I want to take something like this? I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. It's not like it's a bloodline inheritance. Others can't take it away, but I'm still worried about it." Although what he said was reasonable, he was not very particular about it. Without saying a word, he had described the group of imperial elders as thieves. There were clearly some cold snorts coming from all around. Finally, some of the old fellows could not hold it in anymore and were already angry. "Brat, you better know your place. Otherwise, this won't be over." "That's right. If you don't hand over the ancestral dragon pagoda, you will be a sinner of the imperial family. Although you won't be executed, you will still be punished. In this old man's opinion, he should be banished to the Death Star field. If he is not summoned, he will never be allowed to return." So what if you're famous in the 3 great cosmoses and famous in the Myriad Net Federation? The Death Star field doesn't even have heaven and earth spirit energy. If you go there, you won't even be able to travel at night. The more glorious it is, the more bitter your heart will be. I advise you to think twice. Don't make a mistake. Alright, since the soft approach didn't work, here comes the hard approach. At this moment, the anger in Yi Xian's heart was aroused. These old fellows were truly too shameless. However, he wasn't afraid. If they really dared to make a move, the headless infant corpse wouldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, he still had a few Thunder Origin pearls. So what if these old fogies were all old monsters whose cultivation had far surpassed the Void Realm? Even if a single Thunder Origin bead couldn't kill one, it wouldn't be a problem for it to severely injure one. At that time, Yi Xian would only need to throw out 4 or 5 of them. After injuring a few, these old fellows might not dare to be so unyielding. Who knew how many of these seemingly unremarkable little sweets Yixian had in his hands? What if he casually grabbed a bunch of them? Wouldn't the entire imperial family's elder pavilion of the immortal imperial family be seriously injured? That would truly be piercing the heavens. It wouldn't be Yixian piercing the heavens but them. As the foundation of the imperial family, once the elder pavilion lost its deterrent power, there would definitely be a major change. When that time came, the consequences would be truly terrifying. These old fogies definitely wouldn't dare to gamble. In short, if they really fell out, Yixian wasn't afraid at all. If worst came to worst, he'd just kill his way out of the immortal imperial city and leave on his own, free and unfettered. This nuisance of Prince Xian's title was obtained at a cheap price anyway. It was fine if he didn't want it. There was nothing to feel bad about. Thinking of this, Yixian's tone suddenly became cold. Since you don't believe anything I say, then fine, you can search yourselves. In any case, you've already searched twice. Humph, you immortal imperial family should be familiar with this kind of thing. These words weren't polite at all, clearly expressing his strong dissatisfaction. No one was willing to have their bodies searched wantonly by someone else's divine sense. Previously, if he hadn't seen that Long Shisho had good intentions and wanted to help Yixian get out of this situation, Yixian probably wouldn't have agreed so easily. But now, although he'd taken the initiative to suggest this, Yixian's dissatisfaction was far greater than before. The group of imperial elders fell silent for a few moments. Then, a divine sense extended towards Yixian's body. Although there were dozens of elders present, this matter only needed one person to do it. There was no such thing as infighting and scheming in the elder pavilion. As this divine sense entered Yixian's body and began to search, after a fruitless sweep, it extended towards his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Yixian's heartstrings tightened. Yixian wasn't sure if the spiritual imprint condensed from the 8th level of the Mad Mosquito Emperor could block the divine sense of an imperial elder. No matter how strong the Mad Mosquito Emperor was, he'd only left behind a spiritual imprint, not his actual body. Sure enough, as the opponent's divine sense approached Yixian's sea of consciousness, the edge of Yixian's sea of consciousness burned. The spiritual imprint left behind by the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to be facing a great enemy. It looked like it couldn't resist. Just as Yixian was feeling nervous, the left side of his chest suddenly burned. Then the divine sense that was approaching the edge of Yixian's sea of consciousness quickly retreated like a frightened rabbit. In the blink of an eye, it left Yixian's body. Somewhere in the elder pavilion, there was a faint groan. The headless infant corpse had made its move. Although it had only revealed its aura for a brief moment, it had still injured the elder slightly. The pagoda is indeed in this kid's body. However, it seems to be extremely resistant to my probing divine sense. It even briefly displayed its power as a warning. At this time, the elder who'd suffered a small loss spoke up. This kid doesn't have the ability to control all of this. It looks like the pagoda entering his body has nothing to do with him, but the pagoda is too important. We can't just leave it lying around. Send him to the Death Star field. There's nothing more to say. Seconded. Seconded. Following another elder's suggestion, all the other elders actually seconded it. This made Yixian very surprised. This bunch of old guys knew that the pagoda was in his body, yet they still dared to ask him to leave the immortal star? Chapter 3142. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio. Clearly, the elder in charge of investigating had mistaken the aura of the headless infant corpse for the aura of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. This was normal. The headless infant corpse was a supreme existence from the desolate ancient era. Its aura was very similar to the desolate ancient inheritance tower. It was common knowledge that Yixian had the desolate ancient inheritance tower in his body, but no one knew about the existence of the headless infant corpse. Therefore, it was only natural that this elder would think that this wisp of aura was the desolate ancient inheritance tower. Since the investigation had failed and they had even tested the attitude of the desolate ancient inheritance tower, there was no point in keeping Yixian. Although the elders present had powerful cultivations, they knew that they could not forcefully influence the will of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. Therefore, Yixian quickly left the elder residence. From beginning to end, he did not even see the face of a single elder of the royal family. This made him very unhappy. Although these old fellows spoke nicely, they clearly did not recognize the royal bloodline in his body. Otherwise, they would not have not shown their faces. Of course, Yi Xian was in the wrong. He was a fake, so there was no reason to expect them to treat him well. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down, and his mind quickly focused on the so-called Death Star region. After all, that star region had already become his place of exile, and before long, he would leave the undying star and head to this place. In the distance, the 5 princes and the royal uncles all left behind a royal informant, quietly waiting for the result of Yi Xian entering the old pavilion. At this moment, seeing him walk out of the pavilion safe and sound, these royal informants all had stunned expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and hurriedly left. Uncle Kong, Long Shursho, Naples the purplish warbler, Gue Hai Dao, and the wretched mosquito killer heaved a sigh of relief. They all came forward to welcome him. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He asked directly, "What is the Death Star field?" The wretched mosquito killer and Gue Hai Dao clearly did not know. They were confused. Like Yi Xian, they turned to look at the others. However, when Uncle Kong, Long Shursho, Naples, and Xin Yuanzing heard the words Death Star region, they were slightly startled and their expressions immediately changed. Long Shursho frowned and said in a muffled voice, "Why are you suddenly asking this for no reason?" Naples and the purplish warbler exchanged off in Gue Hai Dao Shun, Naples and the purplish warbler. Uncle Kong was furious. Those old bastards dads actually dared dads of the Dars. How dare those bunch dards did studio? Studio Shursho studio. Is Zhangxian studio of studio of. After he finished speaking, a vast and boundless cultivation aura gushed out from his body. It was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the aura of the group of elders Yi Xian had sensed in the Elder Pavilion, and it even faintly surpassed them. Following the sudden appearance of this cultivation aura, Uncle Kong was about to fly into the sky in anger, but was stopped by Yi Xian with a wry smile. "Uncle Kong, you can't be afraid of this matter. The entire ancestral dragon pagoda has been taken away, and you're only sending it to the Death Star region. This is already very generous of you. You should first tell me where that place is. Since I'm going there anyway, I can make some preparations to avoid dying there." Hearing these words of consolation, Uncle Kong presumably understood that Yi Xian was indeed in the wrong. He sighed, and the aura gushing out of his body instantly dispersed. Then he frowned and explained, "Although you're going to the Death Star region, those old fogies probably don't want to kill you. After all, the ancestral dragon pagoda is still in your body. If you die there, the immortal imperial family will really suffer a great loss." Although he understood this point, Uncle Kong's indignation did not lessen in the slightest. He was still indignant. But those old fogies still don't have any good intentions. They want to put you under house arrest. The Death Star region is located in the central region of the Third Universe. It's a star region between the immortal imperial court of the Science and Technology faction and the 10 extreme celestial palace of the Cultivation faction. Moreover, that star region is not the graveyard star region. There are no wormholes that lead to other universes, so after entering the Death Star region, you won't be able to leave the Third Universe even if you want to. You can only be put under house arrest and remain in that star region, which is like a black hole and lacks even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, wasting your time. Also, I have to remind you that although that star region is like other star regions and has countless stars, since it's called the Death Star region, you should be able to guess that all the stars in that star region are real dead stars. Even if you cut open a huge star body, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a single star core origin. In that case, if they restrict you from leaving the Death Star region without an edict, then you won't even have the resources for your daily cultivation. Even if you can gather some before entering the Death Star region, you'll run out of resources after a long time. Who knows how long those old fogies are going to put you under house arrest. If it's thousands of years, no matter how many cultivation resources you bring in, I'm afraid they'll all be used up. At that time your cultivation will stagnate, and no matter how talented you are, it'll be the same as being crippled by them. And they only need to wait until the time is right. When they see that you've become a cripple, they probably won't even care about the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda that took the initiative to recognize you as its master. At that time they'll drag you out and draw the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda out of your body. then they'll do whatever they want with you. It doesn't matter whether they kill you or release you, you're just a cripple anyway. At this point, the indignation on Uncle Kong's face disappeared and was replaced by sadness and even loneliness. Yi Xian had always been a mystery to him. Uncle Kong clearly knew that this dragon pavilion was different from the dragon pavilion, but he was still very supportive of Yi Xian. He didn't have time to investigate this matter in detail, but at this moment, looking at Uncle Kong's incomparably lonely appearance, he was at least completely sure of one thing, and that was that Uncle Kong really treated him with sincerity, and this kind of sadness that came from the bottom of his heart couldn't be faked. Before Yi Xian could think about this matter in detail, the expressions of Naples and the purplish warbler had already changed greatly. Although they already knew about the situation in the Death Star region, what Uncle Kong said later and even the calculations of those old freaks in the old pavilion was something they didn't expect. At this time, when they heard that Yi Xian was almost completely tricked to death by the other party, and that he couldn't escape, could only be put under house arrest, and was basically a cripple with only a dead end, Naples and the purplish warbler were instantly enraged. Chapter 3143. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation making a fortune in silence. A star field, even if it's called the Death Star field, can't be without merit. Before Uncle Kong could speak, Long Shursho took over the conversation. He looked at Yi Xian and continued, although this vast Death Star field is not like the Graveyard Star field, which is rich in star core origin, it also has other mineral resources. Therefore, many experts from the two camps of the human race have entered the Death Star field to collect all kinds of minerals. Among them, there is a mineral called the Devouring Source Crystal. It is an extremely rare resource in the three universes. Once it is produced, it will immediately be bought by the two camps and even the other Federation races in the second universe. In order to buy this Devouring Source Crystal, the Immortal Dynasty, the Tenju Celestial Palace, and the other Federation races in the second universe have even set up an organization in the Death Star field specifically to buy this crystal. It is said that even the Tianji race in the first universe has spies there. Their purpose is also to buy this Devouring Source Crystal. However, this resource is a hot commodity in the three universes, so it basically won't fall into the hands of individual experts. Therefore, even I have only seen it once. That was when an elder of the Immortal Dynasty, who was in charge of buying this thing in the Death Star field, returned to the Immortal Star. Because he bought a lot at that time, he bought more than 20 Devouring Source Crystals in 10 years. He showed it off proudly, and I was lucky enough to see it once. Hearing those words, Uncle Kong did not have much of a reaction. However, Naples and Xinyuan Ziying had faces full of shock. The Immortal Dynasty had specially arranged for an elder to be in charge of buying this thing in the Death Star field, and he had only bought more than 20 Devouring Source Crystals in 10 years. And he felt that it was a good harvest and proudly showed it off when he returned. What kind of treasure was this thing? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. He swallowed, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked in a calm tone, "What is this Devouring Source Crystal? Is it that precious? What does it look like?" Long Shursho didn't think too much about it, and casually described the Devouring Source Crystal. When Yi Xian heard this, his eyelids twitched even more fiercely, but this time he didn't ask again. He was afraid that if he said too much, it wouldn't be good if someone saw through it. How was that a Devouring Source Crystal? It was clearly a Devouring Source Crystal. The reason why Yi Xian returned to the Everlasting Dynasty under the identity of Prince Xian was that it would be very convenient for him to find the Devouring Origin. But now, before he could even make a move, the Devouring Origin actually had news. Moreover, it was a specific piece of news. This was simply a huge surprise. For Yi Xian, this was definitely the biggest gain he'd had since entering the starry sky. Other than the headless corpse of an infant, even the large number of multi-pupil thought crystals he had obtained from the corpse pool could not compare to this news. Although the multi-pupil thought crystal was a rare resource, and it was very likely that it could not be found anywhere other than the desolate cage in the Demonkin star system. After all, this item had a crystal with the corpses of the desolate ancient beings. It was the inheritance crystal left behind by their obsessions after death. Even so, in Yi Xian's opinion, it was still not as important as the Devouring Origin. With the Devouring Origin, one could exchange a large number of treasures with the Devouring system. as well as unlock various auxiliary systems and obtain more system functions. Although the Devouring system was created by the imperial tutor of the everlasting dynasty Heir, Yi Xian already knew this when he obtained the Devouring system. According to his estimation, the real creator of the Devouring system should be the pioneer of the human race's technology camp, Xingbo, who represented the highest technology of the human race. After all, this system was used to select geniuses from the human race. Its level was definitely not low. Heir should have inherited Xingbo's dying wish and perfected the incomplete Devouring system before releasing it. Therefore, even if Heir was still alive, it was probably impossible for Yi Xian to decode the additional functions of the Devouring system through him. Only by obtaining a large amount of the Devouring origin and conducting a normal transaction or decoding with the system could it be realized and make the system more powerful. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had always been so concerned about the Devouring origin. Before this, finding the Devouring origin was his first priority, and finding the energy needed to evolve the world bugs was his second priority. Now that the second priority had been resolved, the only thing Yi Xian was worried about was the Devouring origin. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing during this banishment. In the eyes of others, the Death Star region could be a dangerous place. After all, once Yi Xian entered it, he was not allowed to leave the Death Star region without an imperial edict. However, to Yi Xian this restriction did not exist at all. The cultivation resources in his hands were as plentiful as mountains. A large amount of star core origin was calculated in cubic meters, and he also had a large number of multipupil sense crystals. There were tens of millions of weeping soul beasts. It was enough to sustain the cultivation of all the forces under his command for a long time, not to mention him alone. Furthermore, the Death Star region claimed that all the stars were dead stars and did not have the source of the star core, but this was not absolute. If it was anyone else, they might not even be able to try, but Yi Xian possessed the bloodline of the starry sky devouring beast, so he could smell the source of the star core with his nose. It was absolutely impossible for him to not be able to find the source of the star core from the Death Star region. Furthermore, even if he was banished, Yi Xian was a prince after all. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary prince. The Immortal Dynasty would definitely provide him with some resources. This was enough. In short, to Yi Xian, the Death Star region was not a dangerous place. In fact, it was a blessed land for him to silently make a fortune. At this moment, Yi Xian could not wait to grow wings and fly there immediately. At that time, it did not matter if they were from the technological faction or the cultivation faction. It did not matter if they were from the Federation of the Second Universe or the Tianji clan of the First Universe. In short, whoever dared to fight with him for the Devouring origin would be destroyed without a second word. This prince has decided. I must go to the Death Star region. No one can stop me. I will fight anyone who tries to stop me. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with pride. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Uncle Kong. He grinned and said with a bashful face, Uncle Kong, why don't you help me go through the back door and urge those old things from the Elder Pavilion to hurry them up and send out the edict immediately? I really can't wait to die. The Death Star region is a good place. These words shocked everyone. This time, even Uncle Kong and the wretched mosquito butcher had their mouths wide open. Chapter 3144. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The victorious army Prince Xian had lost the entire immortal ancestral dragon pagoda. The imperial resident elder was furious and banished him to the Death Star field. Without an edict, he could never return to the dynasty. When the news spread, the entire dynasty was in an uproar. Countless fans of the prince were dumbfounded and stunned. Although many of the prince's fans were angry, when they figured out what the immortal ancestral dragon pagoda was, they all shut up and could only sigh. As for the princes and uncles in the dynasty, they were all overjoyed when they heard the news. Without an edict, he could never return to the dynasty. This was basically an eternal banishment. Since he was banished, how could he be qualified to compete with them for the imperial power? Prince Xian's threat was finally eliminated. Originally, they were worried that Yi Xian would use Uncle Kong's power to move around the dynasty, and even force the imperial resident elder to change the edict. It was possible that he could tactfully change the punishment. Uncle Kong had the ability to do this, and he would do such a thing. He was a sentimental person. Otherwise, as a dignified person, he wouldn't have been cooped up in the 18th prince's residence and become an old servant. However, after asking around, they threw this last bit of worry out of the window. Uncle Kong was moving around the dynasty, but he wasn't interceding for the 18th prince. Instead, he was running resources for him. He wanted to get as many warships and cultivation resources as possible from the dynasty. This was the attitude of someone who had accepted their fate. When they received this news, the princes and uncles were as if there was a grudge between them. They didn't care about some resources. Even if the 18th prince made a name for himself in the Death Star field, they wouldn't care as long as he didn't come to the immortal planet to compete with them for the imperial power. As for the imperial resident elder's banishment edict, it was basically unchangeable. In history, there were a total of more than 10 people who were banished to the Death Star field, and all of them died of old age there. In order to let the 18th prince leave as soon as possible, the princes and the imperial uncle not only used their own connections to secretly help Uncle Kong, helping him to open up connections and get more resources. They even sent people to send a batch of resources to the 18th prince's mansion as the imperial brother and the imperial uncle. On the surface, they were expressing their condolences, but in reality, they were looking at Yi Xian eagerly. They couldn't wait for him to accept the gift and leave immediately. Yi Xian originally didn't think of this, but when he saw that his royal brothers, who viewed him as a thorn in their side, were rushing over to give him gifts, he immediately rolled his eyes and felt that he had found another way to make money. The Death Star field did not produce any cultivation resources, and he represented the imperial dynasty in guarding one of the regions. Although he would be accompanied by the imperial dynasty's fleet, and there would be supply ships transporting resources every year, it was just enough for daily consumption, and there would not be more. In fact, if the elder Gu and the other old bastards did something behind the scenes, they might even deduct the yearly ration. Since that was the case, he naturally had to fish up as much as he could before he went there. Now, it was time to talk about the details of the distribution. The Death Star field was very vast, and it was basically about the same size as the Graveyard Star field. As it was in the central region of the third universe, it was between the territories of the cultivation camp and the technological camp. Although the Death Star field did not produce any cultivation resources, it produced good things like engulfing origin crystals. Therefore, whether it was the Tenju Celestial Palace of the cultivation camp or the Immortal Dynasty of the technological camp, they all had bases in the Death Star field. Although there were no life-bearing planets in the Death Star field with the current technology, it was completely no problem to transform a Death Star field into a man-made life-bearing planet. In the star field that belonged to the Immortal Dynasty of the technological camp, the person in charge was a royal elder. Of course, he also took turns to guard. In addition, there was also a fleet. In the past, they also took turns to guard. However, now that Prince Xian asked for people and ships from the Imperial Dynasty, the defense of this fleet was handed over to Yi Xian. In other words, besides Yi Xian, the fleet that he brought was basically exiled as well. As a prince of the Imperial Dynasty, it was naturally impossible for him to be exiled to the Death Star field. Who would know if he secretly sneaked out? However, it was different if he was given a position. There were people watching him every day, and he had to report to the royal elder in charge every once in a while. Therefore, he could basically eliminate the possibility of sneaking out to the Death Star field to take a breather. Yi Xian understood all of this clearly in these 2 days. However, it was also because of this reason that he made up his mind and decided to take advantage of it before leaving. He wanted to get more resources before leaving. As for the fleet, the imperial court had also agreed to Yi Xian's request. Admiral Naples led a fleet of the Immortal Army to accompany him, and that fleet was filled with trusted aides of Naples. If they didn't take them away and stay on the Immortal Star, it would be because their grandmother didn't love them and their uncle didn't love them. They had long since been branded with Prince Xian's bloodline, so they could only obediently follow Yi Xian and leave. The entire fleet had 2 intergalactic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, 5 intergalactic fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, 10 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 50 stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. With such a huge fleet, General Naples' rank was no longer enough to be its commander. In fact, a 3-star general was required to oversee even an intergalactic fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Therefore, taking advantage of this opportunity, the Immortal Army, under the orders of the imperial court, raised the rank of Naples' general by 1 rank. Now he was already a 4-star general. This could be considered a military reward for successfully rescuing Prince Xian from the First Universe. Other than that, the other officers who had been to the First Universe were also promoted. In this matter, the imperial dynasty was very generous. Everyone was happy. After the fleet was settled, Yi Xian went to visit the 5 princes and the 10 uncles one by one. He said that he was going to say goodbye. After all, he didn't know if he would see them again in this lifetime. The first one he visited was the eldest prince's residence. In the end, after he went, Yi Xian didn't even get up with the wretched mosquito slayer. In the end, the eldest prince finally understood. He endured his heartache and gave Yi Xian some resources. Only then did Yi Xian get up with a grin. With this as an example, the rest was much smoother. After 15 visits, he obtained another large amount of resources. At this point, in addition to the official resources that he obtained from the imperial court and the private resources that he extorted from the royal family, the resources in Yi Xian's hands had already reached a level that even he was shocked. The time to set off had finally come. In the end, before they set off, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly changed the name of the Neapolitan fleet. He abandoned the original Immortal Army and changed it to the Victorious Return Army. Upon hearing the name of the fleet, the princes were completely dumbfounded. They suddenly felt like they had been cheated. Victorious Return? Chapter 3145. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Prisoner Release. Finally, the Victorious Return fleet set off and left the Undying Star. The imperial court gave Yi Xian a month's time. He had to reach the Death Star field within a month and report to the imperial court's elder. In fact, 10 days was enough to travel from the Undying Star to the Death Star field using wormholes. It would be even faster if they were all universal fortresses. Even if Yi Xian's Victorious Return fleet had 53,000-meter-long stellar-level warships, it would take at most 20 days to reach the Death Star field. The extra 10 days were for him to adjust his condition and enjoy the scenery along the way. After all, it was rare for him to come out after entering the Death Star field this time. Of course, this was only what the imperial court's elders thought. Yi Xian didn't think so. Once he had gotten enough of the devouring source, he would leave immediately. At most, he would take the Naples fleet with him. If the imperial court didn't agree, he would just take his own territory. It was worth mentioning that the imperial court only gave Yi Xian 2 universal fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, 5 universal fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, 10 universal fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 53,000-meter-long stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. But in fact, the Victorious Return fleet wasn't of this scale. Firstly, any universal fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was actually a fleet of warships. Stuffing a few 3,000-meter-long stellar-level warships with a diameter of 100,000 meters was like child's play. This time, Yi Xian was basically selling himself to the imperial court. If the imperial court was stingy in this aspect, he couldn't accept it. The 2 universal fortresses each had 50 stellar-level warships. In addition to the 5 universal fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, there were also a large number of planetary-level warships with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Inside the universal fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, there were also patrol ships that were a few hundred meters like small private warships. If one didn't consider the size of the battleships, the number of battleships in Yi Xian's hands was close to 1,000. It was definitely a large fleet with full functions. In addition, he had the Lightning Fortress, the Black Mosquito, the Black Wind, and the Holy Sun Fortress. Even the Wild Dragon battleship had grown from a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters to a large fortress with a diameter of almost 10,000 meters under the premise of a large amount of resources to support the growth of the race. All in all, Yi Xian had enough warships to rule an entire star system. It wouldn't be a problem even if he wanted to rule a territory. Following the departure of the fleet, all of the forces that Yi Xian had left behind at the 18th Prince's mansion to set up defenses were all taken back into the Black Mosquito and the Black Wind. The entire 18th Prince's mansion was once again empty, with only Uncle Kong remaining. Previously, Yi Xian was worried about him, but now that he knew Uncle Kong's mysterious identity, he wasn't worried at all. Before he left, Uncle Kong didn't say anything else. He just assured Yi Xian that although there were some people who came to harass him before, that was because he hadn't shown his power yet. However, because Yi Xian had shown his power this time, some people who had forgotten his identity finally remembered the past. Therefore, in the future, no one would dare to come to the 18th prince's mansion. In addition, he reminded Yi Xian to return as soon as possible. Uncle Kong said this with great certainty, as if it was a matter of course. This made Yi Xian, who had originally planned to sneak away, feel very uncomfortable. In addition, the purplish warbler originally wanted to go with him, but then he remembered something and finally returned to Tianming imperial capital. However, before he left, he told Yi Xian that they would meet again soon. In this way, the only ones who followed Yi Xian out of the Undying Star, other than his original team, were Naples and Ying Tai. This girl couldn't run away even if he beat her, so Yi Xian resigned himself to his fate. The only regret was that he wasn't able to find a chance to deal with Hong Do and Lai Feng before he left. However, Yi Xian also thought it through and let him stay on the immortal star. Just treat it as Yi Xian's wish. Maybe the next time he comes back, it'll be to deal with this guy and settle the grudges from before. In any case, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to travel for a month. In addition, he just advanced more than a dozen small stages in a row. Now, he was already at the first stage of the 6th realm, the Nebula realm. There was really no need for him to use this little bit of time to cultivate. Therefore, Yi Xian spent most of the time looking at the scenery and was very satisfied. Taking advantage of the boredom during this period of time, Yi Xian finally remembered that there was still one matter that he hadn't dealt with for a long time. That was that the 1,000+ Federation experts in the Myriad Heaven prison were still locked up in the Black Wind's great fortress. It was time to let them out. Anyway, he had already reached a certain level. Even if these guys went out and spread rumors, he wasn't afraid. In fact, they didn't know Yi Xian's identity at all. Even Long Xian, who had been locked up with them and claimed to be Prince Xian like a madman, didn't take those words seriously. No one would associate such a madman with Prince Xian. After making the decision, Yi Xian summoned the Black Wind Fortress with a wave of his hand and let it sail between the enormous victorious return fleet without any delay. Yi Xian led Gue Hai Dao and the wretched mosquito killer directly to the Black Wind's lower cabin, the Myriad Prison. In the Myriad Prison, the nearly 100,000 soldiers were still building their nests. After Yi Xian arrived, he immediately checked the situation. There was no other example of a second person being eaten by a soldier in a rage. It seemed that Prince Xian had done this on his own accord and couldn't blame anyone else. Because of this, Yi Xian recalled that when he left the Undying Planet, there was a monstrous aura of resentment coming from the inner palace of the Imperial Palace. It was most likely from concubine Mei. Although she didn't appear, she should already know that Yi Xian wasn't the real Prince Xian. Perhaps like the other princes, she subconsciously thought that Yi Xian was the culprit behind Long Xian's murder. In fact, if she really wanted to find him, Yi Xian might have tactfully told her the truth. After all, he had received a favor from her back then. The drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood had fallen into Yi Xian's hands through concubine Mei. However, since she had chosen to tacitly accept this hatred and had no intention of finding out the truth, Yi Xian could only accept it helplessly. So be it. With his current strength and foundation, it wasn't like he couldn't take the blame. At this moment, after Yi Xian entered the Black Wind's Myriad Prison, he directly revealed his identity as Prince Xian. He also took the initiative to release the thousands of people and brought them away from the Black Wind. They entered the Victorious Return Fleet's flagship, the Victorious Return Fortress, and were allowed to check on recent events through the fortress's star network. Chapter 3146. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. We are vermin heavens. I didn't expect so many shocking things to happen in less than half a year. If we weren't standing on the Immortal Army's starry sky fortress, I definitely wouldn't have believed this. I would have thought that I had met with a liar. Prince Xian is truly a god. So he was the one who did everything. TSK. Not only were the prisoners on the Black Wind released by him in secret, the 10,000 experts of the Federation in the bottom cabin of the Black Mosquito were also saved by Prince Xian. If that wasn't the case, how could His Highness achieve such a stunning feat? He actually rushed to the 11th place on the Heaven leaderboard. We participated in all of this. This is a supreme honor. In the future, when I tell my descendants that I also participated in the Heaven Leaderboard's advancement to the 11th place, it would be so glorious. Ayaya. Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. I didn't expect that in the past half a year. We actually accompanied Prince Xian on a trip to the first universe in the Black Wind's lower cabin. We almost turned the entire Fiend Star Zone upside down. Who in the family would dare to say that I didn't do anything in the future? Yes. Although we didn't do anything or even show up, we must be of great use to His Highness since His Highness kept us. If His Highness was really in danger, we would definitely take action. In a sense, we were backup forces that accompanied His Highness on a trip to the Fiend Star Zone. Yes. The last one is the main point. At that time, there were more than 10,000 prisoners in the Black Wind's lower cabin. Why did His Highness keep us? We are all elites. His Highness deliberately kept us here to nurture us as His direct subordinates. Brothers, we mustn't disappoint His Highness. I am willing to go to the Death Star Zone this time. I am willing to go. Count me in. I am also willing to go. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot when he saw the passionate expressions of these fellows and heard the shocking words that came out of their mouths as if they were taking it for granted. Gui Hai Dao, on the other hand, did not react. Perhaps he had the same thoughts as the others. He believed that Yi Xian had kept the 1,000 or so experts of the Federation alive for some reason. On the other hand, the wretched mosquito slayer was clearly a sensible person. At this moment, when he heard this group of people coming to a conclusion and labeling themselves as elites of the Federation who were of great use to Prince Xian, he was stunned for a moment before an expression of admiration appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at this person and then at that person. The more he looked at them, the more he found them to be compatible. For a moment he actually felt that they were of the same mind. In the face of Yi Xian's shock, this group of people became even more pleased with themselves. They felt that they were indeed smart and had not let down Prince Xian's expectations. Before Prince Xian could tell them the truth, they had already guessed it. Such a performance was definitely worthy of the word elite. Thus, one of the people craned his neck and howled, "We are elites!" Immediately after, the others seemed to have found a common voice in their hearts. One after another, they all raised their arms and howled, as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. Moreover, the rhythm of their voices was surprisingly harmonious. In less than 10 seconds, the 1,000 or so people's voices converged into one. "We are elites! We are elites!" These thunderous words resounded throughout the command deck of the Victorious Return. In the blink of an eye, every single one of the Stronghold's officers, including Naples, were struck dumb. Every single one of them was dumbstruck. As for Yi Xian, he subconsciously shuddered. When this sentence entered his ears, it was clearly different in tone. It was as if they were howling that classic sentence. "We are pests. We are pests." This was especially so when he saw the wretched mosquito slayer acting as if he had found a soulmate. Very quickly he started to get along well with this group of people. All of them were laughing merrily, and occasionally they would speak passionately. In that instant he felt very uncomfortable, however, since this group of people had already spoken up and were so passionate about it. If they were suddenly attacked now, a few of them might even die on the spot. In order to avoid such a tragedy, Yi Xian could only grit his teeth, pinch his nose, and admit to this matter in the end. It just so happened that he had already made plans to take root in that Death Star field and develop long-term. After all, as mentioned before, the entire Everlasting Dynasty had only managed to obtain about 20 Devouring origins in 10 years. Even so, the dynasty's resident elder, who had brought the Devouring origins back to the Everlasting Star, was overjoyed. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to obtain this item. That was not a Star Core origin. With the bloodline of the devouring beasts of stars, Yi Xian could smell it directly with his nose. Since this item was so difficult to obtain, even he could only sigh in disappointment when he oversaw the Death Star field. In this sort of situation, Yi Xian really did need a large number of talents under his command. Since these 1,000+ elites of the Federation were able to be captured and imprisoned by the Black Wind Fortress of the Demon Scout Legion instead of being killed on the spot, this was enough to prove their value. With the help of these people, it would be more or less helpful for Yi Xian to gain a firm foothold in the Death Star field as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. The only thing he needed to be wary of now was to not let the wretched mosquito slayer get too close to these 1,000 Federation elites. Otherwise, it would be hard to guarantee that they would become a swarm of locusts that would wreak havoc everywhere. However, from the way the wretched old man was acting with these people, it seemed that this matter was going to be a little difficult, and not a small one at that. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a bit of a headache. In the following month, the entire top-floor command module of the Victorious Return was bustling with activity. The 1,000 Federation elites seemed to be on steroids every day. One moment they would come up with an idea, the next they would come up with a development plan. Often, in the short span of a morning, a large pile of documents and reports would be sent to Yi Xian's desk. If he read them a little slower, he would be buried in them. Although most of them were nonsense and not practical at all, considering that these people were passionate and worthy of praise, Yi Xian did not want to dampen their enthusiasm. Therefore, even when he read the most imaginative documents and reports, he just pinched his nose and felt disgusted. He did not lose his temper or anything. However, it had to be said that there were some truly talented people among these people. At the very least, Yi Xian saw quite a few extremely perfect development documents. Even he admired them. Unknowingly, Yi Xian looked forward to the Death Star field even more. On the last 3 days of the month, the Victorious Return fleet finally entered the Death Star field. Although they were still at the edge, everything that entered Yi Xian's eyes made him instantly stunned. His entire heart turned cold. Chapter 3147. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Pauper's Paradise. Just as Yi Xian had learned, the domain of death was a desolate, dark, black hole-like region. Although this wasn't a real black hole-like region, as soon as one entered the edge of this region, one would find that the stars in the vast starry river were gone. All the stars in sight had withered and died. None of them emitted any light or heat. As a result, this vast region of the starry river was like a pool of stagnant water. There weren't any energy fluctuations in the starry river, not to mention the spiritual chi in the air. In a word, this region of the starry river was like a real dead land. There was no light, no heat, and no natural energy fluctuations. The only thing that could be seen were the experts who were working hard on the dead stars like laborers. These experts weren't prisoners. They had all come to the domain of death on their own accord. Just like the experts who had gathered in the domain of the buried domain to excavate star core origins. The only difference was that the experts who had gone to the domain of the buried domain were mainly excavating star core origins. Although there were other kinds of mineral deposits, star core origins were the main targets. As for the starry sky masters who appeared in this dead star field, their targets were all kinds of rare and precious minerals. A star had completely withered and died. The light and heat in the core of the star had been completely burned away, leaving behind only a black skeleton-like star. However, inside the star there would be some mineral deposits of essence left. These mineral deposits had experienced the life and death of the star, from emitting light and heat, and then completely withered away, so they had some special effects that other normal stars did not have. This also caused their value to soar by a lot. Usually, if they dug up a little, they could trade it to some weapon refiners or forces that needed it, and they could exchange it for a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Besides, although there were countless stars in the boundless starry river, almost every starry river was ruled by a force. The heavenly river star was right next to the domain of the buried domain. If there were powerhouses from the Milky Way galaxy who did not care about the survival of the Milky Way galaxy and used destructive means to excavate mineral deposits around the Milky Way galaxy, then the Milky Way galaxy's federal garrison would not sit idly by. Therefore, even in the domain of the buried domain, the experts who were excavating star core origins wouldn't use destructive means to excavate. Most of them would just drill a shaft that led to a dying star and see if there was any star core origin in its core. If there was, they would take it. If there wasn't, they would just leave. Basically, the damage to the star itself wouldn't be too obvious. Even the stars in the domain of the buried domain that were on the verge of death had suffered such a result, not to mention the normal stars in the starry river star. No one would dare to use destructive means to excavate, which would limit the speed of excavation and the efficiency of mining. However, it was different in the domain of death. No one knew how the domain of death had come into being, but all the stars in this vast area had died. There wasn't even the slightest bit of light or heat in the Starry River. The natural energy that usually drifted in the Starry River didn't exist either. It was as if there was an invisible force that had devoured everything. Some people might have suspected this before. However, no matter whether or not anyone had tried to find out the truth, at least on the surface, no relevant information had ever been disclosed. There was only one thing that everyone knew, and that was that this star field, an extremely vast star field, had completely lost its normal function. The only thing that was left was the last value of mining mineral deposits. Therefore, in this field of death, all the experts in space could excavate as they pleased. If they were certain that a certain valuable mineral deposit was hidden on a certain planet, and if they had the ability to do so, they could gather a few of their friends and work together to directly smash the entire planet into a pile of rubble. Nobody would care about it. However, although this greatly improved the efficiency of excavating mineral deposits and made the operation more convenient, it also inevitably stirred up the entire domain of death into a black smog. Because this domain of death was in the middle of the forces of the third universe of the human race's technology camp and the cultivation camp. Both the Immortal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace of the cultivation camp had stationed fleets and high-level officials to guard this place. However, the only purpose of these official forces entering this domain of death was to collect all kinds of mineral deposits, especially source crystals. This purpose alone had already put all their attention into it. Who would care about the destruction of this domain of death? For a long time, because the official forces of the two camps, the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Dynasty, were indifferent to the mining of mineral deposits in this domain of death. They only cared about the results and did not care about the process. As time passed, all the experts who entered this domain of death and dreamed of excavating a piece of source crystal and making a windfall became more and more unscrupulous. This situation had been going on for many years. The entire vast and boundless domain of death had been destroyed, but everyone had long been accustomed to it. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It was under this background that Yi Xian came to the domain of death. Everything that entered his eyes from all kinds of things in the distance, it was very difficult to see a few complete stars. Even if there were, they were the type that was incomparably huge and difficult to completely destroy, forcibly blasting them into a pile of starry sky dust. However, even the surface of such giant stars was basically dug up into an unsightly state. Not a single giant star was intact. It was as if a huge heavenly dog had bitten off a piece or a few pieces of it. It was a ghastly sight. In contrast to this desolate and miserable scene, a large number of experts of the starry sky were either standing in the void with their physical bodies, casting various spells and magical abilities, or rummaging through the pieces of rubble of different sizes formed by the destruction of the stars. Or they were squatting in their respective warships, firing cannons at the stars or the larger pieces of the stars. These guys were all covered in dust and grime. A large number of stars and pieces of the stars had been blasted away, causing a cloud of dust to fill the sky. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely a luxury to want to keep one's personal appearance clean and tidy. Therefore, all of the diggers that entered his eyes were in a sorry state. It reminded Yi Xian of some of the gold miners in the black gold mines from his previous life, a group of poor bastards who held on to the dream of getting rich. Regarding all this, Naples obviously did not know. After being stunned for a while, even he could not help but fall into shock, as if he had just been struck by lightning. He muttered to himself, F***CK, can these guys still be considered experts of the starry sky? Since this general was born, I have never seen experts of the starry sky more miserable than this. Chapter 3148. Translator. Neobo Studio Editor. Neobo Studio Elder Suziwan. If one were to consider the entire Death Star field as a whole and draw a line in the middle, then to the east of the border river would be the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palaces' sphere of influence. The 10 Ultimate Celestial Palaces' headquarters in the Death Star field would be in the center of the eastern half of the star field. West of the domain of death would be the sphere of influence of the Immortal Dynasty. The Immortal Dynasty's headquarters in the domain of death would be at the center of the western half of the domain of death. The two sides rarely interacted with each other and only focused on mining, secretly competing to see who would gain more. Yi Xian's enormous fleet had entered from the westernmost part of the domain of death, which was also the border of the Immortal Dynasty's sphere of influence. Such a large fleet, with its main force being high-grade space bastions and intergalactic fortresses, naturally attracted the attention of many as soon as it entered the domain of the western half of the domain of death. However, when the countless mining powerhouses saw the Immortal Dynasty's insignia branded on the ship's hull, they quickly looked away and busied themselves with their own work. Every 10 years there would be a fleet from the Immortal Star coming over for a change of guard, and the supply fleet would come once every 2 years. Therefore, the old foxes who had been in the Death Star field for a long time were basically used to this kind of situation. Although this time's defense fleet seemed to have come a few years earlier, just this point alone was obviously not enough to attract their abnormal attention. After all, everyone knew that the Tenju Celestial Palace and the Everlasting Dynasty were the official forces stationed in this Death Star field, so it was impossible for them to fight. If that really happened, it would be an internal strife of the human race, and no one could bear this responsibility. In fact, even the person in question, Yi Xian, probably didn't realize that not long after his arrival, the 10 celestial palaces and the Immortal Dynasty's official forces stationed in the domain of death really did start fighting, causing a huge uproar in the 3 universes. Perhaps Yi Xian couldn't be said to be the initiator of all this, but he was definitely the main instigator. It was also after that incident that the name Prince Xian once again resounded throughout the 3 universes. However, after that incident, when people mentioned Prince Xian's name again, they could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. Most of them would only have strange expressions on their faces. Even after being sent to the domain of death, he was still so restless. It was truly Yi Xian was clearly a lonely firefly in the dark. Wherever he went he was destined to be a draw. All of this was for later. At this moment the entire fleet was deathly silent. Even the 1,000+ elites of the Federation, who had just been released by Yi Xian from the bottom of the Black Wind and were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, were all dumbfounded. Looking at the countless figures working hard like miners in the vast starry sky outside, they all subconsciously shivered. They suddenly felt that although they had been locked in the bottom cabin of Black Wind for a year or so, or even a few years, compared to these poor laborers in front of them, they were already very happy. At least they didn't have to work. Although they couldn't cultivate, they could just lie down on the ground and sleep for as long as they wanted. Just like that, in the dead silence, the entire fleet of Triumph entered the domain of death from the western edge of the domain of death and headed toward the eastern domain of death. What they saw along the way was basically the same. It was only when they approached the central area of the western domain of death that they saw more and more dead stars that were still intact. It seemed that although the official forces of the Eternal Dynasty stationed in this domain of death didn't care about other matters and only cared about the amount of minerals they could harvest, the starry sky masters from all directions of the Eternal Dynasty, or rather, the poor miners from the Eternal Dynasty still sensibly avoided the area where the headquarters of the Eternal Dynasty was stationed in this domain of death. They didn't dare to completely destroy this domain of death. After a full 7 days of normal sailing, the triumphant fleet finally arrived at the central region of the Western Star region. Looking around, it was already extremely quiet. Although the stars in sight still did not have the slightest bit of light or heat, and there was not the slightest fluctuation of energy in the void, at least the hustle and bustle that covered the sky and blocked the air was no longer there. In fact, even if this place was still filled with dust and smoke, it didn't have much of an impact on the headquarters of the Eternal Dynasty stationed in the domain of death. At most it was just a visual flaw. The star where the headquarters of the Eternal Dynasty was located was an incomparably huge star. It wasn't inferior to the extremely rare Eternal Star. Such a gigantic celestial body, like all the other celestial bodies in this star field, had actually walked into the path of death. It was hard to imagine what it had experienced, and what kind of monstrous force could cause such a terrifying celestial body to fall into such a miserable state. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. This sentence didn't have the slightest meaning when applied to this giant star. It seemed that in this domain of death, where there was no light or heat, all the stars, even the black holes, would completely die under the influence of some kind of force. Seeing all this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally had a clearer understanding of the mystery of this domain of death. At the same time, he had a huge guess in his heart. All this couldn't be related to the origin of Devouring, right? Could it be that all the energy, Whether it was the natural energy drifting in the void of the galaxy or the internal energy of countless stars, had all been absorbed and plundered by the origin of Devouring that he still didn't know how it was formed, where it was located, and how he should use to explore and discover it. When this thought popped up in his mind, Yi Xian shuddered. He didn't dare think too much about it. He shook his head and swept his gaze across a vast plain on the huge star in front of him. A huge man-made transparent protective shield of special alloy covered the entire vast plain like a bowl. It was estimated to be close to 10,000 kilometers in size. And this was merely an ordinary plain on a huge planet. From this, one could see how vast this planet was. In the center of the huge transparent protective shield stood a huge city, surrounded by a few other smaller cities. This city was called Old Su City because the headquarters of the everlasting empire stationed in the west of the domain of death was here. The strongest people of the empire who watched over this place were usually the elders of the royal family's Old Su Pavilion. They would change every 10 years. There were several dozen elders in the royal family's Old Su Pavilion, and they would take turns to watch over this city for 10 years. Right now, the last elder of the royal family who had entered Old Su City was called Long Ziwen. Before they set off, Yi Xian had already asked Uncle Kong about this elder Ziwen after investigating this situation. Chapter 3149. Translator. Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales: A Show of Strength. Although the Victorious Return Fleet had changed the name of the fleet, the Immortal Legion's emblem on the ship had not changed. Therefore, as the fleet arrived, the protective barrier of the Old Man City in the central region of the huge planet in front of them slowly opened. Another fleet of the Immortal Legion drove in from outside the city and directly charged into the starry sky. They didn't even meet Yi Xian and immediately left. The fleet that was originally stationed at Su Laoxiong City had already stayed in this godforsaken place for 5 whole years. The commander of the fleet was probably sick of it and couldn't wait to sprout wings and leave this place. Yi Xian didn't care about this. He led the entire fleet and landed below the protective shield of Su Lao City. He observed the entire majestic city and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. They even made greenery inside the protective shield. There should be a large oxygen generator. The environment is no different from a habitable planet, so it won't be too difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, the protective shield of Su Lao City slowly closed up. This clearly showed that they didn't intend to let Yi Xian's Victorious Return Fleet enter. Although the speed at which the protective shield closed up was slow, with the fleet's speed, they could all enter the protective shield before it completely closed up. However, since the other side had already expressed their intention to not enter, Yi Xian couldn't possibly do that. Besides, this kind of base-like majestic city even had a giant protective shield. How could it not have a space defense system? If they forced their way in, once the other side activated the space defense system, Yi Xian's Victorious Return Fleet would more or less suffer some damage. At that time, the other side would have no one to argue with. The entire fleet was something that Yi Xian had painstakingly obtained from the Immortal Dynasty. Even if he lost a planet-level warship that was 1,000 meters long, he would still feel heartache. How could he possibly take this risk? Tell the fleet to stop. If we go out, will we meet that old ghost Ziwen? The moment he arrived, he gave us a show of strength. Su Laogu is really awe-inspiring. Yi Xian's expression immediately turned gloomy. As he spoke, Naples glanced at the communications officer beside him. The latter immediately issued Yi Xian's order. The entire huge Victorious Return Fleet stopped outside the protective shield of the majestic city and hovered above the majestic city. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out of the main passageway of the Victorious Return. Behind him were Ying Tai, the wretched mosquito butcher, and Naples, as well as 2 major general guards. They were all existences whose cultivation bases were at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, the same level as 8-star Wang Piao and Zuofeng Tai. Currently, there were only a few Origin Realm experts on Yi Xian's side. Of course, there was one more person who surpassed the Origin Realm and could even easily crush a Void Realm expert. That person was the Demon Dragon Candle Dragon, who had been captured alive by the headless infant corpse. Although this wasn't a trump card, it wasn't a power that could be used lightly. In addition, Naples and Ying Tai were both at the 11th realm of the Mystic Light Realm, while the wretched mosquito butcher was at least at the 12th realm of the Void Realm. This could be deduced from the fact that D'er had recognized his identity and evaluated him in front of the immortal sovereign. However, Yixian still didn't know his cultivation base, strength or true identity. However, after probing the Black Mosquito Star and the Undying Star a few times, Yixian had basically confirmed one thing, and that was that the slave imprint in the source core of this old fellow's brain wasn't as ineffective as it was in the beginning. It should have undergone some sort of mutation, which was why his words and actions were so different from the other demon slaves. It was also because of this confirmation that although Yixian was still a little worried about the wretched mosquito butcher, he was no longer worried about him having ulterior motives. Instead, he was worried that this old fellow would be unreliable and cause him trouble. In essence, it was already different. At this moment, a group of 6 people walked out of the main passageway of the flagship fortress on the victorious return. They didn't use a small patrol ship and just crossed the void with their physical bodies, descending toward the majestic city within the protective shield below. The other party seemed to have the same idea. The protective shield closed until there was only a gap of about 100 meters before stopping. This gap was so wide that even a small private battleship couldn't pass through. Could only pass through people. Although the majestic city only covered an area of about 100 square kilometers, there were still some small satellite cities around it. The entire green gloomy world under the protective shield covered an area of about 10,000 square kilometers. This showed that the immortal sovereign dynasty had put in a lot of effort and painstaking effort to manage this place. With such a large area spanning 10,000 square kilometers, not only was there a protective shield blocking out cosmic rays and cosmic dust, but there was also lush greenery inside. In this vast Death Star region, it was like an oasis in the desert, attracting a large number of experts who entered the Death Star region to stay here. Therefore, after Yixian's group of 6 entered the interior of the protective shield through the 100-meter-long passageway, they looked around and saw that the cities were filled with people moving about. There were even shops, markets, restaurants, and the like. Everything was no different from the scenery on the other ordinary human administrative planets. It was just that the area here was much smaller. In addition, although there were also many figures of the imperial family guards in Beilexiang City, which was surrounded by more than a dozen small cities, compared to the other small cities around it, this place was obviously much more deserted. If the surrounding small cities were to be compared to civilian cities, then this majestic city in the center was obviously the official territory of the immortal sovereign dynasty. Ordinary people would not have the qualifications to enter at will. Every 10 years, the elders of the imperial family would take turns to guard this place. They would make this place seem like a small country outside of the outer realms. Inside the base, which was thousands of miles away, they would actually enclose 100 miles of land as their private territory. It was very impressive. Old 18th, right? Don't forget that you are being sent here. Just as Yixian was sneering in his heart, an old man's voice suddenly came from Beilexiang City. The other party clearly did it on purpose. His voice resounded over the entire base, and could be heard clearly in every corner of the protective shield that spanned 10,000 square kilometers. Obviously, you are being sent here, but you made such a scene. It seems that old thing Long Kong has been working hard for you. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is useless in front of this elder. If you are sent here, then you should be sent here. Otherwise, wouldn't the imperial edict of my elder pavilion be useless? In the void within 1,000,000 square kilometers to the east, you can choose any dead star as your base. My old residence city is not a place for you to enjoy life. Remember, although you are sent here by the imperial family, you still have a duty. You shoulder the important mission of guarding Elder Pavilion City. The sovereign dynasty gave you such a large fleet, but it is not for you to show off your power. If there is any imperial edict in Elder Pavilion City, you must lead the fleet to it immediately. Chapter 3150. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio. A new broom sweeps clean inside the protective shield, inside and outside the cities. A large number of strong men in the starry sky were looking up at the sky in astonishment. Their gazes were focused on Yixian and the other 5 people. They had heard of Prince Xian's name for a long time, but the news of his banishment had not spread to the Death Star field. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, these strong men in the starry sky began to whisper to each other. Their gazes toward Yixian gradually became strange. The legendary Prince Xian was nothing more than this. So what if he was famous in the starfield? He was still scolded like a dog when he met an elder of the imperial family's dorm elder pavilion. This display of strength was obviously intended to make things difficult for him, and it was extremely obvious. Otherwise, why would the strong men in the starry sky, who were thousands of miles away from the dorm elder city, hear it clearly? This was clearly intended to make things difficult for him. Most importantly, the other party was an elder. It was said that this Prince Xian was rumored to have bravely ventured into the first universe alone. It seemed that there were more or less rumors. Now, under the reprimand of Elder Ziwen, he did not even dare to fart. Some of those words were spoken without any intention of lowering their voices. It was obvious that they were spoken with the intention of currying favor with Elder Ziwen. As for the others, although they did lower their voices, in this current situation where the surroundings were deathly silent, anyone would be able to hear them clearly if they were paying attention. At the very least, Yi Xian had heard everything. The anger in his heart had completely erupted from this. This old thing is really not polite. Is he trying to display his strength? This old man is a new broom who sweeps clean. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately sneered. He cupped his hands in the direction of the dorm elder city and said, "Long Ziwen, right? I'll respect you as an elder. This prince is only here to greet you. Don't think too highly of yourself. I wouldn't want this dorm elder city even if you offered it to me. Isn't it just a rundown city? This prince can build one myself. It might not be worse than yours. Besides, you just said that this prince was sent here. Since I've been sent here to the Death Star field, I can't return to the imperial court for the rest of my life without an imperial order. Even if I disobey an order, how bad can the situation be? Find someone else to take care of this troublesome dorm elder city's defense. This prince is not interested. As for the fleet I brought, I'm sorry, but you said it yourself. It was Uncle Kong who sent it to me. The dynasty didn't give me any official edict, saying that this fleet is used for defense. Since that's the case, it's this prince's private army. Oh. Federation. And if of the After he finished speaking, Yi Xian cupped his hands once more. He glanced at the dumbfounded Naples and the others behind him and was about to leave. How dare you? Long Ziwen's angry roar came from Dorm Elder City. At the same time, a majestic aura soared into the sky. It was originally invisible, but it instantly turned into a huge palm that covered the sky. It was hundreds of miles wide. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky. With a flip of the palm, it slammed down on Yi Xian and the others. Form of pressure? That's a cosmic light realm technique. Prince, retreat. Naples was shocked. As he spoke, he grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. He wanted to pull him behind him, but he didn't move at all. With his mystic light realm cultivation, he couldn't move Yi Xian at all. Naples was stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember that although Prince Xian's cultivation was at the 6th stage, the nebula realm, in reality, he had even killed mystic light realm experts who were at the same level as him. Prince Xian's true cultivation had always been a mystery, but it was probably not below his. He had taken things for granted when he tried to protect his master in a hurry. Yi Xian naturally didn't have that kind of strength. However, when Naples' right hand touched his shoulder, an equally majestic power that wasn't any weaker than the huge palm in the sky suddenly surged out of his body. How could the current Naples be able to move him? Screech! This power turned into an illusion that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It was the energy body demon dragon Candle Dragon that the headless infant corpse had captured alive. Although it was only a wisp of aura released by the headless infant corpse, it was enough to form this enormous demon dragon illusion behind Yi Xian. The original body of the demon dragon, even in its energy form, was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It definitely wasn't something a cosmic light realm expert could match. Rumble! A thunderous roar instantly resounded from the horizon. The enormous palm formed from the pressure of the cosmic light realm cultivator's cultivation instantly melted like a snowball that had encountered a blazing sun. It collapsed at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a muffled groan came from Su Laoxiong City. Immediately after, Su Laoxiong exclaimed in shock, "Demon dragon illusion? It's actually Nebula realm? This definitely isn't your own power." The ancestral dragon pagoda is indeed in your body. It's actually protecting its master? The old man wasn't stupid. He saw the truth with a single glance. However, he couldn't have known about the existence of the headless infant corpse. Cosmic light realm? What kind of realm is that? Elder Ziwen is indeed impressive. A cosmic light realm cultivation base sounds very impressive. Yixian sneered. Although these words were said in the direction of Naples, they were clearly pointed at the mulberry tree and cursed the locust tree. The expressions of the starry sky experts outside the cities below became even more strange. The black hole realm is the 8th cosmic light realm. After the black hole realm is the origin realm, grotto heaven realm, mystic light realm, void realm, genesis realm, cosmic light realm. After that, I don't know. Naples subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky behind Yixian. The demon dragon illusion had disappeared, but his face was still full of shock. He cupped his hands and said, "The cosmic light realm is the 14th cosmic realm. After that is the last of the 15 cosmic realms, the cosmic realm." The first 15 cosmic realms? So there are other realms after the cosmic realm? And it sounds like there are quite a few of them? Yixian seemed to be interested. He asked as if there was no one else around. It was as if he had completely forgotten about Su Laoxiong City's Su Laoxiong family elder Long Ziwen. This was blatant disregard. However, the people in Su Laoxiong City below fell silent. Although Long Ziwen was strong, he wasn't confident enough to think that he could kill Yixian, who was under the protection of the ancestral dragon pagoda. It was wise for him to remain silent. However, he obviously couldn't let go of today's matter. What an arrogant and domineering old 18th. Good. Chapter 3151. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. Rise of the Mighty City. You don't have to worry about this. This prince isn't that close to you. Tell me. Yixian sneered. This time he didn't even bother to salute. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned around and led Naples' group of 5 toward the Fortress of Triumph. In the blink of an eye, they entered the fortress. The entire fleet sailed majestically into the distance. However, it wasn't the Eastern Star region that Long Ziwen had indicated, but the Northern Star region. This clearly showed that they had made up their mind to go against him. You point to the east and I'll go north. The old and old were so angry that a few groans could be heard from the mighty city again. The starry sky experts inside and outside the surrounding cities were all shocked. Everyone felt as if they were walking on ice. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, Yixian, who had returned to the command cabin on the top floor of the Fortress of Triumph, shook his head helplessly with Naples and the others. After returning, they found that there was actually a celebration party going on inside. It could even be described as thunderous cheers. The soldiers of the immortal army under Naples' command naturally wouldn't do such a thing. The ones who were causing trouble were the 1,000 or so Federation elites, who had just been recruited by Yixian. Seeing Yixian return, a group of people immediately surrounded him. They were so excited that all kinds of ideas covered the sky and earth. "Boss, are we going to set up our own sect? That's a good idea. Didn't the immortal dynasty grow up step by step like this? Yes. This way, us old buddies will all be credited with founding the empire in the future. This is a grand undertaking that will last for thousands of years. Boss, let's do it." "Shoo, what's wrong with you guys? How can you say something like that so casually? We have to keep a low profile at the beginning of our venture. It's fine if this matter is known only to the insiders. Boss, you haven't built up your power yet. How can we let the imperial dynasty know that you have a change of heart?" "That's right. Everything starts from taking over the mountain and becoming the king. We have to strengthen ourselves step by step. Our ultimate goal now is to keep it in mind. We can't reveal boss's secret. It will affect our grand undertaking in the future." Yixian did not dare to get involved in this kind of situation. He gave Naples a wry smile and hurriedly made his way to his cabin. The moment he left, the wretched mosquito slayer waved his arms and shouted loudly. He raised his hand and beckoned the few people who were the most excited in this group of people gathered together. 3 days later, a giant dead star appeared in the void ahead. Although it was not as big as the one in the old Sioux city, it was not far off. What was even rarer was that the surface of this planet was extremely flat. Large expanses of plains were clearly visible, and there were even some traces of decaying plants, indicating that it should have been a planet of life. However, because it was located in this Death Star region like other planets, it had strangely entered a period of death. Its energy had dissipated completely, and it had completely disappeared. That's it. That's where I made a fortune in the Death Star field. It's this planet Victorious Return. After casually naming the planet, Yi Xian's stronghold Victorious Return immediately led the entire fleet towards the surface of planet Victorious Return, occupying the largest plain. Grand and vigorous construction began in an instant. In addition to the numerous battleships, fortresses, and strongholds in the fleet, all kinds of resources and technological equipment were incomparably complete. In addition, Yi Xian brought out the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint's Demon Scout fortresses. Even the intelligent androids in Lightning Fortress were put to use. The construction of Victorious Return City was practically changing with each passing day. Tens of millions of mosquito beasts and 100,000 void soldiers shone brilliantly in the construction of Victorious Return City. Such a huge amount of fresh troops was something that even Old Sioux City did not have. In addition, the 1,000 or so elites of the Federation covered almost all walks of life. Among them, there were even a few who could be considered to be skilled refiners. As for technological talents, there was no lack of them. With them around, some of the urgently needed equipment were manufactured one after another in a short time. As for the various kinds of iron ores, rare metals, and the like needed to refine the construction alloys, the countless dead stars in the surroundings were all mineral deposits. Yi Xian spread the word that he would buy them at double the price. In addition, they were just some ordinary minerals. The starry sky powerhouses who entered this star field were usually too lazy to collect them, and just threw them into the void like garbage. After hearing the news, a large number of powerhouses flocked over. Under the pouring out of one storage artifact after another, a small half of the plain was almost filled with all kinds of ordinary metals and ores. Following that was the great refined alloy. With the molds designed by more than 1,000 Federation elites, all the refined alloys were directly molded into shape. In the end, they were assembled like building blocks. All that was left was to fuse the interfaces. This greatly shortened the construction time of Victorious Return City. In the end, in less than 3 months, a majestic steel city was quietly erected on the vast plain of planet Victorious Return. Although it was only 1,000 li in circumference, it was still a majestic city located in the center. Around it were more than a dozen slightly smaller cities. Even the starry sky protective shield that enveloped the entire Victorious Return City, with the diameter of 1,000 li, was set up. The only troublesome thing was the greenery inside this 1,000 li majestic city. Fortunately, the interiors of several starry sky fortresses had green belts in the cabins, transplanting some fast-growing plants. After nearly 3 months, the 1,000 li circumference of Victorious Return City was finally covered with eye-catching greenery. At the same time, the scouting teams that Yi Xian had sent out to collect information also returned one after another. The organizational structure of these scouting teams was very complex. They were basically composed of 3,000 li-long stellar-level battleships. In addition to the soldiers of Victorious Return, there were also mosquito beasts, soldiers, and demonkin experts. In addition, all the small stellar-level fortresses under Yi Xian's command were also sent out to patrol the surrounding star fields. Often, the center of the dozen scouting teams would be guarded by a small stellar-level fortress. If any scouting team encountered danger, the small stellar-level fortress in the center would be able to immediately provide assistance. In this way, the safety of the forces under his command was guaranteed. Although the scale of Yi Xian's forces wasn't small, most of them were demonkin, mosquito beasts, and void soldiers. Naples didn't have too many human experts under his command. Any loss of personnel was very difficult for him to bear. In fact, it was the same for the large number of demonkin, mosquito beasts, and void soldiers. Yi Xian had already left the demonkin starfield long ago. The original troops under his command were too few to be replaced. Therefore, it could be said that he spared no effort when it came to the safety of his personnel. In less than 3 months, all the scouting teams returned one after another, collecting a large amount of information. This information was categorized by the professionals under Naples and analyzed by the thousands of Federation elites. In the end, it formed a systematic and detailed report that was delivered to Yixian. Chapter 3152. Situation in the starfield. Yixian flipped through the encyclopedia about the Dead Star region in his hands and quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the Dead Star region. There was no need to elaborate on the other information regarding mineral deposits. In the Death Star field, the Death Stars had all kinds of ordinary mineral deposits and rare metals. There had even been epic mineral deposits unearthed in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many starry sky experts. Supreme grade, legendary, epic, and supreme treasures. These 4 levels could be applied to almost any item in the starry sky environment, whether it was natural minerals, man-made warships, or all kinds of magical equipment produced by refining technology. Even if it was only the size of a fist, one could exchange for a massive amount of cultivation resources. For example, Yixian had several cubic meters of level 99 colored planetary core origin. That was a level 99 colored planetary core origin. A single level 99 colored planetary core origin the size of a fist could be exchanged for a massive amount of ordinary planetary core origin. Moreover, it was priceless and even priceless. In addition to this kind of epic grade mineral, this Death Star field also produced Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade mineral, the so-called Devouring Source Crystal. However, even in the Death Star field, the grade of the Source Crystal Devouring Starry Sky Supreme Treasure was only a guess. Whether it was really a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure had not been officially confirmed by any official. Many of the Starry Sky experts who had flocked to this vast star field, dreaming of mining even one Devouring Source Crystal and making a fortune from it, didn't even know the specific use of this Devouring Source Crystal. Usually, every time a Starry Sky Source Crystal was unearthed, it would immediately be purchased by some mysterious forces, Everlasting Dynasty, 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace, or other official organizations at a high price. As for what it was used for, none of them knew, nor were they interested in asking. As long as they could dig up the Devouring Source Crystal and use it to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources, it was enough for them. In addition to the Eternal Dynasty's Old Sioux City and the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace's Black Firmament City in the eastern part of the Domain of Death, there were a large number of other forces that were frequently active in the vast Domain of Death. On the surface, the teams of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe could be seen from time to time. Among them, there was no lack of Cosmic Light Realm Masters who could contend with Long Ziwen. In the dark, the servants of the Heaven's Legacy race and the masters of the 100 races competed for every Devouring Source Crystal that was unearthed. It was said that there were even a few true Heaven's Legacy race clansmen guarding this place. Generally speaking, even though this Domain of Death was located in the central region of the Third Universe, between the 10 Empyrean Heavenly Palaces and the Immortal Dynasties, its overall situation was much more complicated than that of the Domain of the Graveyard of Death. Even Yixian was surprised by this. In the official base of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, Black Firmament City, there's also a Supreme Cosmic Realm powerhouse overseeing it. This person's name is Huaidongzi, and he's a Vice Palace Master of the 6th Ultimate Celestial Palace. The 10 Absolute Celestial Palaces have a total of 10 Celestial Palaces. In each Celestial Palace, there is one main and 4 Vice Palace Masters. In general, the Vice Palace Masters are equivalent to the Imperial Elders of our everlasting dynasty. In terms of numbers, there are dozens of Vice Palace Masters and above in the 10 Celestial Palaces of the Cultivation Camp, which is equivalent to the number of Imperial Elders in the Imperial Elders Pavilion. Taking the intelligence booklet from Yixian, Naples flipped through it while introducing the details of the major forces in this Domain of Death to Yixian. In addition to Huaidongzi, in the official base of the 10 Empyrean Heavenly Palaces, Black Firmament City, there's another person whose status is equivalent to yours, Your Highness. He's the young Palace Master of the 6th Ultimate Celestial Palace. It's said that he followed Huaidongzi to the Domain of Death more than a year ago. He's probably here for the trial. In addition to that, there are also many teams of experts from various races in the Federation of the Second Universe, including the 100 slave races of the Tianji clan, and a team of experts from the Tianji clan who have yet to be specifically confirmed. However, these teams are all mobile and basically change places after a fight. They don't have fixed bases like Black Firmament City and Imperial Elders Pavilion. When they hear that a Devouring Source Crystal has been unearthed, they immediately flock there, threatening, enticing, and using all kinds of methods to compete. At this point, Naples stopped talking. Yixian put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Alas, this small domain of death is so complicated. All the forces of the three universes have gathered here, both openly and secretly. Even if only one devouring source crystal has been unearthed, it's like a rotten egg with a rotten shell, attracting a swarm of flies. This situation is really a headache. Cough, cough. Your Highness, it seems that we have to get involved in this next. Naples was obviously a little embarrassed by the description of him as a fly that stung a rotten egg. He coughed twice and reminded Yixian. It doesn't matter. As long as there are benefits, then so be it. Yixian waved his hand indifferently. For the sake of the devouring source crystal, he didn't mind at all. Instead, he even grinned. But even if we have to be flies, we have to be the biggest flies among them. Naples' face turned green when he heard this. Without waiting for him to speak, Yixian spoke again. Right now, these guys are competing for the devouring source crystal. It's nothing more than fighting openly and secretly. On the surface, they'll offer a high price to tempt them, or if that doesn't work, they'll secretly rob them. This isn't a problem for us at all. Release the news that Triumph City is officially open. We welcome all the Starry Sky Masters who have a lot of mineral resources to settle in. In addition to the devouring source crystal and some other rare minerals, even if it's some ordinary minerals and useful metals, we'll still buy them. However, the purchase price can only follow the market. As for the devouring source crystal, the purchase price given by Triumph City is 3 times the price of the last source crystal unearthed at the current stage. If it's sold in batches, this price can be doubled. In addition to ordinary cultivation resources such as low-grade star core sources, as long as you can take out the devouring source crystal, we can even provide barter. In terms of cultivation resources, we can even provide level 8 black and level 9 color star core sources. As for other refining resources, we can also provide various Starry Sky Legend and Starry Sky Epic grade ores, odd crystals, and even finished magic weapons. In addition, since Triumph City is newly opened, there will naturally be a big promotion. If you bring the devouring source crystal to trade within a year, all of the above benefits will be doubled. Huh? Aren't these conditions too generous? Are you trying to monopolize? Chapter 3153. Translator. Nayurbo Studio Editor. Nayurbo Studio new big promotion, have you heard? Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty is here. He's the only one in the last 10,000 years to enter the top 10 of the heaven list, although he only stayed there for less than 3 seconds. Damn. Brother, you just came out of seclusion, right? Isn't this news from a few months ago? You're only bringing it out now to play to the gallery. It's already outdated. That's right. We've seen the huge Triumph City from afar countless times. How could we not know that Prince Xian has entered the Death Star field? Speaking of which, Prince Xian is indeed better than meeting in person. He dared to go against the dynasty's elders as soon as he arrived. He actually cast aside the responsibility of guarding the old city and established his own faction. In less than 3 months he built a majestic Triumph City. My brother is amazing. What you're saying is nothing. The news I just received is more explosive. Do you know? After Triumph City was built, it's finally going to open for business. They're buying all kinds of mineral resources, even ordinary resources and ores. In terms of devouring origin crystals, they're clearly selling them at 3 times the price of the last one. If you don't want ordinary origin crystals, they're even offering to barter. They're offering large amounts of level 8 black and level 9 color high-end origin crystals. They're rich and overbearing. That's right. This news has been confirmed. In addition to cultivation resources, they're also offering other kinds of resources, including materials and finished artifacts. They're also offering Starfield Legend and Starfield Epic grade. As long as you can take out enough devouring origin crystals, you'll have everything you want in a trip to Triumph City. These aren't the most explosive news. Haven't you heard? With a wave of his hand, Prince Xian set a new date of 1 year. Within 1 year, all the conditions mentioned above will be tripled. In other words, if the devouring origin you have can be exchanged for a level 9 colored pill according to the high price he offered, you will have 3 level 9 colored pills in your hands within the first year. Heavens, this is a tycoon. Is Prince Xian crazy? He's clearly trying to monopolize the Death Star field. Once these conditions are set, the other forces will probably go crazy. So what? Seeing that you're heading towards Victorious Return City, you should be planning to settle down there, right? Prince Xian has spread the word that as long as you have a certain amount of resources in your hands, after completing the transaction, you will have the right to live in Triumph City. Of course, you will have to pay a certain amount of fees every year, but if you can continue the transaction, then this fee will be waived. This is the Milky Way, and even the old dormitory city does not have this kind of preferential treatment. Anyway, this old man has decided that this time, we will go to Triumph City for the transaction. Prince Xian is so generous, this kind of business partner can't be found anywhere else. While they were talking, they could already see a huge planet in front of them. Although the green land on the planet was only 1,000 kilometers in size, all the facilities, including the starry sky barrier, were fully prepared. Moreover, there was a huge fleet docked outside the barrier. There were 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, giving people a strong sense of security at a glance. This city was none other than Triumph City. In the entire vast and boundless Death Star field, including the Tenju Heavenly Palace's sphere of influence in the eastern region, the current Triumph City was already famous. It was the 3rd fixed city base in this star field. Following this group of people who had coincidentally gathered together in the starry sky, they quickly headed towards Triumph City. No one noticed that among the crowd, there was a young expert who looked like a thin monkey who had not spoken a single word from beginning to end. Even his eyes were looking left and right, appearing extremely restless. It was only after he followed the crowd into Triumph City's starry sky barrier that the nervous expression on his face slightly relaxed. In Triumph City, Yi Xian followed the practice of the Heavenly River Star Federation's Affairs Platform and set up a Triumph City Affairs Platform. It sounded very grand, but in fact the departments and organizations inside were very simple, with only a few categories. They were divided into ordinary mineral deposits, top-quality mineral deposits, legendary mineral deposits, epic mineral deposits, and supreme mineral deposits. After that, there was also a department for resident applications. The so-called supreme mineral deposits of the starry sky had only been discovered in the Death Star field, and it was a mineral that had not been publicly recognized by the major forces. It was the Devourer source crystal. In other words, starry sky experts who wanted to trade for Devourer source crystals could directly go to the supreme mineral deposit area. At this time, in front of the first few windows, there were some starry sky experts lining up. Even in front of the epic mineral deposit trading window, there were some starry sky experts in 2s and 3s, inquiring about the details of the transaction. It was even more so for the resident applications, with more than a dozen windows lined up with long queues. Only the area for the supreme mineral deposits of the starry sky had no one in front of the 4 windows. At this time, a figure walked over. It was the skinny starry sky expert. His cultivation wasn't very strong, just 3rd order star realm, but he wasn't too weak. He still looked quite nervous, especially when he walked alone to this desolate establishment for the supreme mineral deposits of the starry sky. As a large number of surprised gazes gathered on him, the muscles all over his body seemed to have stiffened, and his whole person was numb. In each of the 4 windows, there was an expert in mineral deposit appraisal from the 1,000+ Federation experts. At this time, in front of the skinny starry sky expert's window, a middle-aged man in his 30s smiled faintly and asked. The skinny starry sky expert was still very nervous. Although his voice was weak, his words instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in the surroundings. I want to trade for Devourer source crystals, but I don't want ordinary cultivation resources. I want 9th order 9 colors. In the Death Star field, the appearance of every Devourer source crystal was destined to cause an uproar and even a bloody storm. An unassuming starry sky expert suddenly said that he had a Devourer source crystal in his hands was unprecedented. Even if there were, they didn't dare to make a sound, lest they be robbed. This person dared to reveal his wealth in public because of Prince Xian's fame and the strength he had displayed. Even so, among the large number of starry sky experts around, there were still some whose eyes lit up. Countless gazes swept over the skinny starry sky expert with unkind intentions. Some of these people were stragglers, occasionally acting as guests to rob others, while others were from various major factions. At this moment, after hearing that the skinny starry sky expert had a devourer source crystal in his hands, after pondering for a while, many people immediately left quietly. As for Yi Xian, after receiving the news, he hurried over with the wretched mosquito butcher, Ying Tai, and Naples. Seeing the skinny starry sky expert, Yi Xian bluntly said, "This is this prince's territory. Don't worry, those who dare to rob me are tired of living. Even if the transaction is completed, this prince will guarantee your safety. You can stay in Triumph City as long as you want. In the future, all the starry sky experts who trade for devourer source crystals will receive this treatment. Well, let's get down to business. How many do you have?" 10. Boom. Chapter 3154. Golden-mouthed jade words. 10. Huh? And? The two sentences sounded similar. The first sentence was weakly spoken by the skinny monkey-like master, while vigilantly looking around. The last sentence was repeated by Yi Xian, whose expression had greatly changed, with a face full of shock as confirmation. Only when the skinny monkey-like master nodded weakly again did Yi Xian completely believe what he had just heard. Suddenly a huge wave of surprise surged into his heart, almost causing him to jump up in joy. 3 years of not opening, but opening can eat for 3 years. These words were really well said. As soon as Triumph City opened for business, in the first transaction of devouring source crystals, he had actually encountered such a super big customer. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky, a rain of meat pies, almost causing Yi Xian to faint on the spot. It had to be known that in the past 100 years, although devouring source crystals were produced almost every year, it was basically 1 at a time, at most 2 at a time. But even so, it still attracted the attention of the various great forces in the Death Star field, whether in the open or in the dark, to compete for it. But now the heavens had sent a great master who actually said he had 10 devouring source crystals. This was really hard to believe, but Yi Xian did not have the slightest doubt. Why? Who would dare say in public that they had a lot of these things? If so, as soon as they left Triumph City, they would definitely die without a burial place. And if he said so but could not take them out, would Yi Xian let him take refuge in Triumph City? Even a fool wouldn't do such a stupid thing like digging a hole for himself. In other words, this skinny monkey-like starry sky master must have 10 devouring source crystals. 10 of them. It didn't sound like a lot, but hadn't it been mentioned before? There was once an elder from an immortal dynasty who had been stationed in the Death Star field for 10 years, but after returning to the immortal star, he brought back more than 20 devouring source crystals, which caused a sensation at the time. That elder felt that his contribution was huge and even proudly showed off, allowing some of the masters from the dynasty who were not qualified to come into contact with this important resource to see the true face of devouring source crystals. 10 years, more than 20 devour source crystals. And this was the result of a royal elder, representing the everlasting dynasty's official faction in this Death Star region. And now, Yi Xian had only been in the Death Star field for a little more than 3 months, and he had actually obtained 10 of them at once. If this news were to spread to the immortal star, the imperial family elder who had thought that he had made a great contribution would probably vomit blood on the spot. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing quickened. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to rush up and rummage through his pockets. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Tell me, what do you want?" This prince only has 1 sentence. "I will guarantee your safety. Resources, you can have them as long as I have them." "I want cultivation resources." Perhaps it was because Yi Xian's public guarantee had calmed him down, but the originally nervous expression on the skinny master's face clearly disappeared, replaced by an excited flush. Before Yi Xian could reply, he had already continued, "But I don't want ordinary star core sources, I want high-quality goods, the kind that can help in breaking through the bottle strength barrier. Of course, I also know that although level 99 colored source crystals are only star epic level resources, they have been recognized by the 3 universes for many years. And although devour source crystals are known as star treasures, they are only rumors and can't be taken seriously. Plus, star core sources are more practical. I don't even know what these devour source crystals are used for, so it's useless to keep them. So, according to the current market price, 3 devour source crystals should be able to exchange for 1 level 99 colored source crystal. I have 10 of them, so you can give me 3 level 99 colored source crystals. As for the extra one, It's a gift from me. Hearing this, there was an uproar again, but none of the Starry Sky Masters felt that such a transaction was inappropriate. What the skinny monkey-like master said was indeed the current market price, and it was no exaggeration to say that even if they took out 3 devouring source crystals, they might not be able to exchange for a single 9th grade 9 colored crystal. After all, this Death Star field did not produce star core sources. Although the major forces had prepared a large number of cultivation resources for Devour source crystals, they did not include level 9 9-colored source crystals. This kind of thing was rare even on the Immortal Star. No one was stupid enough to exchange one strategic resource for another. There were definitely level 9 9-colored source crystals on the Immortal Star or the Tenju Sky Palaces, but they definitely did not have as many as Yixian did. It would not be a problem at all to throw out a few hundred star core sources. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why the skinny monkey-like powerhouse had come to Triumph City today. A high-grade star core origin had a huge and obvious effect on breaking through the bottleneck of one's cultivation base. He was only at the star-grade realm, so he needed this kind of thing. The countless starry sky powerhouses in the surroundings were in an uproar. Apart from envy and jealousy, there was no other expression on their faces. At the thought that the skinny monkey in front of them would soon possess 3 level 9 9-colored stones, the eyes of some of the people who had not harbored any evil thoughts gradually flickered. Yixian did not care about any of this. After listening to the skinny master's words, he sighed inwardly. What an adorable fool. However, his face broke into a grin. According to what you said, 10 Devour source crystals for 3 level 9 9-colored source crystals is acceptable. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings were once again in an uproar. However, the skinny monkey-like expert suddenly became nervous. As the person involved, he was naturally the most sensitive existence. The word power that Yixian said gave him a bad premonition. However, the words that followed made his jaw drop. All the starry sky masters around him almost exploded in anger. However, I won't give you 3 level 9 9-colored source crystals. Yixian grinned and glanced at the pale skinny master. Then he smiled again. Did you forget that this prince said that there would be a big discount every year? All the rare mineral resources will be sold for 3 times the original price. Therefore, this prince will give you 9 level 9 9-colored source crystals. Wow, 9? Damn. Doesn't that mean that 1 Devour source crystal can be exchanged for 1 level 9 9-colored source crystal? What the F asterisk CK? He's hit the jackpot. This kid has hit the jackpot. Prince Xian is indeed a genius. Level 9 9-colored source crystals are strategic resources, even in the hands of great forces. He doesn't take them seriously at all. Bullsh asterisk T, who doesn't take them seriously? He's a man of his word, a man of his word. With your brain, you'll definitely suffer a loss no matter what business you do. Go to hell. All around, countless star masters were in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments. The skinny master was so excited that tears came out of his eyes. 9 level 9 9-colored source crystals. He had never thought that he would have such a terrifying amount of cultivation resources. With these 9 9-colored source crystals, if he could walk out of the Death Star region alive, he would be able to take out 2 or 3 9-colored source crystals in the territories of any small country under the 3 great empires of the dynasty. He would be able to exchange them for an administrative planet. This was the rhythm of a meteoric rise. Chapter 3155. A sensitive character, this prince has a lot of grade 9 9-colored. At this point, Yixian suddenly thought of something and took out 10 jade boxes from his undying world, arranging them in a row in front of him. Then, the 10 jade boxes opened by themselves one after another. Inside each jade box were 3 grade 9 9-colored star core sources, each the size of an infant's fist, exuding a dazzling light. For a moment, Yixian's face was bathed in 9 colors. In an instant, cries of alarm rang out like a tide from all around. These starry sky masters had never seen grade 9 9-colored star core sources before, but now 30 of them had suddenly appeared in front of them, so they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Any one of these 30 grade 9 9-colored star core sources could be exchanged for a large amount of cultivation resources. Even a grade 7 purple star core source could be exchanged for more than 100 pieces. Therefore, the eyes of this group of people almost immediately turned red. Among them, several black hole realm masters and above even began to flicker. If it weren't for the fact that this was Triumph City and there was a huge fleet above the city's protective shield, they would have snatched these star core sources on the spot. As everyone can see, this prince has so many grade 9 colored star cores, not to mention other cultivation resources. So don't think that after completing the transaction with this brother today, the cultivation resources in this prince's hands will be insufficient. Like I said, as long as you have Devour Source Crystals, I'll give you whatever you want. While speaking, Yixian waved his hand again and put away 9 of the jade boxes, leaving only one floating in front of him. Inside there were 3 grade 9 colored star cores. At this point, the surrounding starry sky masters suddenly realized that he had taken out so many grade 9 colored star cores just to show off his wealth and reassure the people. Many people curled their lips, but there was nothing they could do. At this time Yixian spoke again, looking at the skinny monkey-like man. I can only give you 3 grade 9 colored star cores. Boos immediately sounded from all around. The skinny monkey-like man was startled for a moment before a bitter smile surfaced on his face. 3 pills was originally a normal price. Moreover, there was no supply even if one had the money. Previously he had only asked for 3 pills. It was just that Yixian had said that within a year, Triumph City would have a big promotion, and that all transaction prices would be tripled. That was why he was so shocked, stunned by the 9th grade 9 colored stones that were about to be in his hands. From the looks of it now, all of this was just wishful thinking. Prince Xian would probably find an excuse to strip him of his right to receive the 3 times the price of the new Zhang discount. Although it didn't matter. It was just that after being pleasantly surprised, he was suddenly disappointed. In his heart he felt a little uncomfortable. This kind of untrustworthy person, the next time there was a chance to devour source crystals, there was no need for him to return to Triumph City. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yixian's voice sounded again. As for the other 6, this prince will replace them with other star cores of equivalent value and give them to you. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with the 9 grade 9 colored star cores, but with your current cultivation, it's too much of a waste to directly use them for cultivation. You should save them for when your cultivation is higher in the future and break through the bottle strength barrier. As for the 6 grade 9 colored star cores, this prince will give you 2 grade 4 green star cores, 100 grade 5 red star cores, 100 grade 6 blue star cores, 50 grade 7 purple star cores, and 10 grade 8 black star cores. In terms of value, in fact, these can't compare to the 6 grade 9 colored star cores. After all, the latter has a price but no supply. However, to you, the actual meaning and use of these cores is much greater than the 6 grade 9 colored star cores. With them, you can directly enter seclusion in Triumph City. It doesn't matter even if it takes a few decades. No one will chase you away, and you will have enough cultivation resources. When you come out of seclusion, your cultivation will have increased, and today's matter will gradually be forgotten. Plop! Skinny 7 will never forget Prince's kindness, and will only repay it with his life. Before Yixian could finish speaking, Skinny monkey-like fell to his knees with a plop, tears streaming down his face. All this touched him. In the Death Star field where there was mutual deception, as long as there was enough profit, even companions would stab one in the back. Yet, Yixian, who only had a transactional relationship with him, was so considerate of him. It was really rare. Admittedly, part of the reason why Yixian said this was because he was putting on an act to attract more experts from the starry sky who possessed devouring origin crystals. However, most of it was because of his sincerity. 10 devourer source crystals were of great significance to him. In Yixian's heart, he was actually quite grateful to this starry sky master who called himself Skinny 7. As for Skinny 7's sincere surrender at this moment, Yixian had not expected it. It could only be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow tree, and it had turned into a shade. As he spoke, Skinny 7 took out an ordinary small space box from his storage magic treasure, and handed it to Yixian. Yixian scanned the box with his divine sense and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. It was indeed devourer source crystals, exactly 10 of them. The quantity is correct, exactly 10 of them. Yixian did not want to be seen by others, and immediately stored the small space box in his undying world. At the same time he waved his hand and took out another small space box, which floated side by side with the previous jade box containing 3 level 9 colored origin crystals. Then this small space box slowly opened, revealing a pile of various star core origins. At the top were 10 level 8 black origin crystals the size of pigeon eggs. The quantity was exactly the same as what Yixian had just said. The surrounding starry sky masters' breathing quickened again. Among this pile of star core origins, the lowest level was level 4 green origin crystals. Moreover, there were already 2 cubic meters of level 4 green origin crystals. There were even 10 level 8 black origin crystals. The rest of the starry sky masters were red, blue, and purple origin crystals. However, to Yixian these star core origins were nothing. They were just a drop in the bucket. In addition to the large amount of star core origins, he had excavated in the graveyard domain using the Devourer star bloodline. The black mosquito ship and the black wind ship that he had obtained later on were even more abundant. Therefore, at this moment, Yixian waved his hand and closed the 2 small space boxes, allowing them to float slowly towards Skinny 7. When they landed in his palm, there was not even the slightest ripple in his eyes. Everything was so normal that he did not take it to heart at all. It was as if he had just given away an ordinary item. As for this, it just so happened to solidify Thin 7's heart. He received the 2 small spatial boxes that fell into his palm, cupped his hands and thanked them. Then he stood behind Yixian and used his actions to express his determination. Chapter 3156. Fishing in muddy water. After completing the transaction, Yixian left Triumph's trading platform with Skinny 7 and returned to Triumph City's main city. Triumph City was composed of 1 main city, 9 satellite cities, and 10 cities, surrounded by 9 satellite cities. All Starry Sky Masters could enter, but those who wanted to stay for a long time had to submit an application to Triumph City's trading platform. Otherwise, they could only stay for 3 days at most before they had to leave. The main city was where Yixian's direct subordinates were stationed. At the center of the main city was an alloy castle, in which Yixian lived. At this time, Yixian and Skinny 7 had just returned from the first floor hall of the alloy castle. Naples Ing Tai Wretched Mosquito Butcher, Gue Hai Dao Li Mosquito Zua Feng Tai, and the other demon slave experts were all present. Triumph City was his territory, so the demon slave experts that Yixian had hidden in the Black Wind and Black Mosquito were all released. They also needed to be tempered and grow. Apart from Gue Hai Dao, Song Qingyu and the other Kiliarchs were also released to take charge of the main city's defense, patrolling, and other tasks. As for the 9 satellite cities outside the main city, they were taken care of by the human experts under Naples. Unearthing 10 Devour source crystals at once. This kind of thing has never happened in the history of the Death Star field. You should know how sensitive you are. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it tugged at the heartstrings of all the large and small forces in the Death Star field. After sitting down, Yixian turned to look at Skinny 7 and said with a faint smile, "But don't worry, as long as Triumph City is still here, no one can touch you. This prince isn't afraid of that old monster in Old Sioux City, so the other forces don't even dare to openly establish a base in this star field, so this prince doesn't need to worry about them. Properly stay in the main city. Whether it's to cultivate in seclusion or to do other things, this prince has promised that you can stay in this Triumph City until you feel confident that you can guarantee your safety after leaving this place. Then you can leave." Skinny 7 cupped his hands and asked with a bitter smile, "Your Highness, don't you want to know where I got these 10 devouring source crystals from?" "I do want to know. To be able to take out 10 devouring source crystals at once, it would be impossible for you not to have made a major discovery." Yixian nodded, not bothering to argue. "However, this secret is extremely important to you, and I'm sure you won't be willing to tell this prince. If this prince insists on knowing and you refuse to speak, the final result can be imagined. As a result, sooner or later, the Starry Sky Masters in the outside world will find out. At that time, it will be a loss of credibility, and no one will come to my Triumph City to trade for the devouring source crystals. It can be said to be a loss for a small gain, so there's no point in asking. What if I'm willing to be honest?" Hearing that Yixian did not take the initiative to ask him because of this reason, Skinny 7 could not help but be stunned. In the end, he shook his head with a bitter smile. "To be honest, the origin of these 10 devouring source crystals is indeed quite secretive. However, for Skinny 7, it was already a stroke of luck that I was able to obtain these 10 crystals. Even if there are other devouring source crystals in that place, Skinny 7 will definitely not have the luck to obtain them again. In addition, thanks to Your Highness' generosity, Skinny 7 has obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Next, I will wholeheartedly cultivate in seclusion. This is the way of the king, and I have no intention of asking for more. This secret should naturally be revealed to Your Highness. Speaking up to here, Skinny 7 cupped his hands again. Skinny 7's previous words were sincere. Since Your Highness is already Skinny 7's lord, it is only right for Skinny 7 to tell you the truth. Yixian frowned. Needless to say, this temptation was really hard for him to refuse. The devouring source crystals were just too important to him. Seeing that he was silent, Skinny 7 cupped his hands again. Then, he explained in detail how he had obtained the 10 Devour origin crystals. After a short while, Skinny 7, who had explained everything clearly, retreated and was taken away from the central castle by Guihai Dao. He settled down in the main city and cultivated in seclusion. Yixian, Naples, and the other direct descendants stayed in the hall on the first floor of the central castle. Everyone fell into deep thought as they pondered over what Skinny 7 had just said. After a long time, Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed and said, "I'm afraid this matter is difficult. I didn't expect Skinny 7 to obtain the 10 devouring source crystals from Black Heaven City, in the eastern region of the Death Star region. He probably didn't have the confidence to return safely to the western region that belongs to the Imperial Dynasty after making a move there. That's why he kept them in his hands until now. But in this way, this information is not very useful to us. If we had known this before he came and completed the transaction with Your Highness, we could have secretly infiltrated the eastern region controlled by the Tenju Heavenly Palace. But now we can't. If Skinny 7 stays in Triumph City, the other forces will definitely believe that Your Highness has known the secret of him, obtaining the 10 devouring source crystals. And they won't dare to take the risk of entering Triumph City to rob him. So the only way to know where the 10 devouring source crystals were produced is through Your Highness. At this moment, I'm afraid that all the big and small forces in the entire star field, including Oldsu City and Tenju Heavenly Palace's Black Firmament City, are already paying close attention to our Triumph City. Under such circumstances, wanting to quietly slip into the eastern star field is simply impossible. Once our whereabouts are leaked, the forces will know that the 10 devouring source crystals came from the eastern star region. Even if they don't know the specific location near Black Heaven City, it's still extremely disadvantageous for us. At least Black Heaven City, which controls the eastern star region, will definitely obstruct us from entering the star region that belongs to them. Although we can act secretly and sneak in under the disguise of the First Universe's Tianji clan forces, it will be very inconvenient. But in that case, it will be extremely inconvenient for us to do anything. We won't even be able to officially reveal our fleet. We will be greatly restricted. These words were exactly what everyone, including Yixian, was thinking about. At this moment, hearing him say it all out, everyone suddenly looked at each other speechless. Since we're being watched, we can't eat alone anyway. At worst, we'll just play baccarat and make a fortune together. When the good stuff is unearthed, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities to snatch it. What's there to be conflicted about? Right at this moment, the wretched mosquito slayer at the side suddenly muttered to himself. As he muttered softly, he curled his lips with an indifferent expression on his face. Besides, that place is not a good place. There has to be someone who is going to die. This kind of good thing is naturally to let someone else be the scapegoat. Damn it, the next time you dare to pick your black hairy and smelly feet in front of this prince, I'll immediately chop you up. Yixian rolled his eyes and immediately made a decision. If that's the case, then we'll do the opposite. As the saying goes, it's easier to catch fish when the water is mixed up. This time we'll first mix up the water, then wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 3157. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The wind and the clouds before the devouring system was rewarded by Yixian for killing the ruler of the God Realm and successfully walking out of the 9 heavenly stars and upgrading the system to the starry sky level devouring system. His devouring system had activated many complicated subsidiary systems. For example, it could be used to exchange for all kinds of things such as divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts, treasures, puppets, and so on. There was also a forging system that could be used to forge divine weapons and make them more powerful. There was even a bloodline system that allowed Yixian to possess the bloodlines of various divine beasts, such as the Sword God bloodline, the War God bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and so on. Each bloodline had a different ability. In addition, there was also a treasure system that could be used to obtain treasures of various abilities by completing missions given by the system. In general, the Devouring system could do many things. Although it was only an artificial intelligence system created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, it had the potential to grow. However, many subsidiary systems of the Devouring system required certain conditions to be activated. Before the Devouring system was upgraded to the Starry Sky rank Devouring system, these conditions required the consumption of the Devouring source. After the upgrade, the activation of these subsidiary systems became more complicated. Before the conditions were met, the system would not even give a prompt. For example, when Yixian's personal Starry Sky communication system was activated, the system prompt was given when he encountered the fragment of the immortal grade Starry Sky superbrain. Before that, Yixian had no idea how to activate the personal Starry Sky communication system. The system did not give any prompt regarding the activation conditions. As for the Devouring source, after the system was upgraded to the Starry Sky rank Devouring system, it was reduced to a currency for exchange. Of course, this did not mean that the function of the Devouring source was weakened. On the contrary, after the system was upgraded to the Starry Sky rank, not only did the function of the Devouring source not decrease, it even increased. This was because after the system was upgraded, the items available for exchange in the original system exchange shop were refreshed. It was impossible to enter the Starry Sky realm and exchange for low-level treasures below the Starry Sky rank. That would be too useless. In the refreshed system exchange store, in addition to various treasures, there were even various rare mineral deposits, some precious bloodlines of ferocious Starry Skies beasts, and so on. Compared to the previous exchange store, it was even more attractive. Even Yixian, who was currently surrounded by wealth, was especially moved by some of the treasures and the bloodlines of the ferocious beasts. Even some of the rare minerals were the same. If he could exchange for them, he would be able to fuse and refine the battle weapon, the Demon Bloodstar Tear Sword, the battle armor, the indestructible glass armor, and the battleship Dongshu shuttle. At present, these three most basic treasures were already at the Starry Sky epic grade. If they were fused and refined again, they would have a chance to enter the Starry Sky supreme grade. Man-made Starry Sky treasures were rare. Treasures like the Rai D seal were naturally formed in the universe. The only man-made Starry Sky treasure that Yixian knew of was the Life Fortress, Long Yi Ro, left behind by Xingbo. If the three basic treasures he used to protect himself could all advance to the level of a Starry Sky treasure, then just by relying on them, Yixian's overall strength would rise to another level. However, Starry Sky supreme grade treasures were not to be underestimated. It was also for this reason that since these three basic treasures were upgraded to the Starry Sky epic grade, Yixian had not been able to find a suitable treasure of the same kind to fuse with them again. Most likely, this wish would fall on the system exchange store attached to the Devouring system. Some of the treasures and rare minerals in the system exchange store would be a good match. Unfortunately, Yixian only had one origin of Devouring, which was given to him by the system after his Devouring system was upgraded to the Starry Sky level. He had not been willing to use it, nor could he use it. This was because the exchange price of all the treasures in the Starry Sky level system exchange store started at 100 origin of Devouring. Some of the top treasures and minerals even required hundreds or even thousands of origin of Devouring. Even with the 11 origin of Devouring in his hands, it was far from enough. He could not even exchange a single strand of origin of Devouring. Because of this, Yixian was determined to get the place in Black Sky City that was suspected to have a large number of origin of Devouring crystals. No matter what, he could not miss it. Even if it means starting a war with the Tenju Heavenly Palace's Black Sky City in the Death Eastern region, this prince will not hesitate. Clenching his fists, Yixian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he had made up his mind. This prince is not afraid of those old monsters in the Immortal Dynasty's resident Elder Pavilion. If they push me to that extent, I will still turn hostile. As for the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp, Humph! Skinny Seven's attack was 10 devouring origin crystals in one go. When the news spread, the entire Death Star field was in an uproar. The gazes of all the major forces converged on Triumph City. This was especially so after they found out that Skinny 7 had actually expressed his allegiance to Prince Xian on the spot, and had actually stayed in Triumph City for a long period of time. Furthermore, he had stayed in the main city of Triumph City, one of the 10 guards. This was enough to prove that he had indeed become part of Prince Xian's camp. These upper echelons of the various powers, who were either overtly or covertly paying attention to Triumph City, all realized one fact. That was, the secret behind Skinny 7's 10 devouring origin crystals had definitely fallen into Prince Xian's hands. In other words, Prince Xian would soon make a move. All the major forces would need to do was to observe in secret and follow him after he made a move. Then they would be able to follow the clues and achieve their final goal. For a time, the entire Death Star field was in turmoil. Various forces, big and small, arranged for their eyes to be constantly on the Triumph Star and closely observed all the movements. At the same time, they also quickly deployed their manpower and forces, ready to move out at any time to fight for the mysterious place suspected to have a large number of origin of devouring crystals. It was also at this time that an incomparably explosive news suddenly spread. Caught off guard, all the forces, big and small, who were paying attention to Triumph Star were stunned. This was because this news came from Triumph Star, and it was personally said by one of the higher-ups of Prince Xian's direct subordinates. The mysterious place suspected to have a large number of origin of devouring crystals was actually not the Death Western Starfield controlled by the Immortal Dynasty's Old Sioux City, but the Death Eastern Starfield controlled by the Cultivation Faction's 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace, Black Heaven City. When this news spread, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire Death Star field, and it was confirmed on the same day. Triumph City issued an official comment, confirming the authenticity of this news. Such an accident caught all the forces, big and small, who were either overtly or covertly paying attention to Triumph City off guard. Before they could react, a large number of Starfield Masters had already rushed from the Death Western Starfield controlled by the Immortal Dynasty's Old Sioux City to the Death Eastern Starfield, controlled by Black Heaven City. They originally thought that this was just a smokescreen by Triumph City. The purpose was to lure away the forces, big and small, who were covetously eyeing Triumph City, so that they could take the opportunity to go to the real target area. Chapter 3158. Black Firmament City. Before the expedition, Yi Xian had stored the Lightning Stronghold, the Black Wind, the Black Mosquito, and the Saint Child into the undying world within his body. Furthermore, other than leaving behind some necessary forces to guard the main city of Victorious Return, more than 70% of the Mosquito Beasts, soldiers, and other direct forces had all returned to these few strongholds and great fortresses. This was a surprise attack force that would be of great use in the upcoming direct confrontation. After all, the warships that ordinary experts could store into their bodies were usually small private ones. Even if they opened up a storage space in their bodies, it wouldn't be too big. Yi Xian's Undying World was a special case because it had a storage space attached to the Devouring system. Even those above the Mystic Light Realm and Void Realm would only be able to store a large fortress if they had a large interspatial space. Only those who were stronger would be able to store a fortress that was 100,000 meters in diameter. Although it wasn't a secret that Yi Xian had this ability, not many people in the Death Star region knew about it. After all, it took time for some information to be transmitted from the Undying Star to the Death Star region. Apart from this, Yi Xian had left Victorious Return City to lead his troops to the Death Star region. On the surface, the warship he had dispatched was the Victorious Return Fortress. The fleet also consisted of two 50,000-meter-wide fortresses, four 10,000-meter-wide fortresses, and 10 3,000-meter-wide stellar-level warships. As for the 100,000-meter-wide fortress, the Victorious Return Fortress, as well as all the other smaller fortresses and warships, they were all left behind on Victorious Return City to be in charge of defense. As this enormous fleet sailed out of Victorious Return City's protective barrier and headed straight for the Death Star region, the large and small powers that were still hesitating finally completely believed the news that Yi Xian had released. Because the fleet that Yi Xian had left behind at Victorious Return City could no longer be diverted. There was only one fortress left, which was barely enough to protect Victorious Return City. Therefore, this was enough to determine that Yi Xian's fleet was just a diversion. After confirming the authenticity of the news, the large and small powers in the Death Star region immediately began to move. Immediately mobilize Black Heaven City. We must reach there before Triumph City's fleet and gain the geographical advantage. In the dark space, a deep, muffled voice rang out from a pitch-black fortress. Afterwards, the fortress activated a concealment formation and vanished. There were more than 10 battleships of different sizes circling around it. There were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. These battleships were all completely black, and there was a huge Red Bull head painted on the outer walls of the battleships, explaining their origins. This huge fleet was clearly from the Barbarian Bull clan of the Second Universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was also one of the allied clans of the Wanluo Federation. At this moment, following the disappearance of the Barbarian Bull fleet's flagship fortress, the Barbarian Bull clan, all the other large and small battleships in the surrounding space also activated their concealment formations and quietly sped towards the Death Eastern Territory. This was only a microcosm. In fact, almost all the numerous clans of the Federation of the Second Universe had stationed a fleet in the Death Star region. However, because this was not the Second Universe and was not their territory, these fleets of the Federation of the Second Universe did not establish a fixed base like the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the Immortal Dynasty. This also greatly facilitated their gathering and devouring of source crystals. In general, if they could acquire source crystals, they would. If they could not, these fleets of the Federation of the Fleets would conceal the insignia on the battleship's outer walls and immediately transform into space robbers, brazenly robbing them. Compared to these fleets, which at least dared to openly reveal their tracks before deciding to use force to rob, the fleets of the Tianji clan of the First Universe, which were the most popular in this vast Death Star region, could only conceal their tracks even more. No matter when or where, almost all the battleships of the huge fleet of the Tianji clan of the First Universe had activated their concealment formations, concealing their tracks and acting in secret. This huge fleet was led by 2 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There were also many other small starry sky fortresses and large fortresses that were 10,000 meters tall. They were formed by the gathering of the hundreds of slave clans from the First Universe. At this moment, this fleet of the Tianji clan from the First Universe was also rapidly rushing towards the Death Eastern Territory. Not long after Yixian's Triumph fleet left Triumph City, from the central area of the Death Western Territory, the fleet of the Immortal Dynasty, led by a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, also sailed out of Grand Old City and rushed towards the Death Eastern Territory. This fleet was not large in number, and it was the private army of Long Ziwen. However, although the size of the fleet was not eye-catching, the commander of this fleet this time was a supreme expert of the 14th realm, the cosmic realm, Long Ziwen himself, of the Immortal Dynasty's imperial family. Therefore, no one dared to underestimate this small fleet that represented the Immortal Dynasty. Long Ziwen alone was enough to take on 2 or 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. As all the forces in the Death Starfield, large and small, organized huge fleets to converge in the Death Eastern Starfield, Black Heaven City, which was located in the center of the Death Eastern Starfield, was in an extremely tense state, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. Black Heaven City was different from Grand Old City in the central area of the Death Western Territory. It was the base camp of the human clan of the Third Universe stationed in the Death Eastern Territory. If Grand Old City was a steel city that showed the crystallization of the power of modern science and technology everywhere, then Black Heaven City, which was also built on a huge Death Star, lacked too many technological factors. It was also a huge and majestic city, but it was shrouded in a vast black fog all year round, so that when looking at it from a distance in the void, the whole city was like an immortal city in the sky above the 9th heaven. It was only because of this thick fog that seemed like immortal fog that the city was called Black Heaven City. Some people said that Black Heaven City was actually a powerful magic treasure in the shape of a huge city. It was the treasure of one of the 10 Ju celestial palaces in the human clan's cultivation camp. It could be big or small at will, and when it needed to be moved, it could be instantly turned small and easily moved to another place by using the treasure control technique. As for whether this saying was true or not, it had never been confirmed. It was just a guess. Compared to the more open human clan's science and technology camp, the Tenju Celestial Palaces, as the supreme overlord of the human clan's cultivation camp, had always been very mysterious. They had little contact with the outside world and were extremely conservative. Chapter 3159. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio Death Star Spin. The Tenju Celestial Palaces had a total of 10 celestial palaces. Each celestial palace had one principal and 4 vice principals. The vice principals were equivalent to the imperial elders of the everlasting dynasty. In the official base of the Tenju Celestial Palace, Black Heaven City, there was a supreme master of the cosmic realm. This person was called Huaidongzi, and he was one of the 4 vice principals of the 6th palace. In addition to Huaidongzi, in the official base of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, Black Firmament City, there was another person with a similar status as Prince Xian. He was the young palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, and he had followed Huaidongzi to the Death Star Field to train more than a year ago. This person was called Tianquanzi, and his cultivation was not weak. He was already a rank 7 Black Hole Realm existence. Tianquanzi was only at the Black Hole Realm, and he was only the young palace master of the 6th Absolute Palace. There was still a certain gap between him and the vice palace master of the 6th Absolute Palace, Huaidongzi. Needless to say, the latter was a supreme existence at the Cosmic Light Realm, the 14th Great Realm. It was reasonable to say that Tianquanzi should be respectful in front of Huaidongzi, but in fact this was not the case. It was extremely strange. At this moment, in the central main city of Black Heaven City, Tianquanzi sat alone in the seat of honor. Although Huaidongzi was also sitting, he was clearly sitting to the side. Tianquanzi's face was extremely cold and arrogant, while Huaidongzi was very careful, as if he was willing to be a subordinate. This scene was not only invisible to outsiders, but also unknown to the experts of the Tenju Celestial Palace camp in Black Heaven City. In front of others, the two acted normal, and everything was done with Huaidongzi in charge. Only in private would Tianquanzi reveal his true identity and status. Obviously, it was extremely extraordinary. At least, it had surpassed the vice principal of the 6th palace. It was extremely mysterious. Damn Long Xian, what is he trying to do? Tianquanzi obviously saw the abnormality in Yi Xian's actions and was furious. All the big and small forces in the entire Death Star field were swarming in the direction of Black Heaven City. It was impossible for him and Huaidongzi not to be nervous. The fleet of the Immortal Dynasty led by Long Ziwen of Old Su City was not so bad. Although the human race's cultivation camp and the science and technology camp were competitors, they were still of the same race and would not fall out over benefits. After all, they were in the starry space now. In addition to the human race, there were many alien races from the second universe and the Tianji race from the first universe. If he really did that, others would be laughing at him. But it was hard to say about the alien fleets in the second universe. Those guys were also extremely powerful. In order to devour the source crystals, the various races in the second universe had stationed their forces there. Those guys were both in the open and in the dark. Once they covered the emblem of the starship, they could immediately turn into space bandits and disappear unpredictably. As for the powerful fleet of the Tianji race, it was obviously more of a headache. All the warships in that fleet had a concealment array activated almost all the time. The technological power of the Tianji race in this regard was even inferior to that of the human race's science and technology camp's Immortal Dynasty. It was also because of this that the powerful fleet of the Tianji race stationed in the Death Star field had never been found and had always been running rampant in the vast Death Star field. And now they were heading straight for the Death Eastern Star field. All of this brought enormous pressure to Tianquanzi and Huaidongzi. Although Black Heaven City was strong, there were countless fleets of various clans and forces surrounding it. Once Black Heaven City became the target of public criticism, it would most likely fall into a tragic situation. Outnumbered, and outnumbered. That kid is up to no good. Young Palace Master, I'm afraid this matter will be very difficult to resolve. If I'm not mistaken, the secret of the Death Star vortex should have been exposed. At the side, Huaidongzi sighed. That fellow called Skinny 7 obviously obtained the 10 Devour Origin crystals by chance at the edge of the Death Star vortex. This secret has definitely been grasped by Long Xian. That guy knew that he was being watched closely by all the major forces, so he couldn't act quietly on his own. That's why he simply mixed up the water and led all the other forces, big and small, to Black Heaven City. He let them take the lead while he hid behind, waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. We have been tricked by him. As he finished speaking, Huai Dongzi glanced at Tianqinzi cautiously once more with reverence. On the other hand, Tianqinzi's expression was completely gloomy at this moment, and his eyes flickered endlessly with a wisp of cold killing intent. The devouring matrix nurtured in the Death Star vortex is extremely important to this venerable. Whether or not this venerable's strongest devouring clone can succeed depends on it. It must not be destroyed. After pondering for a while, a fierce look flashed in Tianqinzi's eyes. He gritted his teeth as if he had made a big decision. Finally, he said, "Prepare to use the universe reversing 5 elements shifting technique. Let the elders of the 6 palaces each take charge of a formation eye. If those guys immediately activate the formation and teleport them all to the core of the 6th palace, this venerable doesn't believe that a few existences of the cosmic light realm can overturn the heavens. In short, this venerable's strongest devouring clone must not be destroyed. It's still in the process of nurturing, so there can't be the slightest mistake." Huai Dongzi's eyelids twitched. He naturally understood who Tianqinzi was referring to. Clearly, he was referring to all the big shots of the major forces, including the old Sioux city's Long Ziwen and the core member of the Tianji clan. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask again, "What about Long Xian? This person is deceitful. Since he has made up his mind to fish in troubled waters, I'm afraid he won't rush to the front in the initial stage. What if he's at the back when the formation is activated and out of the range of the formation? Humph, this guy is scheming. All of this is caused by him. How can this venerable let him go so easily?" The murderous aura surging out of Tianqinzi's body became even stronger. He let out a light snort and continued, "You'll be in charge of this matter. Before the formation is activated, you'll be at the back and force this guy into the formation eye like a dog. You should know that this great technique of reversing heaven and earth and 5 elements shifting is a huge loss to this venerable's 6th palace. Several of the important treasures needed to set up the formation eyes may even be lost in the endless void during the shifting process. After paying such a huge price, if I can't solve everything at once, how can I be satisfied? But this is also good. After this matter, the entire Death Star region should be at peace for a while. Before the follow-up investigation by the Everlasting Dynasty, the various races of the Second Universe, and the Tianji clan arrive, this venerable's strongest devouring clone should be able to be nurtured. As long as this venerable stays inside, this venerable's strongest devouring clone will be complete, and can leave this place in an instant. Chapter 3160. Devouring Avatar. Although the 10 extreme heavenly palaces had dozens of vice palace masters and above, they were basically comparable to the elders in the Residence Elder Pavilion of the Everlasting Dynasty. Their strength and numbers were about the same. However, in the Elder Pavilion, the gap between the top 10 elders of the royal family and the bottom 10 elders was actually quite terrifying. The situation in the Tenju Heavenly Palace was the same. The position of the 10 palace masters in the Tenju Heavenly Palace was extremely transcendent. This could be seen from the respectful attitude of the 6th palace's vice palace master, Huai Dongzi, in front of Tianqinzi. On the surface, Tianqinzi was the young palace master of the 6th palace, but in reality, he was just an avatar of the 6th palace's palace master, Feng Tianqinzi. As one of the 4 vice palace masters of the 6th palace, he was so respectful before a clone of the palace master. It was obvious how powerful palace master Tianqinzi was. In the 6th palace, Tianqinzi's identity was only known by the 4 vice palace masters and the palace elders, excluding his actual self. In fact, Tianqinzi had many clones. The cultivation technique he practiced was called the incarnation technique, and it was said that he could create hundreds of millions of clones. This might be a bit of an exaggeration, but there was a saying in the 6th palace's sphere of influence. Perhaps the shabbily dressed low-level cultivator next to you is one of Palace Master Tianqinzi's clones. This was enough to show how mysterious Tianqinzi was. Thousands of years ago, Tianqinzi had accidentally obtained a piece of Devouring Master Crystal. Since then, he had developed the idea of using it to create a devouring doppelganger. If he wanted to create a complete devouring avatar with this devouring source crystal, he would need to use the avatar technique to split a strand of his soul and place it in it. From then on, he would become the strongest devouring avatar. Not only would it take a long time, but the amount of energy he would need to devour could be said to be tremendous. An entire region of stars would be destroyed because of this. This matter could not be carried out in the galaxy controlled by the Tenju Celestial Palace. The loss of a galaxy was too great, and the sixth palace could not bear it. The other 9 palaces of the cultivation camp could not pay such a terrible price for nothing and help him complete this matter. Although the first universe and the second universe were the best choices, they were not the territories of the 10 absolute celestial palaces. Because the entire plan took too long and required thousands of years, there were too many variables in other universes. Therefore, Tianqianzi finally chose the central domain of Universe 3, a star domain located between the forces of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty, and planted the prime devouring crystal with a secret cultivation method. Then, with the star where the devouring master crystal was planted as the center point, the invisible devouring effect of the devouring master crystal slowly radiated outwards. Gradually, a large number of stars were invisibly devoured of all their vitality, light, and heat. Even the energy in the void of the universe was silently devoured. This was how the Death Star domain came to be. Now, after thousands of years of development, it had become a vast star domain. The star where the prime devouring crystal was planted in the center of the Death Star domain had long disappeared and turned into a Death Star vortex. In the depths of the Death Star vortex, the prime devouring crystal that Tianqianzi had produced using a secret cultivation method had grown to the point where it could evolve into a giant crystal egg. It would not be long before it completely matured. At that time, the clone that Tianqianzi had prepared would absorb all the energy in the physical body and integrate it into the wisp of origin spirit in the physical body. Then, it would enter the giant crystal egg formed by the prime devouring crystal. Then, the strongest prime devouring clone would break out of the egg. This day was originally very close, otherwise Tianqianzi would not have come to the Death Star domain at this time. With a Cosmic Realm Vice Palace Master overseeing this place, it was enough to keep an eye on the Death Star vortex. According to Tianqianzi's calculations, the prime devouring clone in the Death Star vortex's egg would mature within a year. However, at such a crucial time, the Death Star vortex had become the target of various forces because of Prince Xian of the Everlasting Empire. It was easy to imagine how much Tianqianzi hated Yi Xian. However, there was nothing he could do about this. Although the giant crystal egg formed by the prime devouring crystal nurtured the prime devouring clone in the Death Star vortex, its devouring power would spread out like nuclear radiation, leaving behind side effects in the star domain it devoured. The prime devouring crystals that occasionally appeared in the countless stars in the Death Star domain were the result of this side effect. Tianqianzi could not do anything about this. He could not control it. Therefore, once the prime devouring crystal appeared in the Death Star domain, it would definitely attract the attention of various forces in the 3 universes. Tianqianzi had long anticipated this situation. Therefore, under the pretense that he was also attracted to this place, he bestowed several precious treasures, all of which were the eyes of the array used to set up the bases of the great technique of reversing heaven and earth 5 elements shifting. Once something happened to the stellar vortex of death, this ancient magical array would be activated, and everything close to the stellar vortex of death would be teleported to the core of the 6th palace of 10 ultimates in the human clan's camp of cultivators, where Tianqianzi had already set up a killing array. The starry sky experts who were shifted there would be strangled to death immediately. This was to silence them. After Tianqianzi gave the order, 6 figures immediately rushed out from Black Heaven City toward the Death Star vortex, which was not too far away from Black Heaven City. The reason why Tianqianzi did not set up Black Heaven City next to the Death Star vortex was to avoid exposing himself and arousing suspicion. He did not expect that it would be exposed today. After the 10 prime devouring crystals that were shot out from the Death Star vortex were obtained by Skinny 7, it directly led to this result. These 6 figures were the 6 elders of the 6th palace of 10 ultimates. Tianqianzi had stationed the 6 elders here for many years, and each of them was bestowed with a secret treasure as the base of the array. The 6 secret treasures included the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-repelling divine shuttle, and the celestial positioning shuttle, which were rare treasures even in the human cultivation camp. They were personally refined by the seniors of the cultivation camp and passed down from generation to generation in the sixth palace of 10 ultimates. Among them, the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-repelling divine shuttle was made from the 1,000-year-old fine iron in the deep cold abyss and the 10,000-year-old ice in the North Pole. It did not use any pure yang qi and was shaped like a woven cloth shuttle. There were a total of 91 shuttles, and they could be used anywhere in the world and were impervious to all evils. Without this object, it was impossible to break through the void. The celestial arcane demon black shuttle was a black shuttle-shaped secret treasure that was about a foot long. Once it was activated, the sun, moon, and stars in the heavens would all be affected, and it could blast out poisonous flames and astral winds in the sky. With this shuttle, when the Heaven and Earth Reversal 5 Elements Great Teleportation Technique was launched, it could instantly lock onto the core area of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates and accurately teleport the target of this technique to it. Chapter 3161. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Boom. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The Death Star Vortex was located in the void millions of miles away from Black Heaven City. It looked like a black hole, but it was only about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. No one knew what was in its depths except for Tian Qianzi. Since the formation of the Death Star Vortex, only Tian Qianzi's original body had entered it, but only once. The entire Death Stellar Vortex had been rotating slowly. However, this rotation was too slow, much slower than the rotation of a celestial body. It was impossible to detect it at all. The black hole-like void with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers slowly rotated on its own, and after thousands of years, it gradually formed an invisible and terrifying suction force that turned into a kind of devouring force. It radiated further and further, devouring all the energy in the void of this star field, as well as the vitality, light, and heat of all the stars. At this moment, the 6 elders of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates from Black Heaven City had used a secret technique to conceal everything after setting up the array base in the void around the Death Star Vortex. Not even the slightest bit of aura was released, but the void 100,000 kilometers away from the Death Star Vortex had quietly turned into a land of evil. Once the array was activated, all the people and objects in this area would be instantly transported to the monstrous killing array of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates. No one knew about this. Among the fleets of various forces that came from all directions in the Death Star field, Yixian's victorious return fleet was the first to set off, and they came directly, unlike the fleets of the other forces, who had to constantly monitor the direction of the victorious return fleet and change their direction at any time. Therefore, the victorious return fleet was the first to arrive at the Death Star Vortex. With the arrival of the victorious return fleet, the news spread, and the fleets of the other forces that followed them from all directions finally knew where their final destination was. In an instant, they started to move at full speed, one after another, without any scruples. Is this the place? A few months ago, some crystals were shot out from the inside. Among them, there were actually 10 devouring origin crystals. That brat, Skinny 7, was lucky enough to look from afar and collect them. At this time, the victorious return fleet had stopped in the void of the galaxy tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Death Star Vortex. In the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship Victorious Return, Yixian observed the Death Star Vortex in front of him through the huge holographic virtual screen in front of him. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He found it hard to imagine that a place that looked like a small black hole on the surface could produce a starry sky treasure crystal, like the devouring source crystal. If even such a thing could be casually sputtered out like trash, then what kind of scene would it be inside? Of course, great benefits also meant great danger. Therefore, even though Yixian was the first to arrive, he did not act rashly. At least, Black Cloud City, which was not too far away from here, had allowed it to exist without exploring it. This alone was enough to make people suspicious. Yixian's plan was still the same as before. When the fleets of the other forces arrived, he would let them be the first to suffer the consequences. Before the fleets of the other forces arrived, Yixian activated the Black Mosquito, the Black Wind, and the Holy Sun Scout fortresses, as well as the Thunder Fortress. He ordered them to activate the concealment formation and retreated to the distance of the void. Yixian's movements were very fast. In addition, in the void of millions of miles away, no aura of any existence could be detected. Therefore, he thought that all of this was done secretly. However, he did not know that the 6 elders of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates, who had concealed their auras with a secret technique, had seen everything and reported it to Black Cloud City through the special communication method of the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. At this point, the undying world in Yixian's body was only left with a small private warship, the Dongshu Shuttle, and the Life Fortress, the Wild Dragon Fortress, which was evolving into a 10,000-meter-tall fortress and was not far away. As for the Triumph Fortress, which he brought with him this time, there were 2 small cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, for large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 10 stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. A total of 17 warships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes formed a formation and hovered in the void without activating the concealment formation. It was meaningless. When this fleet sailed out of Triumph Star, it had been closely watched by all parties. Not long after, in the distant void, the silhouettes of fleets appeared one after another. Even the fleet from Old Sioux City had arrived. However, other than the fleet from Old Sioux City, which represented the Immortal Dynasty, there were dozens of fleets. Not only were the number of warships formed, but the colors of the ships were also different. However, on the outer walls of the ships, the unique emblems of their clans were all concealed. These were only the forces that had arrived openly without activating the concealment formation. In fact, in the surrounding void, there were clearly some fleets that had concealed their traces and quietly arrived. At the very least, the fleet of the Heavenly Fate race would not easily reveal itself, even if the Heavenly Fate race's emblems were concealed on the outer walls of the ships. Those who should have arrived are probably all here. Those who haven't should have activated the concealment formation, and are lying in wait nearby. The giant holographic virtual screen in the command cabin on the top floor of Triumph Star slowly changed its perspective. Yixian's line of sight moved along with it. Soon all the fleets were in his field of vision. What made him a little depressed was that these fleets had clearly guessed his plan. At this moment, just like the fleet of Triumph Star, they had all stopped in the void tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Death Star vortex, surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. However, none of the fleets acted rashly. Obviously, none of them wanted to be the first to step into this minefield of unknown danger. Unfortunately, this prince had already anticipated this situation. This time, leading you to the Black Firmament Star region was not a scheme, but an overt one. While muttering to himself, Yixian grinned. Before he set off, he had indeed used the deduction and calculation ability of the Devouring system to perform the best possible deduction of this Death Star vortex under the current conditions. He dared not say that he had completely understood its mysteries, but he could say that he had more or less understood it. Therefore, Yixian was very confident. He also knew what he had to do next to make the fleets of the various forces, who had maintained a restrained and observing state, quickly move forward to help him cross the minefield and figure out the core mysteries that even the Devouring system could not deduce. With this goal in mind, under the gazes of tens of fleets of various forces, the main cannon of Triumph Star Vortex, the Death Ray Cannon, began to rapidly recharge. Before the experts of various forces could recover from their shock, Yixian's voice, which had been deliberately amplified by Triumph Star Vortex, suddenly resounded in the void. Target: the Death Star Vortex in front. Immediately, blast it for this prince. The surrounding void was instantly in an uproar. Chapter 3162. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. Everyone's eyes turned red. The diameter of the Death Ray Cannon's black energy beam was 20,000 meters. It was terrifying. No one could predict what would happen when it hit the Death Star Vortex, which was similar to a small black hole. After all, the energy beam of the Death Ray Cannon was special. The energy that formed the beam was antimatter. As long as it was not cancelled out, it would continue to exist and move forward with inertia. After all, Tianqinzi was only one of Tianqinzi's doppelgangers. Moreover, this doppelganger was used to enter the devouring doppelganger formed by the devouring source crystal. Therefore, the main focus was on the cultivation of the primordial spirit. The cultivation of the physical body was not very strong. With Tianqinzi's level of cultivation, he could not predict what kind of chain reaction would occur when the Death Ray Cannon's energy beam entered the Death Star Vortex. The experts from the other forces were caught off guard. and did not have the time to use the artificial intelligence center of the fortress to calculate. Although the death ray cannon of the fortress required 2 to 3 minutes to recharge to its maximum, Yixian had obviously started this process long ago. It was 99% done, leaving the last 1% to recharge. It was just for show. Therefore, in less than 10 seconds after Tian Chenzi's words resounded in the vast void, a terrifying black energy beam with a diameter of 20,000 meters shot out from the hull of the fortress. It shot toward the Death Star vortex tens of thousands of kilometers away at an extreme speed. It was only several tens of thousands of kilometers. For the death ray cannon of a universal fortress, it could be considered a close-range shot. This black energy beam hit the center of the death light vortex in less than half a second. At this moment, whether it was the experts in the fleets of the surrounding forces, Tian Chenzi and Huai Dongzi in the Black Firmament capital, or the 6 elders of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates who had concealed their presence with the secret technique of the cultivation camp, all of them held their breaths. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. There was a deathly silence. Only the faint but sharp buzzing sound of the death light cannon's energy beam destroying the void along the way could be heard. Then, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. Boom! On one side was a pillar of antimatter energy, while on the other side was a vortex of death that devoured all energy, light, and heat like a black hole. As the two gathered together, an extreme burst of energy instantly erupted. This burst was different from normal, and there were no ripples or undulations when the tremendous explosion rang out. The only change was that the vortex of death that resembled a black hole seemed to have deepened because of this. Other than that, there were also faint rays of light that shot out from the death vortex, like tiny water balls that splashed up when raindrops fell into a pool. It was very weak, but there were a lot of them. They were densely packed and spread out in all directions. They were clearly crystals of the same size, only the size of a pigeon's egg. However, their radiance was different and there were all kinds of colors. Different colors represented different attributes, indicating that although these crystals were the subsidiary products of the devouring marrow essence devouring the energy of this star field to strengthen itself, they belonged to different mineral deposits. Among them, some were devouring source crystals. As expected, tens of thousands of crystals shot out in the blink of an eye. At least 10% of them are devouring source crystals. The rest of the crystals are of high grade and are all important mineral deposits. These guys are probably going to collectively go crazy. Looking at the gorgeous scene of a large number of crystals sputtering in front of him, Yixian immediately became excited. All of this was indeed the result of the deduction and analysis of the devouring system. This death vortex was indeed related to the formation of the entire Death Star field. There were a large number of different high-quality mineral crystals in it, and the devouring source crystals were just one of them. When the death ray cannon fired under the violent impact of the energy, some of these crystals spilled out in an instant. These spilled crystals, especially the 10% of them that were devouring source crystals, were Yixian's trump card that made the fleets of various forces look on with red eyes. After confirming that Skinny 7 had obtained 10 devouring origin crystals from this place, all of them could not wait any longer. They could not wait to explore this place immediately. After all, some of them could not even obtain 10 devouring origin crystals even after decades of effort. It was only because Yixian's actions were too strange that they were suspicious, so they temporarily suppressed this impulse and forced themselves to hold back. At this moment, the large number of crystals shooting out from the death vortex in front of them was no different from the straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone's eyes turned red at this moment, and exclamations suddenly sounded from all directions. Oh my God, what am I seeing? Devouring source crystals. So many devouring source crystals. That guy called Scrawny 7 really did get those 10 devouring source crystals from here. It should be a small spill that allowed him to obtain 10 crystals. What we are seeing now is a large spill. How many are there? At least 1,000 devouring source crystals. We're rich, we're really rich this time. What are you waiting for? Collect them immediately. Oh my God, there are dozens of devouring source crystals heading straight for us. These are resources that can only be obtained in 100 years, but they actually delivered themselves to us today. Is this the rhythm of a pie falling from the sky? As these exclamations rang out from the warships, All the warships, fortresses, and strongholds that were originally motionless in the void all moved, shooting out beams of absorbing energy. Like a net, they chased after the sputtering crystals in all directions, enveloping them and capturing them. During this process, some of the fleets that had activated concealment formations and hadn't revealed themselves could no longer remain calm. They removed the concealment formations and participated in the capture of the sputtering crystals. However, the huge fleet that belonged to the Tianji clan still didn't show up. In addition, the victorious return fleet under Yi Xian's feet also fell silent after firing the energy beam of the death ray cannon, and didn't do anything else. In less than a minute, the thousands of sputtering crystals were all captured by the beams of absorbing energy and disappeared into the void. Immediately after, the warships of the various forces that had tasted the initial sweetness of the harvest all turned their red eyes toward the death vortex in the star field in front of them. Chapter 3163. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin blowout in the Death Star Zone, only Black Heaven City, which represented the Tenju Celestial Palaces, and Old Su City, which represented the Immortal Dynasty, existed. The other forces, big and small, including the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, as well as the Overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, and their hundreds of servant clans, did not have any fixed bases in this star zone. They lived in warships all year round, moving around everywhere. Even Old Su City, which represented the Immortal Dynasty, had obtained more than 20 devouring source crystals in 10 years. When the Imperial clan elder who was in charge of guarding Old Su City returned to Immortal City, he was so excited that he wanted to show off. One could imagine how rare the devouring source crystals that the other forces, big and small, could obtain under normal circumstances in the Death Star Zone. This was an extremely rare resource to begin with. Otherwise, after discovering that devouring source crystals could be found here, the major forces of the three planes of the universe wouldn't have flocked to this place like a swarm of bees. It was also for this reason that, at this moment, when the large and small forces gathered here, in just 1 minute, obtained the devouring source crystals that they could only obtain in hundreds of years, it was easy to imagine how excited the leaders of these fleets were. With just one shot, more than 10,000 crystals had been blasted out of this Death Star vortex. Not only were they all rare minerals, but there were also more than 1,000 devouring source crystals. Where else could they find such a good thing? If one shot was already so good, then what about 10 or 100 shots? Wouldn't there be a blowout on the spot? As soon as they thought of that exciting scene, the commanders and commanders of the fleets of various races in the surrounding void immediately cheered as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. Some of the commanders of the fleets seemed to be afraid that the other fleets would not participate, so they began to broadcast their excited voices through the starry sky loudspeaker system of the flagship of the fleets they were in without any scruples. For a time, all kinds of excited howls resounded in this vast star zone. Those who did not know would think that they had entered a wolf's den. Why are you still in a daze? One shot blasted out more than 1,000 devouring source crystals and countless other rare minerals. There must be a big secret hidden in this Death Star vortex. That's right. Fortunately, they were discovered by us today. Otherwise, wouldn't Black Heaven City have taken advantage of them? The Tenju Celestial Palace is really something. This Death Star vortex is so close to their base, Black Heaven City. How could they not have explored it? Have you never discovered the secret behind it? That's impossible. Even Skinny 7, who originally belonged to the Eternal Dynasty, was just an ant passing by this place. He was lucky enough to pick up 10 devouring origin crystals here. How could Black Heaven City, which is so close to it, not notice its abnormality? In my opinion, they might have stationed a large number of people around the Death Stellar Vortex all the time. Whenever there is a small overflow, they will immediately take care of it. If that's the case, Black Heaven City must have obtained countless Devourer source crystals. No wonder all the major forces in this Death Star area are fighting for the Devourer source crystals. But they are the only ones who are so indifferent. After all this time, they have been silently making a fortune. That's not the point. The point is that there are probably more Devourer source crystals in the Death Stellar Vortex, and even more precious minerals. Black Heaven City might have already sent a fleet to explore and excavate. Why should we work so hard outside and only get a dozen Devourer source crystals after hundreds of years? But they can send a fleet into the Death Stellar vortex to collect them. They don't even leave a bite of the meat soup. How shameless! This is the sign of public anger. Everyone, let's fire together and blast them out. Blast them out. Boom. Rumble. Before they could finish, some of the warships had already opened fire. The Starry Fortress fired the death ray cannons, which were black antimatter energy light beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters. For a moment, 6 or 7 of them blasted toward the Death Stellar vortex from all directions. Among them were a large number of energy light beams fired from the super meteorite cannons and ordinary meteorite cannons from the cosmic level fortresses, the large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and even the small fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters. The latter was the most abundant, with hundreds of them of different sizes and thicknesses. All of them converged toward the Death Stellar vortex. The colors of these energy light beams were also different. After all, the warships, fortresses all came from different races. The construction techniques were different, and the driving energy used was also different. This directly led to this result. Hundreds of large and small energy light beams appeared one after another at the same time, all pointing in the same direction. In this dark void with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, it was as if a large energy net had been woven in an instant. It was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. In the face of all this, Tianqinzi and Huaidongzi, who had been paying attention to this star field in Black Heaven City, were already shocked to the core. With so many warships, fortresses firing at the same time, if the Death Stellar vortex couldn't withstand it and was directly blown to pieces, it would cause the void to collapse. At that time, Tianqianzi's strongest devourer doppelganger, which was still being nurtured inside, would probably die before it could break out of its shell. The situation had reached an extremely critical level. Tianqianzi couldn't care about anything else. His body trembled as he was about to give the order. It was also at this time that the scene on the huge holographic virtual monitoring screen in front of him changed dramatically again. What was displayed on the monitoring screen was the situation around the Death Stellar vortex. At this moment, as the hundreds to thousands of star cannon energy beams of different sizes shot out and bombarded different locations in the huge Death Stellar vortex one after another, a series of earth-shattering explosions abruptly rang out. Rumble. Boom. Amidst the huge explosion, the entire Death Star vortex, which was like a small black hole, was instantly torn apart by more than a dozen small holes that were more than 100 kilometers long. Faintly mottled rays of light were shooting out from the holes, getting closer and closer. Pooh! Pooh pew pew! More than a dozen loud, muffled sounds rang out in succession. From the void cracks that had been blasted open in the Death Stellar vortex, more than a dozen giant crystal pillars formed by countless crystals instantly shot out like a geyser. After soaring hundreds of kilometers into the sky, they splashed in all directions like water pillars. The only difference was that what splashed were not water droplets, but mottled crystals of different colors. Among them, even if the number of Devourer source crystals was less than 10%, it was already an unimaginably terrifying number. The geyser had finally erupted. At this moment, even Yixian's mouth was wide open. He never expected that there would be such a huge amount of Devourer source crystals in this Death Stellar vortex. Chapter 3164. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Turbulent Retreat. Heavens. We're really rich this time. At a glance, there are at least hundreds of thousands of devouring source crystals. I've never seen so many in my life. Not to mention seeing it with my own eyes. This old man has never even heard of it. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Not only have you seen and heard of it, I didn't even dare to think about it. This Death Star vortex is obviously a huge treasure trove of minerals. It's hard to find even in the 3 universes. Damn it, I don't know how many benefits those guys from Black Sky City have gotten from it. Haven't you noticed? Until now they haven't shown up. This is obviously because they have a guilty conscience. They know that they've angered the public, and they've gotten enough benefits so they simply don't show up. Yes, this should be the case. Didn't you see? In the void on the west side, a huge silver fleet has appeared. It's obviously the Tianji fleet from the Tianji clan. With such a huge amount of devouring source crystals appearing like a geyser, even the public enemy, the Tianji clan, couldn't sit still and show up to fight for it. But Black Sky City hasn't arrived yet. This is enough to explain the problem. Whatever, they can run away, but the temple can't. Let's get the benefits in front of us first, then we'll go back and attack Black Sky City together. The Immortal Dynasty was also kept in the dark this time. Black Sky City has eaten all the benefits alone. Presumably, this time they will join forces with us from the second universe and attack the Tenju Celestial Palace. We must make them spit out some. They've deceived us for so long, for thousands of years. It's really too hateful. Everyone, let's do it together. Devouring source crystals is like a sea. Don't just rob. We're all from the Federation. At this time we have to have a sense of teamwork. We can't let the Tianji clan get too many benefits. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As these words rang out, beams of light of various sizes appeared from the dozens of fleets around them. Even the Heaven's Legacy race fleet, which was made up of hundreds of warships, fortresses to the west, unleashed a large number of beams of light. In an instant, a large number of rare minerals and origin crystals that were gushing out from the dozens of void rifts in the Death Stellar Vortex were plundered by the beams of light that interweaved like a net of light. It was a lively and crazy scene. For the fleets of various forces that were gathered in the surroundings, this was definitely the happiest moment in hundreds or thousands of years. All the fleets of the various factions, including the Heaven's Legacy race, gradually went crazy from the plundering. Only Yi Xian's victorious return fleet quietly began to retreat at this moment. He knew that these fellows in front of him, who had fallen into a state of ecstasy, would definitely be like him after they became even crazier. They would definitely think of the Death Star vortex that could spew out such a huge amount of rare minerals and devour origin crystals. Yi Xian's purpose in coming here was only to devour source crystals. Even the current situation of gushing out source crystals had exceeded his greatest expectations. This should have been something to be happy about because it meant that everyone would be happy and reap a great harvest this time. However, Yi Xian had always firmly believed in one principle, and that was that there must be something wrong when something abnormal happened. For this Death Stellar Vortex to be gushing out such a huge amount of origin crystals meant that there must be great treasures inside. And treasures of this level also meant great danger. The reason Yi Xian retreated at this moment was not because he was aware of the danger and was preparing to retreat. He just wanted to increase the safe distance between them a little more. For a Death Stellar Vortex that was more than 10,000 kilometers in size, just keeping a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers from it really made Yi Xian feel uneasy. Moreover, Black Sky City had been sitting in this Death Stellar Vortex for thousands of years. Yi Xian would never believe that they did not know the secrets of the Death Stellar Vortex. However, the people of Black Sky City had not yet appeared, which was also suspicious. Yi Xian quietly retreated at this moment to observe Black Sky City's follow-up measures was also one of the reasons why he did so. As for the great treasure in the Death Stellar Vortex that he had his eyes on, he was not worried at all. The people in front of him, who were already faintly ecstatic, were not a single entity. On the contrary, they were composed of dozens of fleets of almost 100 alien races, and even included the natural enemy of the Wanluo Federation, the Heaven's Legacy race. Even if the great treasure in the Death Stellar Vortex appeared, it was absolutely impossible for any force's fleet to instantly suppress all the other fleets and take the lead in such a short period of time. Since that was the case, Yi Xian had plenty of time to retreat and watch from afar. It would be best if this group of people fought to the death and suffered heavy losses. At that time, it would be better for him to seize the final advantage. That little bastard Long Xian really has a problem. Just as the victorious return fleet was slowly and orderly retreating under Yi Xian's order, in Black Sky City, millions of kilometers away, Tian Chunzi, whose face was already extremely ferocious, was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were fixed on the holographic virtual screen in the main hall, and he gnashed his teeth. All the other fleets are madly competing for the rare minerals and devouring origin crystals that are erupting out of the vortex. Even the always stable and mysterious Tianji fleet can't sit still and show up. But at this moment, he ordered the fleet to retreat. The legendary Prince Xian isn't such a coward. It's obvious that this guy has a bigger plan. He clearly wants to temporarily withdraw from the situation and wait until everything is clear before reaping the benefits of the third party. At this point, the expression on Tian Chunzi's face became more and more ferocious, and even a little crazy. He continued in a hateful voice. Everything that happened today was all because of him. Even if I ordered the activation of the Heaven and Earth Reversal 5 Elements teleportation technique, and moved all the fleets within 100,000 kilometers of the Death Stellar Vortex into the void-killing array that has long been set up in the depths of the Sixth Palace's core. But now that the Death Stellar Vortex has been tossed into such a huge commotion, I'm afraid that even the star regions that are 100,000 kilometers away can clearly see what is happening. The range of the array can only reach 100,000 kilometers at most, and the starry sky masters outside this area will not be affected in the slightest. Even if Black Heaven City pursues with all its might after the event, it is difficult to guarantee that some fish will escape the net in such a vast Death Star region. In other words, the news of this body's strongest devouring avatar being nurtured is likely to be leaked out this time. Damned Long Xian, he actually wants to sit back and reap the benefits after creating such a huge trouble for this body? Ha ha ha. In the end, Tianqinzi was so angry that he laughed. His entire person seemed to have gone crazy. He immediately roared and used the secret communication technique of the Tenju Celestial Palaces to order the 6 elders of the 6th Palace who were hibernating in the void around the Death Stellar Vortex to activate the Heaven and Earth Reversal 5 Elements teleportation technique. Hee, since you have already entered the game, don't expect to escape unscathed. Little bastard, I will personally send you on your way. Chapter 3165. Translator. Nairobi Studio Editor. Nairobi Studio Intercept Rumble. Whoosh whoosh. The void around the Death Star Vortex was in chaos. All kinds of air-breaking sounds were raging, and countless beams of light were intertwining and flashing. The victorious return stronghold beneath Yixian's feet had already brought along 2 other 50,000-meter diameter star-level strongholds, for 10,000-meter diameter star-level battleships, and a total of 17 large and small battleships, fortresses, and strongholds that formed a defensive formation. They floated in the dark void and began to slowly retreat. In other directions around the entire fleet, the 3 Demon Scout fortresses Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Saint as well as Lightning Fortress had all activated the concealment array and were also slowly retreating. In just a little more than a minute, the entire victorious return fleet was already 60 to 70,000 kilometers away from the edge of the vast Death Stellar Vortex. If they continued to retreat, they would be 100,000 kilometers away in another 2 minutes. But the fleet obviously didn't stop there, and was still slowly retreating. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred, and it came from the rear of the fleet's retreat. Boom! A terrifying aura swept over from the distance. A moment ago it was still more than 1,000,000 kilometers away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already close to 100,000 kilometers behind the fleet. A cold, rolling gray air burst out, and 2 figures with their hands behind their backs appeared, hanging on a cloud. They were Tianqinzi and Huaidongzi, who had just rushed out of Black Heaven City. A distance of millions of kilometers was actually covered in the blink of an eye. This was clearly because Huaidongzi had used all his strength, the full speed of a cosmic light realm expert, who was at the 14th Great Realm, had even far surpassed the 10 diameters of the Starry Sky Fortress. All this was unexpected even for Yixian. When the 2 figures appeared on the giant holographic virtual screen in the command cabin on the top floor of the victorious return, his expression changed instantly. A thought flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously muttered to himself, Black Heaven City? Huaidongzi. That young man should be the young palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes, Tianqinzi. But why is even Huaidongzi standing half a step behind him? At the same time, the expression of Naples who stood by his side changed abruptly, and he cried out involuntarily with shock. What terrifying speed! Huaidongzi has clearly utilized his full strength to rush over at extreme speed. He arrived in such a menacing manner and directly blocked off our path of retreat. What does he intend to do? Your Highness, please use the space jump. I have a bad feeling that something big is going to happen. Boom! Before Naples could finish his words, Huaidongzi, with a sneer on his face, had already turned his head toward the eastern edge of the fleet. That was where the Holy Sun ship and Lightning Fortress were located. Immediately after, without waiting for Yixian to recover from his shock, Huaidongzi directly raised his hand and punched. There wasn't any shocking aura that rose up, but from a distance of 100,000 kilometers, He silently caused a huge fireball to explode out of thin air in the space where Lightning Fortress and the Saint Child were located, illuminating a large area of space red. The fireball was about 10,000 meters in diameter, and it was clearly the Holy Sun ship that was destroyed by his punch. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he quickly received a notification from the Devouring system in his mind. The personal space communication system attached to the system had just received a message from the Lightning Fortress. The moment before the other party attacked, the central star brain of the Lightning Fortress had quickly analyzed the danger and teleported in advance. Now it was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It was just a punch, but from a distance of 100,000 kilometers, he had easily destroyed a demon scout fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter. The cultivation of the cosmic light realm expert who was at the 14th great realm was actually this terrifying. Yi Xian's face was ashen. Although there were not many direct demon slaves who had followed him in the beginning on the Holy Sun ship, and even the mosquito beasts and soldiers were not stationed inside, the Holy Sun ship still had 3,000-man demon slave brigades that he had taken in the Black Mosquito tribe later on. In just an instant, he had lost a large fortress and 3,000 demon slaves. Furthermore, the other party's actions had undoubtedly illustrated a problem. That was, the Black Mosquito ship and the other 4 fortresses that had activated their concealment formations were completely defenseless in his eyes. Yi Xian could still accept the destruction of the Holy Sun ship, but if the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship were destroyed as well, Yi Xian would really go completely crazy. The direct demon slaves who had followed him in the beginning, including the mosquito beasts and the soldiers, were all in these 2 demon fortresses. There was absolutely no room for failure. Naples, after leaving behind a small fortress and all 10 stellar warships, use all your strength to provide cover and bombardment. All other warships under your command immediately jump, including the Black Wind ship and the Black Mosquito ship now. Yi Xian suddenly roared as his figure was exposed. At the same time, he turned his head and swept a glance at Ying Tai. You and Naples evacuate together. This prince will be there in a moment. After saying this, he took a step forward and instantly exited the command cabin on the top floor of the Fortress of Triumph. His figure appeared in the void of death outside the ship. According to his orders, apart from the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship, the rest of the Triumph fleet, the Fortress of Triumph where Naples and Ying Tai were, and another small stellar warship, as well as the 4 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, were to quickly jump and evacuate. As for the sacrifice of bringing up the rear, there was only 1 small fortress and 10 stellar warships, which were definitely not enough to hold back Huaidongzi. These 11 warships, in addition to the Holy Sun ship that had already been destroyed, were already the limits of what Yi Xian could bear. If they were to suffer any more losses, the defenses of Triumph City would be stretched to the limit. As such, Yi Xian could only take action himself. He even left Ying Tai behind. Facing the supreme existence of the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, Ying Tai would only be courting death if she went. Only he could rely on the demonic dragon's phantom, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, the Thunder Origin Orb, or the Headless Infant's corpse to successfully hold back or even severely injure the enemy while ensuring his own safety. These 4 were currently Yi Xian's strongest trump cards. He could easily achieve this effect by randomly choosing any one of them. As such, Yi Xian was completely fearless. Your Highness! At the same instant that Yi Xian's figure appeared beside him, Naples suddenly cried out in alarm. He couldn't abandon Prince Xian and take the majority of the troops to escape by jumping through space. No matter what, he couldn't do it. What made Naples even more shocked was that at this instant, the wretched mosquito slayer, who had been shrinking his head, suddenly released a terrifying aura that wasn't the slightest bit weaker than Huaidongzi's. In fact, it was clearly even more powerful. Let's go. You'll only be a burden if you stay. Although the Cosmic Light Realm is strong, with me around, no one can hurt him. Furthermore, he doesn't need it. At this instant, the wretched mosquito slayer had completely changed into a different person. With his hands behind his back, he put on the demeanor of a pretentious expert. He looked into the distant void outside the warship and muttered to himself, "Is that Tian Qianzi's aura? So it's actually one of his clones, but it's actually so weak. Interesting." Chapter 3166. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nirbo Studio Mosquito Butcher unleashes its might. Rumble. Boom. As the Saint's ship was blown apart by the punch, a large number of warships in the Victorious Return fleet opened fire at the same time. Except for the death ray cannon in the Victorious Return fortress, which had just fired and was still charging, the other warships, large fortresses, and small fortresses all fired super meteor cannon energy beams at Tianqinzi and Huaidongzi. The death ray cannon may be able to make this sovereign feel a little apprehensive, but this kind of attack is useless against this sovereign. Huaidongzi sneered and spoke again. This time he did not throw a punch but waved his hand. A series of explosions rang out as 5 or 6 3,000-meter-long stellar warships instantly exploded into terrifying giant fireballs, illuminating the void. At the same time, the Victorious Return fortress and the other large fortresses were also attacked. However, after the Saint's ship was destroyed, all the warships immediately activated their energy shields, so the other large fortresses were unharmed for the time being. Even if the 3,000-meter-long stellar warship's energy shields were fully activated, they could not withstand a blow from a cosmic realm powerhouse. Of course, this was also because Huaidongzi's attack seemed casual, but in fact he was prepared. Even if he did not use his full strength, it was at least quite deliberate. Stop! As a cosmic realm powerhouse, you actually use some weak stellar warships to show off your power. Old thing, don't you feel ashamed? At this time, Yixian had just stepped out of the Victorious Return fortress when he suddenly saw this scene. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 stellar warships had been lost, and there were more than 1,000 Neapolitan soldiers on board. Such a loss immediately made his heart twitch, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Suddenly he roared, "This prince will meet you. With just you." Before Yixian finished speaking, Huaidongzi was so angry that he laughed. As the palace master of the 6th Absolute Palace, he was really embarrassed to be reprimanded by a Nebula Realm ant right in front of him. This old man knows you have some means and once forced that trash Long Ziwen to retreat in Old Sioux City. However, he has just stepped into the cosmic realm, and this old man is already at the 6th level. Brat, be careful not to cut your tongue. As he spoke, he was still tens of thousands of kilometers away, still looking like he was about to throw a punch at Yixian. At this level, the Misty Translation Studio editor, Chenzi Dongzi Studio was editor, Studio Divine and Art Studio. The 6th level realm, what? At this moment, the wretched mosquito slayer stepped out of Fortress Triumph and rolled his eyes. He didn't even look at Huaidongzi. His triangular eyes flickered as he looked at Tianqinzi with a smile. A fierce pressure surged from his body, far surpassing Huaidongzi's. He was definitely not at the same level as Huaidongzi. He was at least a supreme master of the 15th level, the universe realm. At this moment, Tianqinzi, Huaidongzi, and Yixian all subconsciously turned to look. Yixian's body shook as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth wide open. Tianqinzi's expression changed wildly, and his eyes flickered with malice. Huaidongzi exclaimed in shock. "Old man mosquito slayer? Why are you here? Aren't you dead? This is impossible. Dead your sister. You, a mere vice palace master, dare to call this old man by his name?" The wretched mosquito slayer rolled his eyes again, and then his expression darkened. He suddenly shouted, "Scram!" Rumble. Without any warning, a terrifying and majestic spiritual power gushed out from the wretched mosquito slayer's body. In an instant, it whistled and turned into a huge vortex, directly crashing into Tianqinzi and Huaidongzi. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the mountain-like gray mist cloud beneath the two of them instantly collapsed. Huaidongzi's lips curled into a smile as his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of kilometers away. In stark contrast, Tianqinzi, who was still standing half a step in front of him, did not move at all. However, his face was pale as he clenched his teeth tightly. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with despair. Obviously, the reason why he was not sent flying was not because he was stronger than Huaidongzi, but because the wretched mosquito slayer had deliberately left him behind. This was clearly a sign that he wanted to take care of him properly. Such a majestic attack, but the effect was so precise. One person was sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers, while the other did not move at all. Just this kind of control of power was no small matter, and it caused Yixian's body to tremble violently again. Spiritual storm? Level 9 spiritual power? Who are you? As his body trembled violently, Yixian turned to look at the wretched mosquito slayer and exclaimed in shock. What his opponent had just used was the spiritual power secret technique. Yixian also mastered spiritual storm. Of course, compared to the effect that Yixian had displayed, it was definitely like a firefly competing with the moon. After all, the difference in cultivation strength was obvious. However, he was able to heavily injure a supreme powerhouse of the cosmic light realm with just a spiritual secret technique that couldn't even be considered a divine ability, and sent him flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers. This indirectly proved the wretched mosquito slayer's cultivation level. It definitely far surpassed the cosmic realm, and was at least the supreme existence of the 15th great realm, the universe realm, or even stronger. Even Ying Tai was inferior to an ant in front of him. However, such a powerhouse had called him master for half a year. Just thinking about this made Yixian feel a chill run down his spine. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. More importantly, this guy's spiritual power was clearly at level 9, which meant that his spiritual source core had already undergone its 8th transformation and was now a level 9 source core. This was something that Yixian could not accept no matter what. Even the Mad Mosquito Emperor only had a level 8 source core. Legend had it that the first Demon Human Emperor also had a level 8 source core. However, the person in front of him had a level 9 source core. Didn't this mean that he could invade Yixian's mind at any time? The spiritual imprint left behind by the Mad Mosquito Emperor, which had been condensed from level 8 spiritual power, simply could not block the probing of his level 9 spiritual power. Am I not the Mosquito Slayer, Master? That's what that old thing called me. Didn't you hear it? When he met Yixian's gaze, the wretched Mosquito Slayer's demeanor disappeared in an instant. Instead, he smiled bashfully, his triangular eyes looking extremely wretched. As he spoke, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion toward his forehead. 2 gloomy rays of light rushed out of his head and landed in his palms. He opened them up and showed them to Yixian. Look! These are the 2 spiritual imprints that you planted in my source core one after the other. Am I right? In his palms were the 2 spiritual source cores that Yixian had planted in his head. There was no doubt that they were of different grades. Yixian was completely sure of that aura. More importantly, this kind of spiritual imprint had clearly been lost among the demons. Besides Yixian, no one else would be able to condense it. However, all this proved that the wretched mosquito slayer in front of him was indeed the one he had first met. Why exactly was he still calling him master? Yixian's mind was in a complete mess. When Tian Chenzi heard the wretched mosquito slayer call Yixian master, his expression changed abruptly. When he looked at him again, his expression was extremely complicated.